Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, which you know what that means. It is time for a real Dynasty startup draft, real money league with the land community. That's right, every single Monday for the entire offseason, we are doing a real startup draft with real promo code land annual Mother Flocker members. As I've said in the past, if you guys want to get into these weekly leagues, the best way, in fact, the only way, is to become a promo code land annual Mother Flocker member. Then once you do that, you join the Discord, you look for the land leagues tab, and then every single week, we're going to be pasting a new form for you to fill out where you can join a brand new league that we run here. The latest league that was just announced on the Discord is the Apollo League. All right, so tonight we are drafting in the Poseidon League, which is awesome. Excited to be here. Our guy Joel Verse is commissioning this league. Shout out to him. Now, next week, it is going to be the Apollo League. So again, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, that is step number one, numero uno. Once you've joined the Discord, obviously make sure you're promo code land annual Mother Flocker member. And then once you've linked your Discord to the Flock site, this Land Leagues tab will be unlocked. And then every single Monday, there'll be a new league, a new chance for you to be a part of the Dynasty Land community drafts. And if you are a new member, please DM me, and I will fast track you into a league the week that you sign up. Sammy, thanks for being here, brother.
Yes, sir.
It's another opportunity for us to look at Dynasty startup drafts and have some fun conversations.
Yeah, super happy to be here. Pumped to get it going. Obviously, it's the new season. We got franchise tags floating out. Javonte Williams signing an extension. Lots to talk about. So, super exciting time of year, and I'm super happy to be here.
I'm glad that you just talked about Javonte Williams because I updated my rankings after that news. And I'll be honest, like we said, look, buying Javonte Williams, there's a risk because if he doesn't go back to Dallas, then, who knows where he could go. The best case scenario is he does come back to Dallas. And then if you buy him, and this was before free agency actually happened, if you buy him, then you might have a top 15 dynasty running back for the next 3 years, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where he's slipped into. Just so you guys know, we will have a real startup draft here. We're about 21 minutes away from that starting. So we'll have this league have a chance to make trades, and then we'll get this real draft started here in about 21 minutes. But I wanted to have a quick conversation about Javonte Williams. This is where my rankings currently stand, Sammy. I put him at RB13. RB13 in Dynasty. He's 25 years old, will be 26 this year. It's a 3-year contract in Dallas. His first year in Dallas, his first year where he can really stay healthy, he averages over 15 points per game, 70% of the snaps. And if Dallas decides to give him the bag, why wouldn't he continue to be the focal point of that offense? Like, we're so concerned about certain running backs that may share, responsibilities in their backfield. He's a part of an elite offense. They worked him like a workhorse last year. Then they decided to give him a big old bag, and he was incredibly efficient doing it, almost 5 yards per carry, best year of his career. I'm putting him around these names. Kyren Williams. I'm more worried about Kyren Williams and Blake Corum than I am whatever Javonte's dealing with. With Ken Walker, I haven't really decided exactly where to land on him because I don't know what his free agency looks like just yet. But I think you could even make the case if you're playing Dynasty in a 3-year window, like, do you want Javonte or the Judkins or the Hendersons of the world? So I'm pretty high on him. I'm curious how high you would be on Javonte Williams at this point after this signing he just had.
Yeah, with the extension, I moved him up to RB16.
Okay.
So I'm close. I think that it's obviously super exciting. Like, he's in that tier with the rest of the free agent guys, right? I have him like around the more competitive assets. Like, I really like Josh Jacobs right now. I have him around there. I think that it was weird. I thought he would get more money, honestly.
Yeah, right.
Like, getting the $8 million a year, like the DeAndre Swift contract.
Yeah.
Kind of confused me.
Sure.
I don't know if that's like a slip up on his part because he's obviously signing before he's gotten the chance to talk to anybody else. Right?
Because but you would have to imagine that the agent knew the market.
You'd think so. You would assume,
this, right?
Exactly.
But we don't know that for sure.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like, 1 year of good production does not get you the same pull on the market as somebody like a Breece Hall who
Yeah.
has shown so much talent, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a situation of he doesn't want to be the last one to sign when nobody needs a running back,
Right.
kind of thing. And the situation's really good for him. Like it makes a lot of sense, and I think that this is one of the best case scenarios for Javonte for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I think this is we said it all offseason. Hey, best case scenario for Javonte Williams is he comes back to Dallas. He stays right where he is, and he has a long-term contract. But I can see what you're saying. Like, hey, the money isn't exactly where we would have wanted it to be necessarily. Someone asked a great question in the chat. Said, "What is the highest rookie pick you would send for Javonte Williams?" And when I think this through, if I'm a contender, I would be comfortable sending like that 106, 107 range is kind of where I was landing. I don't know if you had a different opinion on that, but that's kind of where I stood. Like right outside those guys that you feel comfortable with. It's not the James Cooks of the world, the Marion Hamptons. It's a player that's acquirable that some people are willing to move off of. But, you know, if you're a contender, it's going to be hard to find. I think you're not going to get him for a late first anymore. That's for sure. Like the 110, 111,
No.
that's not realistic.
No, definitely not. And I'm right there with you in between the 106 and the 107. I think that in this class especially, yeah, like if we're looking at this in a 3-year window, I think with a player like Javonte, maybe it like takes a little while to adjust to the fact that this is a good player now. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like because he's just been so bad for so long after being such a good prospect.
Yeah.
And we kind of just got to be like, no, in a 3-year window, this guy is gonna be like a fringe RB1.
You're right there because I mean he had such a promising rookie year and we were so excited. He looked like the North Carolina version of himself, and then it was downhill pretty much every single year. And you know, year after year of disappointment, it's going to lead to a player's trust in the community falling. But he's one of those guys who came out really young. You know, this is not Ramondre Stevenson coming out, and now he's 29 years old. You know, he's still 25, right there around the Breece Hall, Ken Walker type of age. All right, again, if you guys didn't hear, we're going to do a real draft here in about 16, 17 minutes. Shout out to everybody from the Poseidon League. And then earlier I talked to you guys about if you want to get into a live league, we're doing them every single week on the same day, every Monday. You can see the steps here of how to be a part of a live league. And of course, if you sign up to be in a league and you're a new member with the promo code LAND, DM me. I'd be more than happy to fast track you straight into a league that is about to come up. But I want to let you guys know I am doing a giveaway today in honor of us announcing the Apollo League, which is the new league that you can sign up for the upcoming week. The code word for today is Apollo. Okay, so all you have to do to enter today's giveaway is simply like the stream. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is to type Apollo into the chat, and you will officially be entered. And we'll be giving away one of our live team playbooks. As you guys know, live team playbook is just a customized review of your Dynasty team. Basically, you know, me looking at your team, coming up with custom trade ideas and where I would take your Dynasty team myself. So that is going to be on the cards. After we do the startup draft, I also have some playbooks tonight that we're going to get into. Shout out to Mr. T and Willie and Dynasty and M. Reed and Marshawn and Sifo. We will be getting into your playbooks tonight. We got some trades on the deck as well that we'll be looking at. So we've got a jam-packed night. Of course, if you want to get a review in, today is a great day to get a review in. I do have some spots on tonight's stream for you to get your team reviewed. I'll go ahead and paste that in the chat for you. And what I would say is this is the last week of 40 in a week Feb, okay? So a lot of you guys may not know what 40 in a week Feb is. It's basically like a way for me to launch an initiative where I can give back with the community, right? And we've talked about this a lot throughout the last month here in February, but 40 in a week Feb, initially the goal was 40 annual Mother Flocker memberships in a single week. To hit this goal, and I'll do a hair reveal, and then regardless of what happens, I'm going to donate 10% of every membership to A21, which is an organization that focuses on fighting human trafficking. But I've changed it for the last week to be annual Mother Flocker memberships and team playbooks. And the reason I did that is because some of you guys reached out and said, Zach, I want to be a part of it, but like my membership renews in March, or it's already renewed in January or whatever. How do I be a part of it? So the way I extended that is if you want to be a part of the 40 week in a Feb, initiative, then you can either become a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, or you could submit a team playbook, and either of those options, you'll be donating 10% to A21 along with me. Currently at 7 as the week has just begun. Begun. Okay, we've got 13 minutes. I thought it would be a good time to have a conversation about Mr. Rashee Rice before we jump into this draft. I just released a video today, and it's one of my favorite videos to release, honestly, because the comment section is always so reasonable and
of course,
so fair, and so just understanding.
Level-headed, I think, is the word.
Yeah, level-headed and really comprehends
not emotional.
Exactly what I'm trying to convey. So we released a Time to Panic video, and specifically we were talking about Rashee Rice. And I'm not kidding you when I say this. I was planning on releasing that video, and then as soon as I finished recording it, the news about Rashee Rice came out, and I figured, all right, well, I've got to say something about it. So obviously, if you have been living under a rock, you wouldn't know this, but this has been a situation that has been developing. On January 8th, Rashee Rice's ex-girlfriend put out a statement accusing him of some DA. And then we officially saw February 19th that she filed a lawsuit against him for some DA that happened over the course of a 19th-month period. Let me be very clear. I tried to explain this in the video, but we're not going to talk about the moral side of this. We're not going to talk about the ethical side of it. Number one, it's not helpful for Dynasty football. It's not going to help you determine what you should do with Rashee Rice. Number two, that's just like we're trying to separate these worlds, okay? So if you're the person who's like, oh, but there's not enough evidence, and it was just like, okay, I don't care, all right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how this could potentially impact his Dynasty, value. Then we have the best lawyer in the industry, Drew Davenport, who just dropped an absolute banger about the situation, explains
the
how,
goat, for real. The goat.
There's like a difference between civil, suits and everything. And his opinion overall was that he doesn't think that Rice is going to be suspended in 2026. He can't guarantee it. There are situations in the past where civil lawsuits have led to people being in trouble with the NFL. Ezekiel Elliott comes to mind. Antonio Brown comes to mind. So even Drew Davenport would recognize, don't know exactly how the situation's going to pan out. Now, what I was trying to convey on the video was that I think regardless of if there's a suspension or not, there has been enough that has happened for Rashee Rice since he has entered the league to make me say, how confident am I that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to want to build around this guy long term? Because you have to think about it. Rashee Rice is a free agent in 2027. This is the last year of his contract, his rookie contract. Meaning, I feel like he really needed a clean offseason, no injuries, no off-field things that kind of came up. Now, I know this is from the past, right? I know this is not from the last year or anything, but it's concerning to me. Like a well-rounded organization like the Chiefs are about to decide, do we need to look at his past and decide if it's indicative of his future when we decide to pay him over $100 million or not? So I am just overall concerned about the idea that if the Chiefs go out and decide at pick number 9 in the NFL draft, you know what? I don't know how sold we are. Maybe Rashee will be fine off the field. Maybe he won't. Maybe we need to draft Carnell Tate here if he's available. Or maybe this is where we go Mekhi Lemon. Like Mekhi Lemon, yeah. A pick like Mekhi Lemon would tell me a lot, because that is kind of the same role that Rashee Rice currently has for this team.
Yeah,
so, what are your thoughts on it? Because I'm concerned. I am concerned not just about a suspension, but is a team going to want to pay this guy this much money with so much he's already done outside of the football field?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a pure conversation about how the NFL and the Chiefs feel about the PR of this all, right? and this guy is making them look bad. That's why the suspension occurred in the first place. It's that kind of stuff, right? Like, they just don't want. And the Chiefs is a weird one, right? Because I agree with everything you're saying, and I don't. You might remember this better than I do. What was the timeline? I guess I'll just. This is a team that paid Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Right. A lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Notoriously not the best dude. Right.
But was that stuff happening when he was on the Chiefs though? I feel like it was more Miami days. I could be wrong though. Someone remind me.
There was more. Yeah, I don't remember completely. I feel like there was something before though.
Let me chat.
But wasn't like that part of the reason he fell? Like, obviously he wasn't a great prospect, but he also had. I thought there was something that happened.
Well, he was
before.
At a low school.
Yeah, he got dismissed in college.
He was at a really low school,
Berlin.
and he wasn't, if I'm not mistaken, he played a little bit of running back as well. He had some punt return stuff, so he wasn't like a fully polished prospect.
Like for me, I'm not as worried, and maybe I am. I think it's the difference of I'm looking at my rankings right now. Like I'm on the rankings page.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to move it around. I have him at wide receiver 11. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the guys below him. And I'm looking at the reason that they're below him, like the risks that these guys hold, or the reason they aren't higher. And I'm like, I'm trying to weight that, which is a football thing, versus Rashee Rice, which isn't a football thing.
These are Sammy's rankings right here, by the way, guys.
That's the like let's look at the tier below, right?
Yeah.
Brian Thomas has his issues, right? Terrible season. Ted McMillan, I'm worried about the passing volume. Egbuka fell off like crazy. T. Higgins, 27. Chris Olave, Tyler Shuck regression. Garrett Wilson, terrible quarterback. It's like, how do those things compare to the Rashee Rice concerns that the Chiefs want nothing to do with him? With the 9th overall pick, Carnell Tate is a guy that's been kind of swirling in some rumors this past week. Mm-hmm. You mentioned Makai Lemon. Makai Lemon would scare me a hell of a lot more than Carnell Tate would.
Because Tate would complement Rice.
Tate would complement him perfectly. It's a receiver profile that the Chiefs have been dying for who knows how long.
Oh my gosh. When is the last?
I
don't even know the last time they had that. It's probably before the Mahomes era.
Yeah, a good one at least, right? Yeah. So I just think that.
Well, I saw you in the stream when I did my top 50 wide receiver stream last week.
Yes.
And
yes.
It was convenient that the Rice stuff had happened right before that stream took place. I have him at 23.
It's a big tier.
I explained to everyone that, like, when I look at my tiers, I don't care who you have at the top or the bottom of the tier. So, again, like, you should really be viewing this as I view him as, like, wide receiver 15 in this bucket. Like, I don't think Brian Thomas is all worlds way less valuable than a McConkey, Egbuka, and a Dunze. That's why they're all in the same tier, because they're bucketed value. So you want to put Rice at the high. I just think he has the most risk of any player that's in this tier for me. Now, here's the thing. The advice I gave on the stream was, if you have Rashee Rice, then you do not sell him for a second round pick. You don't sell him for like the 111. If you can sell him for a 27 first, sure. Otherwise, you just hold. Because oftentimes, unfortunately, the way that the world works in the NFL is a lot of the legal stuff does get pushed under the rug. But you also have a team with the Kansas City Chiefs who, Kareem Hunt in his prime, rookie Kareem Hunt, who looked like a superstar, they said, nah, you're gone, right? But you've also seen scenarios where they kept, certain players who had off-field issues. So let's play a little experiment real fast, because we have 5 minutes until this draft begins. And the experiment we're going to play is Rashee Rice or, okay? Rashee Rice or. Who are you taking here? And I want to start with a name that you are very high on. Rashee Rice or Brian Thomas. Who are you taking? Who you got?
I'm still taking Rice here.
Okay. I thought this would be interesting because you're higher on Brian Thomas than anyone else on the site.
I am. Gosh, so I don't want to trade for the guy. Like, I do not want to. Like, here's the thing. We have to separate these things. Me saying that he's wide receiver 11 does not mean I want to take, I don't know, like, example, Tedero McMillan. right? I think I'm probably the only one on the site that has Rashee Rice over Ted McMillan.
Right.
I think that's probably safe to assume. I am not taking my Tedero McMillan shares and going to try and get Rashee Rice.
Sure.
If that makes sense. Like,
Sure.
I don't want to do that, even though it could be done, because I don't think this is a player I want to acquire. Maybe that means I should push him. It's so hard. I don't know how to.
Let's do another one and make it harder at a different position. How about Travion Henderson or Rashee Rice?
Rice.
You're gonna go Rice comfortably?
I don't like. I'm not a big fan of Travion. And again, I worry. I'd rather take the shot on the guy who can be a top 5 wide receiver on a season.
Yeah.
With the risk that, yeah. I don't have faith in the NFL to do the right thing. Does that help? Maybe?
Sure. You don't have faith in the NFL to have a moral obligation to do what's right.
Exactly.
Let's look at some real trades that have happened for Rashee Rice in the last couple of days. So if you don't know, on the Flock site, we have a trade finder tool that shows real trades. These are not just like hypotheticals. It's real leagues, thousands of trades a day, thousands. That's why every time someone tells me in a video, there's no way that trade is possible. Well, guess what, buddy? It's just happened in hundreds of leagues today. Okay. Rashee Rice for a 27 first. This is what I said. If you can sell him for a 27 first, it's a mid 27 first. I think you're taking on less risk with that pick, right? But obviously we know what Rashee Rice is capable of. Someone got Brian Thomas and Gadsden for Rice, the 207 and the third. That seems like a reasonable deal. Pittman and a 28 first is interesting. I guess it depends on where that first ends up. I don't love Pittman being the piece.
And for the record, like, if anybody wants to get off of him, like, I have no qualms about that whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, it makes complete sense. It's just, you don't want to deal with this bonehead who's just going to keep being a bonehead.
I would do this in a heartbeat, by the way.
Hampton
for 2 seconds and Rice.
What are we talking about?
Give me Hampton, please. I like that trade a lot.
But the thing is, nobody wants to buy him right now as well. Like, there isn't a more unattractive player on the market. Yeah.
The Zay Flowers deal, I think you're playing it safe. I don't think Zay has the upside of Rashee Rice does, but you're not.
Does not excite me at all.
You're not asking the question like, what is Zay Flowers going to accidentally, drive 170 miles per hour today while going to Walmart?
It's probably not.
Laporta deal, I don't like this Laporta deal. It'd have to be a pretty high tight end premium for me to be in on that.
No. See, that's like a scare. That's the thing. Like, it's like that's just getting out to get out.
Yeah.
And I think maybe my stance on this, and I would like to be, everybody listening, I want to be held accountable for this. Okay.
Okay.
Write it down. Write it down. Okay. Clip this. I'm asking you to clip it. For if any point in time that I don't follow this mantra, but I'm trying to win.
Oh hell yeah, me too, baby.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to win, and Zay, I don't like Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is not gonna win me my league. He's just not. He's not gonna do it. I know he's not gonna do it. Unless you accidentally
started him during this playoffs last year when he went off.
Unless you're playing week 18. If you're playing week 18 fantasy, then Zay Flowers won you your championship. But.
Exactly.
I'm trying to, I want to win, and Rashee Rice could finish as a top 3 wide receiver. Like, it's not like the upside is top 12, right?
100%.
This is a guy who over the past since the bye week in his rookie season, he's averaging like 19.5 points per game.
And to be fair, my biggest buy low all last offseason was Rashee Rice, but I had assumed that he's learned his lesson. He can only be a knucklehead for so long. And now I'm like, I don't know if he did. I don't know if he learned a lesson. I don't know if he learned anything.
But this doesn't change anything. The lesson learned part, you should, if you thought that then, you should still think that, because this was in
the past. Yeah.
What his former partner is suing him for is something that happened before the crash.
And before before the crash as well.
Before the crash. And now she's suing him for it. So maybe he did learn now. Okay, now I got suspended. Now I'm going to fix up. And it just happens that this is happening now.
And his past is catching up to him. But what if there's other things in his past that we don't know about yet?
Maybe there's more. Who knows, right?
I mean, do you remember the photographer at the nightclub?
Yeah.
Oh, that went away real fast. How did that go away so fast? Anything else that went away that we don't know about? Anyway, guys, we appreciate you being here. We are going to jump into a real draft here. I want to give a big shout out to everybody in the Poseidon League. These are all promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker members. We are going to implement 2 things here. First thing we're going to implement is code Cinnamon. Okay,
I
code
got my cinnamon hat on.
And you guys have to hold. I mean, technically I can do whatever the hell I want, but you have to hold Sammy accountable here for code Cinnamon. Hold me accountable, but not at the same level. Okay, you see how I'm.
If I recall, I did really well last week. So.
Yeah. Sammy has to improve, and we've already debriefed after this. We had a post-game interview. I said code Cinnamon was not good last time.
We got to play better and coach better.
Exactly.
And, we're
hey,
hoping
come
to
back better tomorrow.
With that.
The way code Cinnamon works, it's very simple. Okay, basically, because this is a real draft, I want you to think about a real draft scenario, right? Where you're on the board and there's a guy you really want that's about to be available for you, and then if you're in a real draft with your friends, someone yells out their name. And then he goes the pick right before you. No one likes that guy, okay? So code Cinnamon basically means if a player hasn't been drafted yet, let's try to refrain from being like, oh, why the hell is this guy available? Why is this guy available? Why has no one drafted this guy, okay? No one likes that guy in real life. No one likes that guy in a draft like this, okay? So let's apply code Cinnamon here. Sammy gets 3 strikes today. I get 7, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
3?
Next thing we're going to apply here is the land method, okay? LAND, the land drafting method, live, action, negotiation, draft. This is a 90-second clock. Currently it says 3 minutes if Joel can change that. 90-second clock. And what will happen is everybody here who's drafting will have 1 trade window. They have to be on the clock when they call it, and that gives them a 1-minute timer to negotiate the pick that they have, okay? It's not perfect, but it allows you to a little bit of extra comfort room. It gives you 2.5 minutes in total to shop your pick, and it's basically like one time where the entire league knows, if I want this pick, I need to go send this guy an offer, okay? So that's what we're gonna rock with here. Joel did send me the details on this league. I know that it is a 0.75 tight end premium. Okay, so there is a tight end premium to the league.
Oh yeah, I need the link too, eh? I want to be able to...
I'm going to send you this link. It is... okay, so it is a super flex. There are 3 flexes. All right? 0.7 tight end premium, 6-point passing touchdown. And then if they draft the kickers, that's for the rookie picks, obviously. 90 seconds per pick. So that would make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Start 10. Start 10, 0.75 tight end premium, okay? Joel, you can go ahead and let this, we'll go ahead and start whenever you guys are ready. Let's go ahead and hit that start button. Appreciate you, Joel and Rowan, for running these leagues.
Here we go. I'm pumped. This is fun. This is, we get to see, I mentioned this a few times, talking about the real leagues. Mock draft's a mock draft.
Yep.
Who's gonna be able to click the Rashee Rice button? That's what I want to know. Yep. Cinnamon.
Yeah, actually, that's already one. That's one. There has been no. I mean, Cinnamon's per pick right now. You're at 1. You're at 1 cinnamon per pick. Time. That number cannot be high. It just cannot be high.
Here's what we need to do. Can we do a statute of limitations on how far away it is? Like how far away it is from the player's ADP. Like if I'm 4 rounds away, we could I'm not gonna say anything. But what if can I talk about a guy that's going in the 8th round? Nobody's talking about him with the 103.
Why don't you message me privately if you want to talk about someone and I'll tell you if it's okay or not. That's how I'm gonna have to police it from now on. Okay, so wow. This is a super flex league.
Whoa!
But in the first 3
league,
picks,
everybody.
We have no quarterbacks off the board yet. I don't think anyone would have anticipated this start. I haven't seen a start like this personally so far this offseason.
Me neitder.
But it's a fun conversation to have. And guess what? Everyone's saying, F them quarterbacks. Oh my
gosh.
All right? It's going to continue. I want to give a big shout out to Styles here. Being a member on YouTube for 34 months. He says, Cinnamon season, have a great draft gang. I appreciate you being here. What's up, Albert? Welcome in. Matthew's in the building. He says, if he violates code Cinnamon, I will remind him of USA taking gold twice in hockey. Should we talk about it? Should we talk about it?
Dude.
Should we talk about how Canada sucks at the game they invented? I don't know.
Are you a hockey fan at all, Zach?
No, but I will do anything to show my pride in my country when it's convenient.
gosh. Yeah, no, brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Obviously I'm a huge hockey fan. Jersey's behind me. That was rough. That was rough.
Yeah.
You know, it's just with the whole political climate and everything too. It's just like I got all over my timeline. It's bald eagles putting geese in the ground. Man, come on.
Canada needed something. They needed to win, and it felt bigger than hockey, and they didn't get that win, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, let me tell you what. When the Olympics roll around, I feel the most American I've ever felt in my life. All right.
That's what it is. Everybody's coming out the woodshed, Frick.
When the Olympics are not happening, I'm like, yeah, no, I love my home country of America, but I also love Australia, and I love the life that I live here. When the Olympics are on, I'm like, USA, let's fucking go, baby. Like my pride just, goes to a new level, and it's probably the convenience of the fact that I just know we're gonna be top 3. I just know, I'm gonna bandwagon straight on back to my own country. I mean, can't really talk about Australia much in the Winter Olympics.
Not in the winter ones, no. But the rivalry, the Canada-U.S. rivalry for hockey is it's at an all-time peak, and we got the World Cup probably in 2 years. And then Olympics again in 2030. So I'm so glad that, a 12-year wait of best on best at the Olympics finally got it. For Donnie's asking in the chat, who do I think the better team was? I think McKinnon could use a lesson. Dude, if you watch that game, it was very clear who the better, more talented team was.
USA,
okay?
baby. Yep. They just wake up and they just piss excellence.
Clearly. Brutal. I don't want to get into it. We're talking football.
Well, you're currently cinnamon per pick has now dropped drastically to a 0. What would it be? 0.3.
All it took was me talking about a different sport.
Yeah.
Okay, so Drake May and Josh Allen.
We have never. I have never seen a startup like this. I can comfortably say that.
This is wild.
I've never seen a startup like this yet. Doesn't mean that it's the wrong move by anyone. But I've just never seen it. Drake May goes at the 105. Josh Allen at the 106. When was the last time that you guys were in a startup draft where Josh Allen went after the first 3 picks? I couldn't tell you. Maybe it was the year before he broke out.
Part of one. I don't think that I've ever been a part of one. But we talked about this last week with the quarterbacks. Not only are there fewer that are like bona fide first round picks, there's also a lot of guys that have sort of crept up into this potentially, elite range over the last year or so. And
whoa. Oh my gosh, the 101 just went off the board.
We got some shot callers in this draft, and I love to see it.
People
I absolutely
are saying,
love to see it.
You want to see something crazy? Oh my gosh.
Incredible stuff.
Okay, the 101. But that means, okay, but yeah, I mean,
wowza.
So you see what I just did? That was professionalism. I didn't say anyone code cinnamon, and I wanted to so bad, learn from me, okay? We're going to get better as we go. There are so many names I want to talk about right now, but I'm assuming that is Jeremiah Love, which that technically doesn't break code cinnamon because you can't draft him in here. But that's exactly. The 101 coming off the board. I'm assuming.
But watch yourself.
I am being as careful as I possibly can. I'm assuming Jeremiah Love was just the 10th overall pick in a Dynasty startup draft. Ahead of Malik Neighbors, one example, but many other players. My gosh. Y'all better hope that Jeremiah Love ends up being a top 10 pick if you're going to draft him here at the 110 because
I think Daniel Jeremiah released his updated top 50 today. Did you see it?
I did see that it happened. I didn't look at the top 50 yet though.
Okay, guess where Jeremiah Love is?
3 or something.
2.
Okay, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. I think that's more of an indication that this class is not exactly the best.
Well, here's a conversation I've been having. A lot of people are saying top 3 players in the draft are position adjacent. Jeremiah Love, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
Right? Potentially the 3 most devalued positions.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? does that mean that people are going to be more inclined to take those positions higher? Sonny Styles is a guy that's been mocked to your Commanders more than I've
Oh my gosh.
maybe seen
Every time.
any other fit,
Every
right?
time.
So I think that, oh my God, look at the turd. Hampton Genty at
Okay.
the turd.
So Hampton going
draft
ahead of
rocks,
Genty,
dude.
but then ends up going to the
Well,
same team, so basically
yeah.
right at the same spot.
Same pick.
Burrow goes at the 202. I mean, this is like watching the movie Marty Supreme. I have no idea what's coming next. I have no idea what this league is about to do. I genuinely could not tell you who the next pick is. I mean, there's a name in mind.
I can't wait
Lamar
until we get
Jackson
to
just
the-
went at the 204. Like,
Dude. Yeah.
Lamar Jackson just went after Devon Achane, Joe Burrow, the 101. By the way,
Screw them QBs.
oh my gosh, this is wild.
We don't need them. We don't
CeeDee
need
Lamb
them.
at the 205. Wow.
Where do you have Lamar Jackson ranked overall?
Overall, I have him ranked as like a top, I think, 9.
You have him at
pick.
9, yeah. I have him
Yeah.
at 7. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about the bounce back. Mark Ladder here. Daniels Lamar out the gate. Woo.
You know what? Floating says Domain has cooked the market. I heard rumors when I was doing like mock drafts to start the year that, their community has been very anti-quarterback in startup drafts as far as like drafting them high. And honestly, I really love the way that my teams end up looking when I punt quarterback in the first, second round and then go like, one in the third and one in the fifth. But I do think that they've potentially had some influence there. I think that could be very true.
I think I saw something where they were saying they don't feel the need as much to grab their second quarterback as early. But I can tell you right now,
sure.
like I try to consume a lot of content, hear different opinions, right? All that kind of stuff. I don't think that they are telling people to do this.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think they're telling anybody to drop Lamar to the middle of the second round.
Hero QB. I personally think that.
Nathan has Lamar as his 5th overall player, and
Right.
Avery has him at 12. So
Right. Well, if Bush was in the chat, he would say Caleb was the steal of the draft so far at the 209. Yeah.
I was about to say Cinnamon, and I realized that I was looking at the stream and not my board.
Yeah. Caleb goes off the board at the 209 there. I feel like it gets to a point. We always talk about how you have to stay water in a draft. You have to be flexible. And the idea of starting like Daniels, Lamar Jackson is something that I wouldn't have gone into a draft trying to accomplish.
Expecting.
But
Yeah.
if the draft had panned out in this way, I would have I probably would have done the same thing Mark did by drafting those two names to start my draft. So this is a third
It's
round
something that you
reversal.
then you never have to worry about.
Yeah.
After that,
You're good to
right?
go.
And you know what? I'm surprised that the tight ends went so late in this 0.75.
Like the 0.75 premium to see Bowers and McBride. Yeah. Because
I'm
that really
pretty
is
sure
like
in
regular
this format-
premium that they would go.
In this format, McBride outscored Puka last year.
which is insane.
Which is insane.
I can't help but feel like there is some regression for McBride potentially coming, but I don't want to poo-poo on the train. Dart at
There
the
has to be.
301.
Did you see? I can't Cinnamon. Did you see the quarterback that has been rumored to Arizona today?
I did, and I
Yeah.
can't for the life of me understand because I don't understand why that would change.
We
the
have
situation
Kyler Murray at
all.
home. Is what this is.
Okay.
We have Kyler Murray at
That's
home.
already two. It's already two.
Oh,
Who's keeping it?
shit!
Who's tracking this stuff? Dude, is anybody tracking this? I have done fantastic, by the way. I haven't had Code Cinnamon one time. This guy, we barely got through 2 rounds, and he already has 2 strikes.
I did so good to not say the first name, and then my
you
joke.
just-
I killed it with the joke.
Brutal. What's up, Ryan? Welcome in. Yes, we are doing a giveaway today, guys. If you want to enter for today's giveaway, we'll see how long Sammy's even with us. He might be kicked
Thank
off
you,
the stream
Rowan.
before we even
Rowan's
get to
got
this.
me.
But if you guys want to enter today's giveaway, it's very simple. All you have to do to win a live team playbook is simply like the stream. Step number 1, like the stream. Step number 2, type Apollo in the chat. That is the code word today to be entered to win a live team playbook. And the reason we are using the code word Apollo is because for all of our promo code LAND annual Motherflocker members, we just announced a brand new league that will be raffled off Thursday night. Every single Monday, we will be doing a real Dynasty Startup Draft for the LAND community. And every single Thursday, we will have a raffling for that league. And every single Monday, you'll be able to enter for a new league, right? So the Apollo League is out. Again, if you want to enter a LAND community league, the steps are very simple. You become a promo code LAND annual Motherflocker member. You sync your Discord. Then you'll get access to the LAND Leagues tab. Every single Monday, you'll be able to submit on the form. It's a new form every week. And then every single Thursday night, you'll have a chance to be a part of a new league. And by the way, if you become a member for the first time on today's stream or in the future, or you're watching this later on, please DM me on Discord. I'd love to fast track you into the next league because ultimately I want everyone to be a part of a good league. That's the entire point of these leagues, right? It's why I brought on both Rowan and Joel to run them, paying them to run these leagues to make sure that they're high quality leagues that are worth you investing your time in. It's been one of the most requested parts of the community that you guys have wanted, and we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're doing it, Red Band. We're really doing it.
We have a trade window, it seems.
There is a trade window on the clock. So basically what's happening right now is Mark is shopping the 304. Everybody in the league has a chance to send Mark an offer right now. And we are starting to see that run of quarterbacks. All right. And maybe Mark's thinking,
Mark
hey,
doesn't need one.
Does anybody want to grab a quarterback here? Okay. Because the Dart, it went Hurts at the 212. Then we had the third round reversal. Then Dart, Lawrence, Herbert. All four of those guys going off the board. Can I ask you about Trevor Lawrence? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad pick. Do you feel comfortable taking him here? I don't know why. He had such a good year. He's got Liam Cohen. They've got great weaponry around him. But I still find it uncomfortable taking him this high in a startup draft. I don't know if it's just me or if I haven't adjusted well enough.
I have him ranked as in like the late third. But I think this is perfectly fine. You know, I don't necessarily think that we should expect what we saw in the back half to continue necessarily. But I love the ecosystem, and I think he is so talented.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is an offense that I'm happy to have the quarterback on long term.
Yeah. It's funny because I mean, I'm looking at my rankings. I have him ranked at like 29th overall, but he's in a tier where he can be as low as 36.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's expert consensus. I was going to say, like, that feels high compared to what I just said. I don't really love tiers for, like, overall purposes. But I've got him ranked at 30. So, yeah, pretty much same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not, like, I don't think it's a crazy pick. I just find it, like, for some reason, I can't really explain why. But there's, like, this mental aspect to it where I'm like, am I really going to make the pick here? You know? Let's take a second and give a big shout out to Will. Who,
Heck yeah.
Just donated a $50 super chat. That's insane. Says, putting in good work. Keep up the grind. I appreciate the love, man. That's far too kind, man. Way far too kind. Thanks for being here. Thanks for showing some love. Do you have a Dynasty question we can answer? let me know.
Throw something in the chat, Will. Yeah. Please.
Let's get you some value for that $50.
Real quick, Connor is asking about my Nashville fandom.
Yes.
Being Canadian, I figure I'll say this once because this will be a question that I will get forever.
He'll say this once, but he will send him in twice through 2 rounds. Go ahead.
I'll send him in 3 times while I do the explanation. Actually, don't tempt me. So I live in Ottawa, and in Canada, and we have a hockey team here.
Sorry, just want to start off by saying that.
Don't apologize. I love it here. This place is great. It's cold, but I like it. I live in Ottawa, and we have a hockey team here, the Senators. When I was a kid, my favorite player was a guy named Mike Fisher. When I was like 7 years old, he became a Nashville Predator. And, as a 7-year-old, you have no loyalty. So I just followed my favorite player, became a Predators fan instead of a Sens fan. And then when I got into the NFL, I had no reason to be a fan of any team. So I just chose the team in the same city.
Yeah.
And biggest mistake of my life, really, honestly. But the 102 came off the board of the 306.
102 came off the board of 306, and this like I said, and anybody who has watched the movie Marty Supreme would understand the reference. I feel like I'm watching the movie Marty Supreme because I had no idea what the hell was coming next. Every single scene in that movie, I love that movie. it's exactly how I feel about this draft. Not a chance I thought that Josh Allen would go at the 106 or the 101 at the 110 or Hampton at the 112. It's just, I have no idea what's happening next. And then we've got Team 5, who you can't fault them in a 0.7 tight end premium.
I don't blame them at all.
Going Loveland here. At the same time, they've got 2 tight ends through 3 rounds. So from a team construction perspective, it'll be really interesting to see how they build it out. Clearly,
he's going to have
he's
the
kind of
best
viewing it
number
as
one
like,
flex in the league.
How can I not draft Loveland here? So I understand where he's coming from. Oh my gosh,
well, you know what? He gets a phenomenal flex option, as well as, tight end. I think it's a lot of, you against your opponent on a weekly basis. We don't think a ton about matchups and the season and the offseason, but knowing that takes away a top 3 dynasty tight end from one of these other rosters that are going to be trying to compete. Right. I get it. Oftentimes, you know what I've realized? When I go tight end high in a startup, the year after, when I'm trying to get value elsewhere, the first thing I look to do is downgrade Bowers or downgrade McBride.
That's fair.
That's what I've found, and so I've pushed them down my dynasty rankings a little bit.
Although I will say
that
a lot of these young tight ends, sometimes we prop them up too early. And we say we learned our lessons, and then we don't. Sam Laporta. I mean, if you sold Brock Bowers this time last offseason, you couldn't get the same value today that you got for him then. That doesn't mean that he's less valuable.
No.
Doesn't mean he'll have a lower point per game outcome for his career, but it's just sometimes we crown these guys a little too early. I'm not saying that that's the case with Loveland. In a 0.7 tight end premium, I think this is like completely reasonable. Other things to note, despite not having a quarterback through the first 2 rounds, ESR ends up with Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback 1 at the 305.
Wow.
I think that's an incredible start from him to go the Amon-Ra Lamb start. I am a pretty big fan of it. We also need to note that the 102 goes at the 306 here to Commissioner Joel. I kind of want Joel to change his name to Gordon so I can call him Commissioner Gordon. No, Commissioner Joel is fine. But Commissioner Joel goes with the 102. So that puts the 102 ahead of Loveland, and a tight end premium like this was a little surprising. Names like Olave and, some of these quarterbacks. And someone did ask the question.
Fear here, maybe?
Lil George Pickens at the 309. Someone asked the question, why is the board going from right to left? That's what we call a 3rd round reversal. So in order to not make the top end of the draft board so overpowered, the 3rd round reversal means after the 212, the board flips to the opposite side. And it kind of helps the later first round picks still, not feel like you're catching up from behind, if that makes sense.
Through 2 drafts, Zach, what do you think about that? Because I've had some conversations with just some people that I play in leagues with talking about how maybe it's not necessary this offseason as much as it has been previously, right? Because, I don't know, I guess there is a fall off, right? But I think maybe it's a little later.
Well,
it's closer to the 109 instead of the 104.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess okay, so let's look at the first 2 rounds for a second. So team 12, let's say hypothetically they end up with Lamar Jackson, Ashton Genty. That's really not that far off in value from maybe Josh Allen.
Bijan Hurts?
But yeah, exactly. Bijan Hurts.
Right?
That's really not that far off.
I
have said this publicly that in a 3rd round reversal, I prefer to be on the back half of the board.
Absolutely, me too. Especially when the quarterbacks are being pushed down and all this. I don't know. Maybe it's something that we look at after a few drafts, seeing how it works out. Regardless, it's 12
thoughts.
Picks in the 3rd round. Yeah, it's 12 picks in the 3rd round. It doesn't make a huge difference either way.
Yeah. It does feel
yeah.
significant though in the 3rd, what's available at the 312 compared to what's available at the 301. To me,
I do agree.
I don't know, Dart or Jalen Hurts was almost there. McBride, McMillan, these guys were almost available. Compared to the Bo Nixes of the world, the Purdys, the Taylors, it does feel like a significant difference in the beginning and the end of that 3rd round.
Yeah, and it's just whether or not the back of the board has earned getting the better picks there.
Yeah, so it is an interesting conversation, honestly. A lot of different.
Maybe it just needs maybe it needs to drop around. Maybe it needs to be a 4th round.
A 4th round reversal. Well, that wouldn't work because then you're giving it again to the 101. right?
No. Oh. Oh, well, because the third would be the other way.
Yeah, right. Because the third would then go.
So it would go.
Yeah, you'd be giving the 401 back
Yeah.
to the
So it would
fifth
have to
round?
be 5. It'd
Fifth
have to
round
be an
reversal?
odd. Yeah.
fifth round reversal. Yeah, that might be a happy medium.
Doesn't roll
ground,
off the
and then
tongue.
it becomes, but then that could become like a standard, maybe. I don't know. Lions Den really wants to know about Efton Chisholm. I've been trying to keep up with the chat as much as I can. So many questions. I feel like that this is the most important one. What do you think?
I think Code Cinnamon is what I think.
Damn it. You know what?
Yeah,
Lions Den was purposely
Be your own
planted
people.
in the chat.
He baited you.
This
Zach, let me
is-
tell you something. Zach,
This
that's
is
my
the
burner,
CPP.
actually.
All
That's
right.
my burner.
Oh my god.
Lions Den is my second account.
Yep.
I got you.
This
Got your
guy
ass.
is planted by the government, and this was it was a plot to make me fail. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh, and Lee Bobbin calling you out. We missed one. You mentioned a certain Detroit Lions tight end earlier.
Don't remember it. Don't remember.
You know what?
that.
Zaya's flying makes a good point. I do think that, it's all very funny. But if it's not related to the draft,
I mean, who knows? Maybe now that player that I just mentioned does go at the 409. Who are we to say? We don't know what the future holds.
We don't know what's going to happen
Did you
in this
expect
draft.
Josh
You are
Allen to
right.
be available at the 106? Did you expect
You know what I love?
the 101
You know
to
what
go
I
at
love?
the 110?
Pass rap's my favorite because Chase Brown over Breece Hall, that feels like my spirit animal right there, those two picks. I love that.
You agree with Chase Brown over Breece Hall is what you're saying?
I do.
Okay. Interesting.
I do.
I know that there's talks about an extension for Chase Brown. I just can't for the life of me understand how that actually works. How in the hell are you actually going to extend Chase Brown?
Well,
with
they don't pay him a lot is how it
Burrow,
happens.
Higgins and Chase.
Does he get more than Javonte?
Let me ask you this question, Sammy. If you had to rank the teams, all teams in the NFL, and the way that they're currently set up, and who can afford to pay a running back, who would be the team that you would place at the very bottom of your ranks?
Well, see, Zach, this is the thing. You forget that I'm smart and the Bengals aren't.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
that was
you're
my
absolutely right.
assumption there.
Well, okay, but look at it this way: are the Cowboys going to pay Pickens? Because if the Cowboys pay Pickens, then he is immediately they are immediately just the Bengals of the AFC.
Yeah,
big quarterback contract, 2 big wide receiver contracts, and they just signed their running back. So I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like they are probably the team, which we don't know. We don't know if they're going to tag Pickens. We don't know if they're going to extend him. Maybe they tag and trade him. Maybe it's a transition.
It said
tag.
that I think that it's him and then a certain super young, forever young tight end that are both basically confirmed to be getting the tag.
Yeah, right. I've heard similar rumors about said.
And it's tough. I think that we have another trade window.
Z Chardonnay, if you guys want the 411, if you're
Chardonnay.
drafting right now in the Poseidon League and you want the 411, now is the time to
Come get it.
Send your offers in.
Okay. Get it.
I think if Chase Brown were to get the contract that Javonte Williams had and Breece stays in New York, I would feel really comfortable putting Chase ahead of him just because of the situation that they're both in. However, if the opposite were to occur, the Browns can't afford to keep Chase Brown, and no one values him enough to pay him a big-time contract, and then he walks to free agency, and Breece Hall goes to a different team. It's a transition tag instead of the franchise tag. I think I would say pretty comfortably we'll regret that.
Yeah, it depends on where Breece goes, right? And I think that I don't know. I feel like the risk is really high that the Jets just hold him hostage.
Yeah.
And that would suck. Like, how far in your rankings does he fall if he's a Jet?
If he's a Jet, probably. I mean, are you telling me he's on a franchise tag or he's a long-term Jet?
He signs a 3-year extension.
Oh, we just had a big trade go down. 3-year extension.
Oh, big trade.
I would probably probably put him around 17, 18.
It's
That's
bad,
probably where I
dude.
would put
It's
him.
bad.
Yeah.
You hate so pass rap, I believe, unless there's any future picks involved here. Maybe Joel can get us the information on that. It looks like pass rap gets the 411 and the 512, and he sends away his 6th, 7th, and 8th round pick. So he nice. That's 2 cinnamons, by the way. For everybody counting. So he sends away 3 picks, gets 2 picks higher on the board. In a start 10, depth is important, especially for a guy that has 2 tight ends already. But we'll see how it goes for him. I like the aggressiveness. He takes Dak with the first pick. The 105 is off the board. Now, I want to talk to. It seems like I don't fully remember where you stood on the 3 wide receivers. It seems like Jordan Tyson has kind of fallen behind this Lemon Tate Mendoza tier.
Consensus wise, yeah.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. I'm not changing my opinion yet. Not that I'm like hard nosed and I'm never gonna change. Like, really, the reason for me to make changes is not even the combine so much. What I look for in the combine, which will be this week, is I hope to like have my opinions confirmed, rather than Xavier Worthy ran a 4.2 whatever. Now he's got to be higher. Like, you know what I mean? That's not the way I operate.
We knew he was fast.
Right, exactly. This time last year, Luther Burden was my wide receiver 1. That didn't change until the NFL draft because of historical hit rate data.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that
so I don't have a reason to
for me,
change on Tyson yet.
For me, the only thing that changes is if the talk after the combine where they do the medicals, if all the mock drafts, like the immediately post combine mock drafts, are Tyson in the 20s and Lemon and Tate are still comfortably top 15,
right?
Then that's when I'm like, okay, like this guy is probably going to be the 105.
Yeah.
But Rashee Rice off the board. Pass rap is shooting for the moon here. I mean, Drake May, Brock Bowers, Colston Loveland, Chase Brown, and then he gets Dak and Rice. Sorry,
I just looked at my rankings. I realized I do have Lemon at 2, Tyson at 3. I don't know when that happened. I rewatched a couple of them 2 weeks ago.
Lemon needs to be 190 or 195. That's all I want to see. If he comes in at 180, I'm gonna be a little scared. Because that's when you get the like this guy can't survive on the outside kind of talk.
Yeah, sure. Which I don't know if you watch Matt Harmon.
Love Matt Harmon. I was listening to Pod today.
Right, like everybody loves Matt Harmon in this space, and rightfully so. Like he should be loved. He was talking about things that he was looking for at the combine, and one of the things that he mentioned was Mekhi Lemon's height and weight, which to me, like watching Mekhi Lemon, I don't see like a 180 player. He doesn't seem 180. He seems pretty.
No, he
seems
doesn't.
like a good weight, a good size on him.
Yeah.
Not that he's gonna be 6'3" and 205, but I believe the weight that's listed. Maybe it's 5'10" instead of 5'11". I could see 5'10", 190 instead of 5'11", 195 is what it's currently listed at.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see that Jeremiah Love is supposed to run the 40?
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
I tweeted. I was like, this kind of means he's gonna burn, right?
You would think so, right?
Why else would he run it? Why would he run it if he's not running a 4?
Well, he has nothing. Even more than Genty, has nothing to gain.
Well, this is the thing. Genty was a guy who, the long speed isn't necessarily the draw for him.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
It's not his best trait.
It wouldn't be something that you would start off talking about what you love about the player.
Exactly. Whereas Jeremiah Love, it's more on that level.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just think like this means he's gonna burn. Why else would he? He's literally being mocked in the top 10 every single mock draft.
Yeah, I mean, you watch this film. I mean, he's gonna. I'd be shocked if he runs lower than a 4.4 flat. I would probably say 4.38, is what it feels like. He'll be in that range. And it's weird, though, because if I was his agent, and clearly I'm not, and maybe I'd be a terrible agent, but I don't see a reason to tell him to run. Like, you have nothing to gain.
No.
So this is...
I completely agree.
This is the trade that went down, by the way, the official trade that went down. So what ended up happening is PassWrap got the 411 and the 502, as well as the 2611. 1738. Yeah, baby. That was thrown in there. And then Z Chardonnay got back the 605, the 708, and the 805. So the way I'm viewing this one personally is, I mean, really, I'm not obsessed with this trade for Chardonnay, if I'm 100% honest with you. I'm not saying it's the wrong move. We'll see how it pans out. Maybe the board goes in the right way, but you're essentially getting an additional 8th. I guess it depends on what's available in that 8th round. I just think you're moving back pretty significantly here. Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
Yeah, he probably sees that what is it? If we're looking at the 4-5 turn compared to the 6-5, that's like a round and a half, right?
Yeah.
He probably sees the teardrop there to not be huge, right? And so now he gets a 3rd player.
And look, if he ends up with something awesome at the 6-5 and the 7-8 here, I'll eat my word. Eat my words here, because he could be playing chess while I'm playing checkers. But
I do think potentially you could get some more value, though.
Dak and Rice. So through 5 rounds.
And he kept his 5-8. He kept his 5-8 too.
Kept his 5-8, yeah. Yeah, wait, why wasn't the 5-8 involved there? I don't know. But look, this is his team so far through 5 rounds. May, Dak, that's a great one too at quarterback. Brown, McCaffrey, he's definitely trying to go out there and win right now. Rice at wide receiver 1, there's a lot of risk reward there. I mean, I think T. Higgins would, if you're trying to compete right now, probably would have been safer, who went off the board 2 picks later. But then he's going to start Bowers and Loveland. He only needs to put together 3 more flex spots. We'll see what he does to make it happen. But, yeah, look, I'm not saying Chardonnay made the wrong pick here. I'm just really interested to see how this pans out. But it's tough.
Chardonnay's got...
You get no future draft capital, and you only have 3 players through the first 5.5 rounds, or 6.
Exactly, but now Chardonnay gets 6 picks in these next 3. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he builds out this team with these 6 selections in the 6th, 7th,
and let's be
and
honest,
8th
the
round.
2611 is Efton Chisholm. You can't double
Let's
Cinnamon.
talk about him.
You can't double Cinnamon,
talk about him.
right? Because once you already Cinnamon, it's like, oh, I talked about
It's
it.
over.
It's not a recurring
He's already
Cinnamon.
off the board, basically.
So I would say that's probably
Here's
Efton
the
Chisholm.
thing.
That might be the difference maker there.
For Lions Den, who wants to know about Efton Chisholm, I think Cinnamon might not apply here because I don't know if he gets drafted. Does Efton Chisholm get drafted in 26 rounds?
Oh, yeah. 2611, you can basically Sharpie that in.
Oh, yeah, just for the bit, honestly. But yeah, no, I don't think. I mean, what is there to be excited about?
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about Efton Chisholm outside of, like, it was a fun story. Yeah. Don't really see him being a big part of an offense, but I could be wrong. On the year, he had a couple games to end the year where he made some noise. That was, like week 17? I believe he had a touchdown, 2 catches, 40 yards, and a touchdown versus the Jets. Okay. I don't know. Just seems like a glue locker guy rather than a someone that you're
sneaky
like really
athletic,
excited.
maybe I would say.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look at him. Let me look at what he looks like. One second.
That'll tell you everything you need to know. Honestly,
you said sneaky athletic.
Sneaky athletic is what he makes me.
Oh
think.
Yeah.
Immediately.
I can see sneaky athletic.
Yeah, you don't need anything else.
I can see that. Yeah, that's a fair call. Okay, so Chardonnay's up on the board, by the way. Okay, let's talk about some of these picks that have just happened. I mean, Bo Nix goes in at the 4-2. I like the value personally of a Bo Nix there. We do end up seeing the 103 go ahead of Lab McConkey, which is kind of where the range is. Also ahead of Emeka Egbuka. A little bit surprised by that personally. I'm not saying that's the wrong move, but I thought Egbuka might go higher than the 103. I like the pick by Joel there at the 407. Bucky at the 408, then the 104 comes off the board. Tyler Warren in this tight end premium, and Harold Fannin off the board here. In the first top 450 or whatever picks ends up being, is that 60 picks or whatever. Dak Prescott, the 411. Then we have the 105. Remember, that's the 105 there at the 412. So we'll monitor how this class kind of looks. Harold Fannin, the big story we talked about to begin the draft is, hey, where is Rashee Rice going to get drafted? Well, in this world, he goes at the 5-2. I would argue that if you're going to play like this idea of what can you trade Rashee Rice for, I don't personally think in every league you can trade Rashee Rice for T. Higgins, for Brian Thomas, for Roma Dunze, for Henderson, or all of these guys that went after him. I don't think you can do that in every league. In fact, in most leagues, I think people would prefer those names over him. So there's some risk being assumed there.
I think it's completely just dependent on the manager who has that other name and how he feels about it. Like there are some guys that just won't trade for Rice no matter the price.
Right.
I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. By the way, Z Chardonnay starting off incredibly with this 6th round pick. Yep. Jameson Williams, love it. Lap it up for him.
I do love Jameson Williams, and he's about to have another pick available here, so I'm not going to be too harsh on him. And I hope he doesn't take it as like I'm being harsh on him either. It's just we have to have conversations, right?
We said if you're going to be in these leagues, you got to be ready to be on display here.
You have to be into public humiliation.
Yeah. What
it's got to be a thing for you.
Are these quarterbacks? These quarterbacks are going a little later than they did last week. Jordan Love last week, for reference, was the 5-4.
Okay.
Baker Mayfield was the 5-9, so that's about the same. And Jared Goff was the 6-7. Jared Goff in the same spot 2 weeks in a row.
Well, I just want to take a second. And yes, I pay him to run these leagues. Yes, he's been a member for a long time, but I want to give some props to Joel here. I mean, he's having one hell of a draft. Didn't go quarterback until the 5th round. Still ends up with Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff. Has a wide receiver room of Puka, Jefferson, Egbuka. Who knows what he does with that 102? I think he's having an absolute killer draft. ESRJ, one of the players we talked about to begin the show was Javonte Williams. And obviously him signing the long-term deal in Dallas and how great that is for his dynasty.
Oh, I love this draft.
Him going at the 608, I mean...
ESRJ.
So hot, yeah.
Brian Thomas, the 5-5. Ooh.
You think that's a value?
Zach, I have him ranked like top 30.
That's true. I'm more saying like I saw that pick and I thought, yeah, I would make that pick, but I wasn't like,
nah. He's my 36th overall player, so yes, that's in my opinion, that's an incredible value. I am literally like I'm trying to buy him in every single one of my leagues right now.
Yeah. Well, I like to start for ESRJ as well.
I just bought him in. I bought him in Bravo this week.
Yeah. Who did you rip off this time?
Let's see. Don't do that, man. Come on. You know that's not me. You know that's not me. I traded.
No. Let's see
what the chat thinks. Chat. I traded Amika Egbuka, the 112, and George Kittle for Brian Thomas in the 105.
I mean, I saw that trade and I thought, how has he done that? How's he done that then?
I've been wheeling and dealing in this league, by the way.
Yeah, you've been taking advantage of a lot of people. I'm just kidding. But no, like honestly, I was shocked that you were able to get a deal like this done.
Dude, people hate Brian Thomas. Like, this is insane.
To me,
like, I can't believe I got this value.
Brian Thomas and the 105 are close in value. And I also felt like Egbuka was close in that range. Those three assets all felt close in value. Thomas, the 105, and Egbuka. I didn't really feel like Kittle and the 112 was enough to close that gap for me. So this guy, I mean, be careful. If you go want to get into any league with Sammy this offseason, just know he's going to try and take advantage of you.
Relax.
Damn. He's building.
By the way, we just had
building up.
We just had.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tyler Shuck come off the board
at the 703. You see how Sammy was trying. That was a PR move from him. It's like, actually, you're not going to ruin my reputation on this live stream. Watch this. Tyler Shuck.
Attention. Distract.
Okay. Who went at the 7-1?
That's the one. Whoa. Okay. This is. How quickly can we Photoshop this pic?
That has got to. I mean, that's just.
We don't need this.
That's intentional.
He took Harry Potter first. He takes Harry Potter at the 412.
Okay. Okay, CJ Stroud at the 705, Tyler Shuck at the 703. Jacobs in the 7th feels wrong, but I actually understand why he's going so late. But Chardonnay,
Dude, he was so good before the injury.
he was so good before the injury. And I don't see, I like this narrative that they're going to cut him. I don't believe it, but
Josh, why would they? Why? I don't know. Matt LaFleur is too much of a egomaniac to cut Josh.
the
Jacobs.
way that this offense runs, it's so heavy through the run game. I'd be shocked, but it could happen before. Okay, so we're about to really see the meat. We're about to see Chardonnay's meat here.
The crazy
of this trade.
Whoa. The crazy gap between the 105 and the 106 here.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
this
what
is
did it
what
end up
this
being?
is. It's 2 rounds basically. The 412 was the 105,
Yeah,
and the 106 goes at the 7-1. So it's 2 rounds.
yeah, okay. So same team.
And then the 107, Joel gets it at the 706. CJ Stroud behind Tyler Shuck. Have we gone a little? Which way is this crazy?
I don't think it's crazy. I think it's reasonable based off of what you saw from Shuck to end the year. But I'm not saying that you have to go Shuck, but when I look at
Z
my
Chardonnay.
tiers, I'm fine with whatever decision you make there. I look at my tier, I have Stroud at quarterback 19, Shuck at quarterback 20. So
Yeah, okay.
I don't care which way you go, honestly.
I think I'm close to that probably. What am I looking at? Okay, no, I mean I got Shuck at 21 and I got Stroud at 18. So I'm a little Z Chardonnay, by the way, I got a quick shout out. Cooking. My guy Michael Wilson. I mean, this is a phenomenal draft. This is just a phenomenal draft.
I could not disagree more.
I tweeted the other day, I said I think I'm going to be Michael Wilson over Marv in 2026, and I am so excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, well, I just bought Marvin in a league, so now I'm officially
What did you
gonna
pay?
say
I'm
I
actually
believe it.
interested to see. What did you pay?
Yeah, so this was the Echo League. I am the reigning champion, and
you clearly don't want to repeat.
I want to repeat, and I also want to not be so invested in George Pickens because I have George Pickens like everywhere. I don't know if you guys remember the draft that came when George Pickens came out. I mean, I was writing love letters to George Pickens like on a weekly basis.
And then you never sold him because you just were so
sold him
so
because
in
I
love
was
with him.
so in love with like the player. But now that he's had like one of his best year by far with Dallas.
Yeah.
Just because
I want
to have some opportunities in some leagues where I play the scenario if he's not a Cowboy long term. And that's pretty much exactly what I did.
Well, and you have Lamb on this team.
I have Lamb on this team. So I sold Pickens and the 202 this year and a 28 second for Marvin, the 107 and a 28 first. And I'm not even a big Marvin Harrison guy going forward. I think ultimately what my...
Now you are.
Yeah, right? Like, Team Marvin. But honestly, my thing with the Cardinal wide receiver room is I don't really care. I think we're asking the wrong question is what I need to say. You're not really asking the right question when you say, well, Marv or Michael Wilson. I don't think that's the right question.
Is any of them? Yeah.
Exactly. I think the right question is
yeah.
Is the wide receiver 2 in this offense really valuable? Because let's be honest, Trey McBride's the number 1 weapon there. Okay, that's not going to change. So is the number 2 weapon when there is regression to the mean of this like throw the ball at every single snap when you have to as a Cardinals? Is that a top 20 wide receiver? I don't know. I don't know the answer because again, you look at the Cardinals last year. And I don't know if I've talked with you on the stream about this, Sammy, but Jacoby Brissett was throwing over 40 passing attempts a game.
He paced for 700 pass attempts, which is
not only
obviously
that, but he paced a 17-game pace. He was on track to finish top 6 all-time in passing attempts in any season.
Yeah.
For the entire NFL, right? Ahead of Peyton Manning in 2010.
Which is why the Trey McBride regression conversation is going to be a big one as well. And I think that, I don't know. I just feel like regardless, obviously we talked about the potential quarterback who was rumored there today.
Yeah.
Who is a little bit taller than their current quarterback.
A little bit, but kind of the same thing.
Couple inches.
Putting lipstick on a pig.
I hear you. I hear that can go a long way.
Yeah.
But in this case, I just I don't know, man. I just think Marv just might not be good. Maybe. I just think he might not be good.
That's Ben's opinion in the chat. He says Wilson is just better than Marvin Harrison. And look, I hear
Call-
where you guys are coming from, but again, I'm asking the question: does it even matter?
Yeah, it might not matter at all. Exactly.
Are we sure
You're
it matters?
absolutely right. It might not matter at all, and I hope it does. I hope it's like an old gunslinger that ends up there instead of
Like Joe Flacco.
instead of adding a couple inches onto number one.
Yeah. You know what? That's on the edge, but I'll allow it.
Recently franchise tagged Kyle Pitts goes at the 7-11. One pick after Travis Hunter.
Now, was that official, or I thought that was a report that it was going to happen? Did it actually happen?
Yeah, no. It's a report that it's gonna happen.
Okay,
It's the same
okay.
thing with Pickens. It's that they plan to tag Kyle Pitts.
Okay, that makes sense.
But
Yeah, I mean,
that's disappointing, honestly, in my opinion.
you would rather him go somewhere else other than Atlanta.
Pitts, 100%. I think that what is Penix gonna provide as a passer
I think they're gonna bring in a
coming off the
veteran to
ACL
compete with
tear?
him.
Yeah, but then why not just keep Kirk? I guess the money.
Yeah, and
But are they
just think-
saving that much? He wants
I
to
don't know
start
the
somewhere.
answer
They're
to that,
doing right
honestly.
by him potentially.
Yeah, I think it's more like trying to do right by someone as an organization. Some people care about that more because long term, when guys around the league are talking, they're saying, "Hey, man, you've been to Atlanta before. What do you think? What do you think about how they handled everything?" Well, it was a shit situation, but I will say they allowed me to do, X, Y, Z.
Yes, exactly. And
did
if he
right by
wanted out, then sure. But if you're saying that they're going to bring in a vet to compete, why wouldn't Kirk want to do that? Especially with Kevin Stefanski, who he has a relationship with.
Can I show you one of the most concerning things about Kyle Pitts?
The fact that like 23% of his points came in one game.
That is definitely a concern. But what if we just talk about when Drake London was healthy and when he wasn't? Because this is the split.
Scary hours.
When Drake London was healthy and on the field, 12 games this year. And Kyle Pitts averaged 9.6 PPR points per game. 42 receiving yards. And the 5-game stretch where Drake London wasn't there, Kyle Pitts was averaging 19 points per game. But can I just remind you, who the hell were they going to throw the ball to? David Sills?
Yeah, and Zach, this 19 points per game, this is insane, okay? 19 points per game in 5 games, right? Okay? So we're looking at, about 100 points?
Yeah.
A little under that?
Yeah, quick math. I'm pretty good at that.
Half of those came in one game.
Right. Which was
He scored 45 points.
40 bomb, yeah.
45 points on my head in the Flock League, which I overcame, by the way.
You barely
People don't
got out
forget.
of. I mean, this is concerning to me. I think Drake London's clearly the number one there. You're right. Some of that late game stuff. I mean, it's fair because he showed what he's capable of. But even a lot of people miss this. The coach came out and said, "Hey, Drake London isn't here. Kyle Pitts is playing the Drake London role, and when Drake London's back, it won't be the same."
I just think, I'm not super excited about Kyle Pitts. I would have been more excited elsewhere, right? Because if he's a Chief, okay, all of a sudden it's, if a team pays him a lot to bring him in, then you're excited about his potential role in that offense. But now, the Falcons are franchise tagging him. Who even knows if they get an extension done?
Yeah.
Right? The franchise tag.
Stefanski's a fair counterpoint. A lot of people are talking about this. Stefanski coming in, obviously history with the tight end.
Again, though, I don't am I excited about the Michael Penix passing volume coming off an ACL tear again? Do we even think that?
Okay, let's say hypothetically they bring in Joe Flacco as a backup. Then you got to be somewhat optimistic.
Exactly, but I think that it's a short-term thing. That's a redraft excitement for me, not a dynasty excitement. I
think that's a fair counter there. Okay, so
yeah.
we can finally see what the trade looked like for Chardonnay. I mean, let's be honest, the 26-11 is really not going to matter. No. So this is what the trade ended up being. Essentially, Peace Rap got Dak Prescott and Rashee Rice. Let's call that. That's basically what he got. Dak Prescott and Rashee Rice. Chardonnay got back Jameson Williams, Michael Wilson, Sam Darnold. And I got to be honest with you. I don't love the return. I love Jameson Williams, but I think at this point, maybe if you went Jared Goff there, I would have been more excited. Well, you already have 2 quarterbacks. This is the tough part about drafting those quarterbacks too early as well.
I don't think we needed to go Darnold there.
Darnold at the 8-5 is tough. Also, the 7-8, maybe it's just me because I'm not like a guy who's like actively buying Michael Wilson. I don't know. I'm not in love with the
This
move.
is also like market value, I think. And I think that, I like Michael Wilson a little below that. Sure. But realistically, I think that the team that we've built here is, I really like the Jameson, Kyron, and Jacobs pick. I do. Yeah. And I like the Michael Wilson pick. I do. Z Chardonnay knows how valuable quarterbacks become. Mm-hmm. People get injuries. Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. So Ricky Pearsall's a weird one. He didn't even take him.
His starting lineup now, by the way: Burrow, Lawrence, Kyron, Jacobs, Neighbors, Jameson, something at tight end, and then they need to start 3 more in this. And he's got 3 more. He's got Wilson, Myers,
Michael Wilson,
I guess
Ayuk. Another bonehead.
It's not a bad draft. It's just I probably wouldn't have operated in that way.
Brandon Ayuk is on his who was that edge rusher for the Cardinals and then the Raiders? And he was doing a bunch of weird Instagram live stuff. Chandler something?
Jones.
Chandler Jones. Do you see what Brandon Ayuk was doing on that live stream the other day?
With the ice cream cone?
With the ice cream cone.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Looks perfectly reasonable and completely sane.
It's very interesting guy.
Looks like a completely reasonable thing to do, to go live and hold an ice cream cone for 5 minutes and stare at the camera.
And just let it melt all over your hand.
Who among us has it?
Who among us has it?
Come
on, we've all been there.
Speaking of number 1, Kyler Murray finally goes off the board.
There we go. Finally. Oh my gosh, man, this guy, Mark Ladder, incredible value.
By the way, Matthew says, "Trust me when I say Bree cried when we were sniped from Ricky." Unfortunately, they were not able to get Ricky Pearsall, but I do love me some Slick Rick. I wish he was able to stay healthy last year because they desperately needed him.
Matthew's in this draft?
Mm-hmm. Matthew and Bree, they're a dynamic dynasty duo. Where are you guys drafting from? You're at the 12, right?
They must be Capti Timor.
I believe so.
The Misfit is saying the Brandon Ayuk thing was a fake screenshot. Is that true? AI these days, man. I never know what to think.
You know what is so scary?
You can't believe anything you see, literally.
Yeah, no. I mean, literally, I'm already getting fooled by AI, and I just thought, I think about the old people in my life who are like, I've got me i5 here. I've got me i12 Max here. Can you show me how to use me iPad, or whatever? And I'm like, they don't know how to accept a Facebook, friend request. And I'm just thinking about myself at the age of 80. And like, what the hell am I going to have to deal with? Like,
dude, I don't know.
Is there going to be a real person in my living room?
There's going to be robots.
There's going to be
robots. That's all I know.
Gosh.
They are at the 112, and Bree says that they're doing every other pick. That's wild.
I like it. So who took Hampton over Gentile?
They're alternating.
That's what I need to know.
They're sniping each other on their own team.
Yeah. Well, I like Stafford as a quarterback too. That Stafford Adams stack, they probably talked about that one beforehand. They were like,
yes, definitely. Yeah, they're collusion in the Poseidon League. Are you worried about any touchdown regression there for those two?
With Javonte and Stafford, I mean, you kind of have to when you're leading the league in all
46
these categories.
touchdowns.
Yeah,
46 touchdowns. T. Gotzi, by the way, in the chat is absolutely right. I will have BTJ ranked top 30 when he's 80 years old, without a doubt.
By the way, notable my guy Davante Adams last year, so I'll
killed
take
it.
my wins.
You killed it for sure. I gotta say, I bought a bunch of Davante Adams last season, in large part to Mr. Zach Savage leading the way.
I want to go back and look at my guys. They're not all good though. Let me be honest.
Jameson Williams ended up well.
Jameson Williams was like the worst start to my guys, and then it ended up actually panning out. Well, what's funny is Guess who's on the thumbnail of my Guys video? Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
And that was hard for quite some time. All right, let's have a quick look. Who are my Guys last year? Start off with Chase Brown.
Travion. Travion.
Let's not talk about that one yet. Start off with Chase Brown, which, to be fair,
phenomenal.
If Joe Burrow stayed healthy.
Burrow just got hurt.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he finishes top 7 if Joe Burrow stays healthy. If he still ended up having a good year. Jameson.
Yeah.
Which, if you had him second half of the year, he was fantastic.
Never wrong, just early.
Yep. Bo Nix, I don't really think this is a win or a loss. I probably had him ranked too high, but he didn't
run as much.
Yeah. He was fine, mediocre, wasn't a league winner.
Oh my God. Okay, George Pickens. Zach, the things that I did in my home league, the chat needs to hear this, okay? This is insane. The draft that I had in my home league.
Tell me.
Okay. So it's 12 team, right? This was the draft I had. McCaffrey at the 7. Okay.
Oof, that's
McCaffrey,
awesome start.
McCaffrey, Chase Brown, Hampton.
Wow.
Okay. And then I got JSN in the 4th.
Oh my gosh.
I took Davante Adams in the 5th, and I took George Pickens in the 6th.
Holy hell, 12 team?
Yeah, it's a bit of a casual league, right?
Yeah.
But this is
okay.
and then I took Roma Dunze in the 7th round.
Yep.
And then in week 2, I traded Roma Dunze and George Pickens for T. Higgins.
Which you actually probably ended up regretting.
Dude, that was right before Joe Burrow got hurt, and then George Pickens was the freaking wide receiver 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, the next one hurts, Travion Henderson. All right, I'll take my L. Yeah. That's a pretty good list so far. I'll take my L with Travion. That did not work out. Slick Ricky did not work out. You drafted him in the Flock League. I was so pissed. But he never stayed healthy. Like, that's just...
And he was, like, leading the league in receiving yards after 4 weeks?
Yeah.
I think.
I don't want to talk about this one.
Batman.
I will cry.
Bucky... Actually, wait, no, Zach, I'm workshopping a new nickname. Okay. Can I pitch it to you?
Yeah.
So instead of Bucky Batman Irving, Bucky better than Devon Achan Irving.
Nope, we're going to move on
do we think?
Swiftly.
Do we think? Do we like it?
Jaden Higgins did not work at all whatsoever. I'll take my L there. RJ Harvey, I guess second half of the year kind of got saved. Tyler Warren was a good one there. And then we finished off with Davante Adams. So I feel good about the list overall. Let me remind myself, out of 10 players, Chase, Jameson, Pickens, Harvey, Warren, Adams were good picks. Ended up being good picks.
Look, it's unrealistic to think that you're going to bat more than like 500 on my guys.
Yeah. We'll take the wins, and the L's we will also take. Yes, we had some L's. That's not going to stop. We're always going to have a couple L's here.
I'm super excited for redraft season.
Same.
It's my first year in the content space.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited. It's gonna be a ton of fun. Can't wait for the Flock League. I'm just like, it's February and I'm itching, man.
And we can't officially announce what that looks like for you yet, can we? The Flock League.
We can't officially announce it because I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Okay, right. So he's still on call.
Well, I will be back in some fashion.
Yeah.
That's what I know for sure. I just don't know what that fashion is. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Malik Willis did finally come off the board, so we can talk about it.
Yeah.
He's been linked to Arizona. I don't really understand why you would go from Kyler Murray to Malik Willis, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
If he gets, look, what's been rumored is the Justin Fields contract, right? The 2x40.
Right. Yeah.
And gosh, how far do you think he jumps in startups?
I would say Darnold range, 8th round.
I think I genuinely think the rushing upside pushes him into like just behind the Baker Goff love.
Really?
Not for me, but that's where I think people will draft him. And I think there will still be plenty of concern crazy
about the idea of like him being a bridge. You know what I mean?
I mean,
right now
first chat is Willis way too low.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just think that like the rushing upside, dude, Justin Fields was a 1-2 turn pick after looking not great for a season,
Yeah. No, I get that. What about Daniel Jones when Daniel Jones signs a contract? I think he'll go.
There, I saw
Stroud
today
range.
that they're working on a I acquired him in Bravo League.
I bought him in a couple leagues.
I
And
think
then
that
used him
he's
to
a
buy
good.
Daniels.
Well, I think that he's. I just worry the offense doesn't function as well off the Achilles.
Hmm.
But if it's like a longer term deal, like what kind of contract does he get after 12 games and then an Achilles tear?
Yeah. Well, it's tough because they don't really have a better option, and they're not in a place to grab
No.
someone, so they
No,
almost
don't.
have to pay him whatever the market value is.
Yeah, it's a good point. He's one. If he's a free agent, he's immediately the best option on the market
For
by
any
a
team.
mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
with Kyler,
Yeah.
really quick, with Willis being rumored here, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Mm-hmm.
And that just makes me think. I was like, when he was getting shadow benched and all that garbage was going on,
Kyler.
I was like, okay, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. And then season ended, and I'm looking at the contract, and I'm like, what? They're gonna pay him $40 million to play for somebody else?
I know.
That's insane. And
I know.
now, with all the rumors, it's like it looks like he's done.
And I don't really know. I don't think anyone trades for him, so I imagine it's a cut. And then I don't know, like maybe Miami. I don't
Miami's
know
the
where he
big
would
one.
go.
Can you see? I don't know. Okay, somebody call me out if this makes no sense at all. It feels like Kyler can't play somewhere cold. I don't know. Just he's small.
That's the
he'll,
Tua narrative, but I don't know about
he'll
Kyler.
shrivel up. I don't know. And
Yeah, I
that's
don't
not
know
even from
about
like what
Kyler.
I've seen. It's just a feeling I have that
I was gonna
Kyler
say,
needs
like,
to be somewhere warm.
He hasn't really. What's his splits in Seattle? Because sometimes Seattle's cold, but outside of that, he wouldn't consistently play in the cold, would he?
No.
So he's owed. He has a cap hit of $52 million this year, 43 the year after, and 46 in 2028. A dead cap of 54 million if they cut him this year. Next year, the dead cap is 7. I don't
But
understand
Kyler Murray
why
is
they
not a
would cut
backup.
him this year.
There is no way
No,
that he stays on that team as a backup. I can't imagine
no,
that world. Like the money, they always figure it out, right? Like
yeah.
Kyler Jets. Like, oh my God, imagine if Kyler Murray goes to the New York Jets. I can't deal with that.
I don't think anybody wants to see that.
What a
Realistically.
disaster. See, you know what I mean? Like, that is just like doomsday, man.
Yeah.
Or like the Browns, too.
Dude. I mean, all the teams that need a quarterback, there's a reason they need quarterback. None of them are that interesting.
Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh.
Mike McCarthy.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say because like you can't really think about it with like Arthur Smith and how we viewed it then.
No.
You know what I mean?
And but if Rodgers doesn't come back, too, right? Minnesota, honestly, can they afford if Minnesota can afford it? He's not a Kevin Stefanski quarterback, though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it for his dynasty value. I don't see the Vikings being interested there.
It would be the best fit for fantasy, but I agree in the sense of like I don't see. Well, I don't know. Minnesota can definitely be this like this franchise that revives your career. I just don't know if Kyler. I almost feel like if he knew that he wasn't going to be a starter in the NFL, he would probably do something else.
You know what? You're absolutely right.
I could see him just pursuing something else.
He's not gonna just like stick around as a backup for years.
No, he's not going to be a 10-year veteran backup.
Thing is, like, I think that he needs to learn how to play in structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is there anywhere better to do that than Minnesota?
That would be the best place to do that. Does Minnesota want him to
I
do
can't
that?
picture it.
I don't know.
I can't picture it.
I
But
can't either.
I mean, if JJ McCarthy is, they need to bring in somebody to compete.
I agree.
Obviously,
I
right?
agree.
We know this. If Kyler is cheaper to trade for than Mac Jones, which I think there's a world in which, because of the money that he is, do you trade a 5th round pick for Kyler instead of a 3rd for Mac?
I think you do, which is why I've been I don't think that Mac Jones in San Francisco is worth what. How do I explain this? Mac Jones is worth more to San Francisco than Kyler Murray is to Arizona. So This idea that, Mac Jones is going to be traded. No, I mean, San Francisco wants to win a Super Bowl. They need a reliable backup, and Mac Jones is so cheap. That's why I just have felt like Mac Jones would stay. Whereas Arizona is much more willing. Hey, you want to take on this contract? Sure. But I don't think they get more than they might have to, this might be crazy to say, they might have to give someone a pick to take Kyler Murray. Have we ever seen this before in the history of the NFL?
They've talked about it in Miami as well with Tua. And this is something that happens in other sports, right? It's just not something the NFL has seen. I'm an NHL fan. This has been happening in the NHL for 5 years.
Okay, right.
Where the really bad teams are just, stockpiling draft picks for taking on these huge, disgusting contracts. And because they don't have any good players that they're paying, so they just take on these horrible contracts to get to the salary cap floor.
Yeah.
And they get a 3rd round pick here, a 2nd round pick there. This kind of stuff. We've seen 1st round picks get traded in the NHL, and they're not as valuable as in the NFL.
Yeah.
But we have seen them get traded to get big, bad contracts off teams' rosters. And that's largely because the salary cap is so tight.
Right, yeah. This
But,
could be the first time.
But why does Arizona...
Did Brock Osweiler, did someone pay someone a pick to also take on his contract? Is that right?
Let me look.
I think it could happen, though. I think Minnesota could say to...
Yep. Yeah. It was Osweiler, a 6th and a 2nd for a 4th.
Oh my gosh, a 2nd?
A 6th and a 2nd, and they got a 4th back. The 2nd was a year out, and the 4th was that current year. But yeah.
This was to the Browns?
Yes, the Browns got him.
Oh my gosh, let me look at this.
And they got a 2nd in 2018, and they sent their own 4th in 2017.
Okay, you're right. So this was the Houston Texans. Brock Osweiler traded to the Cleveland Browns along with the Texans' 6th and 2nd. Oh my gosh. In exchange for a 4th rounder.
Like, my opinion is,
I think
it's more likely with Tua than it is with Kyler. Just because, like, dude, Kyler wasn't he wasn't that bad. This is not like he didn't actually get shadow benched. We need to like, he was hurt and they didn't bring him back because Jacoby.
He wasn't playing that poorly.
No, and whether they could have brought him back or not, and they didn't because Jacoby was playing fine, which he didn't win a single game, by the way, or he won 1 at the end of the year.
Yeah,
we have such fond memories of Jacoby Brissett in the fantasy community because of how much he was throwing the ball.
And he was not good for this team. Memories for Kyler because of the opposite reasons. Yeah,
exactly. But like, I don't see why. This is why I thought they would keep him, because I'm like, he's probably the best option on the free agent market.
If he enters free agent market, yeah. I mean, I think that you could see a scenario where both the Dolphins and the Cardinals have to pay something. It won't be Brock Osweiler type. But here's where we are in the NFL. It's this state where if you have a quarterback, you don't know for sure that they're going to win you a Super Bowl, but they're a decent quarterback. You have to pay them top money. That's just the way it's set up now, right? You saw that with Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones in New York. I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is improving, right? But even if you don't know.
He got paid before this really good season, though.
Even if you're not even sure, it's like you have to pay him as if like you're sure. And then now you're seeing the repercussions of that for teams who ultimately would have regretted those contracts. Miami and Tua and Kyler in Arizona. But at the same time, when Kyler was paid, I mean, we forget pretty quickly he had some really good years. He really did. I mean, I know it's easy to make fun of him now and the whole Call of Duty thing, but don't forget Kyler had some pretty good years. When you go back to 2020, where he had 26 passing touchdowns, completed almost over 67% of his passes, had 819 rushing yards. The following year, he has 3,700 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, almost 70% of his passes completed, 2010. Again, 5 rushing touchdowns.
Zach, a year ago,
he's been fine.
He's the quarterback 10 overall.
Yeah, in fantasy football, yeah.
Almost 4,000 yards, 20 touchdowns, another 5 on the ground, almost 600 rushing yards a year ago.
It's just, I wonder if NFL defenses just know exactly how to play him now, though. And I think that's
because
probably why people are
it's
concerned.
because he excels. His big thing is just out of structure, and when you can't really play in structure because you're 6-7 inches shorter than your offensive line,
Yeah.
it's you end up in a situation where you can't get Trey McBride a touchdown to save his life, and then Jacoby Brissett, who's 6'4", throws him 10.
Exactly. T. Gottsy says, if I buy a team review tonight, will it get done tonight? Yes, sir. I got you. And you will be contributing to that 40 in a week Feb initiative as well, which is awesome. By the way, we're in the 12th round now. We'll probably let these guys kind of, take it from here, and we'll probably jump into some reviews. We'll do this giveaway. This is your last chance to enter today's giveaway. All you have to do to enter to win a live team playbook is simply like the stream. Step number 1, like the stream. Step number 2 is to type Apollo into the YouTube chat. Those 2 steps will officially lock you into tonight's giveaway. We'll do that here in a second. And the reason that we are using the code word Apollo is because we just announced a brand new league available. We'll be raffling off the spots for the Apollo League, which will be drafting this time next week. Same day, Monday. They'll be drafting Monday night. We'll be raffling off those spots on Thursday night stream. And obviously, if you are a brand new promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, please DM me because I'll get you fast-tracked into the league. And if you want to know how to enter a LAND league, there's a step-by-step there for you. Become an annual Mother Flocker member with the code LAND. Sync your Discord. You'll be able to see the LAND leagues tab. And, of course, you can DM me if you're a brand new member. Appreciate you guys big time for showing some love. I think we go round 13, and then we let these guys speed the clock
One
up.
guy, Bashal Tootin at the 11-3.
Yes.
We talked, it looks more and more likely that Travis Etienne is...
It doesn't look like coming back.
It doesn't look like he's coming back. A lot of rumors to your Kansas City Chiefs. And, obviously that's agents, blowing smoke up.
Yeah.
But
trying to drive value and interest.
Trying to get the Jags to pay him. But if they don't, Bashal Tootin, man,
he'll have a shot.
I'm interested to see where his value ends up. And I bet that the Jags in that situation, they sign a Rico Dowdle or
something cheap.
Tyler Algier, this type of running back. But,
it's interesting.
Bashal Tootin looked great in the Bills game, the playoff game. Like, he was breaking off those big runs. And
it's weird because he's just so inconsistent. There were games where he looked great and games where it's like, why are you so inefficient? But he was one of the names I brought on this video where I talked about 10 players I refused to sell. And the reason I said I refused to sell them, which people had such a problem with, is because I didn't think that their market value represented what it will be at some point in the offseason. So Tootin was one of those names that I brought up, and it was a simple idea. It doesn't sound like Etienne's coming back. If Etienne signs for a new team, automatically, without him even playing a single snap in the NFL, his value is going to rise. And I think we're here now feeling probably even more confident that that's going to be the case, that Travis Etienne's going to move on. So I think it's a good pick there. Any other picks that have gone off that are notable? Xavier Worthy in the 11-12. By the way, that is the 201. I did the math, unless I did the math poorly. Jake Elliott at the 1201 was a 201 in the rookie draft. We had Dobbins at the 12-6. Jaden Reed, Pat Bryant.
Jaden Reed, what a fall, eh? Did you listen? We were talking about Matt Harmon. Did you listen to? He did a pod with JJ Zacharyson.
Okay.
JJ Zacharyson was very much. I didn't finish it yet, but he's like pilled on this. Like, the slot wide receiver is dead because teams are transitioning so much to 2 tight end sets.
Right.
And like, if you can't play outside, you're kind of just toast.
You're kind of cooked, which you saw a lot with Josh Downs.
Who Matt Harmon loves.
Yeah.
Matt Harmon loves Josh Downs. And I think that, you have a guy like JSN who is like so good out of the slot.
Yeah.
but also because they condensed so much in Seattle because they were doing these 2 tight end sets. He just has so much space to work with.
Yeah.
And like
And
these, like
he
CeeDee
had the
Lamb,
ability to play outside, and you like
exactly.
noted that, and he's like a
And
feature inside
that's
outside.
the Makai Lemon thing. That's the Makai Lemon thing where like this guy needs to be big enough to play outside, because if he is going to be confined to this, slot role because he's small, then, or Casey Concepcion, it's the same thing, right? Like he needs to weigh in at 190, because if he's not going to be able to be put on the outside, if this slot role is decreasing and decreasing, these guys just aren't going to get on the field enough, and you see it with Jaden Reed.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it might sound silly, but if Makai Lemon is somehow like 5'9", 180 or something, which I don't think he is. Like if he's Wan'Dale Robinson size,
no, there's no way.
That's gonna really hurt his draft capital. But if he's true to the size that they state on the site, which most of these sites actually, they bump up the stats a little bit, like a Tinder profile. But I don't have worries based off looking at his film, but it is an interesting conversation that he's bringing up, because I think it's worth talking about,
Yeah.
Okay. I think it is time to do this giveaway for today, guys. There are 60 entries. 60
Meanwhile,
entries.
Lions Dan is still talking about Efton Chisholm in the chat. I can't believe it. This is it. You know what, Zach? I think I think it's his burner. I think it's Efton Chisholm's burner.
All I know is that person is planted from the government to make me fail. This is your last chance to enter, gang. All you had to do to enter was like the stream and type Apollo. So I'll give you guys. I'm gonna wait until the next minute on the clock ticks, and then we're gonna do this giveaway. But again, shout out to everybody in the Poseidon League. You guys still have a long journey ahead of you to finish this draft off. But once we start talking about names like Troy Franklin, probably time to let you guys finish it off on your own. But again, every single Monday, we'll be doing a draft. You have a chance to be a part of it if you're a promo code LAND member. And I appreciate y'all hanging out with us, hanging out on the stream. We've got 65 entries here. 65, the big 6'5", 67. Yeah. Okay, I'll stop it right there at 67.
Terrible. Terrible
it.
stuff. Kick him off the stream.
I hate it, and I hate that I'm doing it. My niece and my nephew say it all the time, and I every time they say it, I hate it, and I'm a part of it. I'll do it.
Oh
when
my
I can.
gosh, dude!
69.
I can't imagine my
69.
my future sister-in-law is a teacher, and the stuff she tells me, it's just like
I can't imagine being a teacher right now. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Shout out to all the teachers in the chat.
Did you see the Toy Story 5 plot?
No.
Did you see this? So they're coming out with Toy Story 5, and it's like the toys are trying to stop the young kid from being obsessed with an iPad.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that awesome?
I like that. Actually,
that movie's gonna make so much money.
I might actually watch that. Of course, I'm gonna watch Toy Story. What am I saying? Okay, 69 entries. This is to win a live team playbook.
Nice.
Good luck, everybody.
I hope Efton Chisholm wins it.
I hope Efton Chisholm actually signed up. Actually, I can see his name there. He's not going to get it, but he was close. Shout out to Mount Nelson 19. MT Nelson 19. Damn, son. Learn how to speak, Zach. To claim your team playbook voucher, very simple. All you need to do, my friend, DM me on Discord. There's my username in the chat. I need a screenshot of your YouTube account, and I need your Flock Fantasy username. And by the way, if you don't have a Flock Fantasy username, you can create one completely free. I'll send a link in the chat. Just use the promo code LAND at sign up. That way I can actually find your account on the back end. Okay. But big congratulations to Mount Nelson, Willie Nelson, on winning the giveaway for today. I am going to jump into some playbooks here. We got some to do. I'll start off with trades, though. There's some trades, and you guys can submit any trades that you want while I'm doing the reviews. I'll kind of go back and forth between them. You want to jump on for the trades? Do you want to jump on for a playbook? Neither. Either way, that's fine, Sammy. What's your schedule looking like?
I'm here. I'm gonna stick around tonight.
Cool.
I'm not going to be here next week.
Yep.
As I told you, I'm going on a little vacay, so I'm gonna stick it out tonight for the people.
Yeah. Where are you going again?
I'm going to Punta Cana, the Dominican Republic, not Mexico, with what's going on there right now. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Well, congrats. Hopefully the holiday is awesome.
yes, I'm excited.
Okay, let's go. Really buff Kitty has a trade question. Dynasty 1 quarterback, Superflex, start 10. Would you send away T. Higgins, Stevenson, Pat Bryant, and likely for the 306 and Trey McBride? No tight end premium. As much as I love Pat Bryant, I think this is a no-brainer.
Yeah, give me the best player here pretty easily.
You know, I mean, I hate to lose Pat Bryant because I really like the guy and I see potential. Ramondre Stevenson, yes, played well, but, you know, Henderson, his role will grow. It's inevitable. And I think likely is a really sneaky good ad because of free agency.
But it's like, you know what? This is funny. You're absolutely right. All three of these guys have a lot of merit to wanting to roster.
Yeah.
But none of them can stop you from turning T. Higgins into Trey McBride.
No way. Trey McBride, you got to go draft him or got to go trade for him. And even if you don't end up with him on your roster week 1, I just think he's just such a tradable name. Everybody loves Trey McBride. So
and most of the teams in your league will need a tight end. So.
Exactly. Johnny Snacks here. It's a super flex start 9, 12 team. He would send away Puka for
the 101.
A Dunze and the 101. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
The 101 and a Dunze.
He's a huge Notre Dame fan. He needs love on his team. So
I want to know what the chat thinks here.
This is really tough. This is a start 9, so it's a shallow lineup.
How is Efton Chisholm still being talked about in the chat?
This is insane. I can't believe this is.
It's a start 9. Awesome. So Superflex start 9. That's actually a relatively small lineup, right? Because
very small. 2 wide receiver, 2 flex.
Right. You can only start up to 4 receivers at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can see. Did he link his team? He did link his team. So if he makes this move, he is starting. His quarterbacks are really bad. Quarterbacks are really bad, actually. Shuck. Outside of Shuck, maybe you're hoping Willis is a guy. Maybe JJ. I don't know. So he's starting one of those guys. And then he's got Henderson, Henderson and Harvey. At receiver, he has... Look, I don't think your team is really that good. And I would say I'm comfortable making this move because I don't really see you contending right now. Also, this isn't like breaking news or anything, but I was talking to my video editor. Shout out to Hugh. He was awesome. Hugh also works for the NFL a little bit, and he was at the Super Bowl. He was also at the Pro Bowl. And I don't even know if he's comfortable with me sharing this, but he was saying that...
We're going to do it anyways.
He's probably not watching the live stream. He was saying that it was notable the way that Puka Nacua was acting during the Pro Bowl. As like...
Apparently he's acting
like... How do I describe it? Like... A small like version of Antonio Brown vibes where you're like, is the CTE catching up and why are you acting this way?
It's a little bit of
the
like,
money and the fame getting here. And
this is the thing. I'm thinking it's like, this is a guy who, did he sign his extension yet?
No,
he didn't, did he?
No, he's not on a big deal at all.
But he knows, maybe he knows that he probably knows it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming this offseason actually. Yeah,
anyway,
I think he just knows that it's coming, but it's sort of like, you get all this money after being, not that sought after, and you kind of just don't know what to do with it.
Exactly. Or like
he did the thing on the Aiden Ross stream,
or I don't know, like, everybody knows your name every time you walk around the street. Justin Bieber, right? Look at what Justin Bieber did. Anyway, different story.
Yeah.
Look, I think you're like full transparency, Johnny. This team is really bad, and I'm saying that because I think it's fair for you to go out and get the 101. Have a young piece that you can build around. Get Roma Dunze, who's a good buy low, and kind of like build a couple more pieces on the roster. And then I think you can actually go and you can hopefully flip like a Jalen Waddle. I wouldn't even be opposed to like shopping a Garrett Wilson, and maybe you punt this entire year, and you know your pillars that you want to build around for 2027 onwards are, you know, Jeremiah Love, and you have 2 firsts in 27. You have 4 firsts in 27. So I think this makes sense, honestly. Right now, the chat, 32 people voted, and it's dead even. It's a 50-50 split. So it's a really tough one. But I'm honestly fine with the 101 in the Dunze. I mean, we saw it in the draft today. We saw
3 picks
Jeremiah Love
apart
go
they
to
went.
110, which was too high,
Yeah.
I think. But it's also fun to take him that high. Okay, so I'm fine with that. Sam's got a question here. What's up, Sam? Trade question. He says, Rashee has me worried. Is this a good pivot? Well, this is a fun combo. So, would you pivot in a 10-team start 11 to T. Higgins? I think the fact that you're able...
of course.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. My only thing is I'm assuming that the guy who's getting Rashee Rice is viewing this as an upgrade. I'm just wondering if we can change the trade where we're not getting Montgomery in the third, simply because I don't think it's really going to make an impact on your roster. Let me look at your roster real fast. I guess you could use a running back. You've only got Judkins and Stevenson. I mean, are you contending this year? You don't have a 20. You do have a 27 first. You have multiple. Yeah.
He's also got the 101. He has the 101.
He has the 101. Okay. I mean, look, I would only suggest, like, is there a more interesting name we could ask for back instead of Montgomery? And if the answer is no, then that's fine. But, for example, if he has like a second round pick in 27, I'd rather counter by removing Monty in the 303 and asking for the second. If not, I'm fine with this. You know, I kind of view Monty as a throw-in at that point.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think if you're gonna get out and you can get T. Higgins, sure.
Yeah.
Because the thing, I don't think I can talk about and treat Rice as if he's like a normal asset. You know what I mean? And so,
Yeah.
if this is what I really like T. Higgins. So if this is what you can get out of Rice for, then I think that's fine.
I think it's a safe move, but I don't think you're sacrificing as much upside as you would with like a Zay Flowers or, you know, some of those other guys in that range.
At least over the next like 2 years, I completely agree.
Yeah. All right, Spence, you are asking if you should send a 27 first for Saquon Barkley. Let's look at the team. If you made this move, you have the 103 this year. If you made this move in a super flex or a 1 quarterback start 8, you'd start Herbert or Dart, which is fine. Then you would start Saquon and Javonte for sure. At receiver, you would go McMillan, Egbuka. I don't like your team enough to do this.
Is this his pick? Is there any way to know that?
If it's his pick, there's no way. I don't think you have enough solidified pieces to go all in like this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing this right now. I would sort of wait to see if you can make a push later on. Because here, the thing is, for everybody to know, for the trade calculator here, we have on the site, we have early to mid picks and mid to late picks ranked.
Yep.
But in your league, they're all just 27 firsts.
Yeah.
So we have to give them a value. And so here it's an early to mid, but we don't know if that's actually what the pick is.
Exactly. Yeah. And early to mid, obviously, much more valuable than a mid to late in any class, but definitely in the 27 class.
If this is his pick, I'm not comfortable trading it for Saquon.
Yeah. And I would almost just say either way for me, because
the team's just not good enough.
You're just not good enough. I mean, you got Taylor and Kincaid. I don't feel good about that. Whether you do this or not, you're going to be flexing Jordan Addison, which is fine, but you're not even 100% guaranteed locked in that McMillan and Egbuka can carry your receiver room. You know, your running back 3, even if you did this, is J.K. Dobbins, unless Benson breaks out. I just don't think you're in a position to make a move like this. I would rather keep the pick.
I would try and move one of those quarterbacks for a running back if you want to do something like this.
Yeah,
he's got Herbert, Dart, and Penix.
Yeah. If you can move Dart off of a high or Herbert off of a high, I'm not opposed to it. All right. Lots of reviews tonight. And Sammy, whenever you need to log off, you do your thing. But Sammy's going to be here. And let's jump in. I know that one of you got the priority pass. Let me double check. That is M. Reed. So I'll start with M. Reed here today. Just so you guys know the offerings that I've got on the Flock site. They did change back in January. But you've got 3 options. You've got the live team playbook by default. Last year, you had to upgrade to get it live. Otherwise, it would be offline. By default, it's live. If you want it offline, just tell me in the description when you submit. I have no problem still doing offline. Tier 2 is a priority pass where you skip the queue. And Tier 3 is the playbook pro pass, which doubles your playbooks. Completely up to you guys how you want to go about getting a playbook. Obviously, the best way to do that is by becoming a promo code LAND annual mother flock. Remember, you get so many perks along with doing that. Either way, whether you buy it a la carte or by being a member, you are going to contribute to the 40 in a week Feb count that we've got right now, where you are we're donating 10% of all purchases to the A21 organization, which is an awesome organization. I would really encourage you guys to go check them out. They focus on fighting human trafficking. Okay, let's jump into M. Reed. All right, M. Reed, let me pull your review up here. So you are in a Superflex 10-team start 10, which is awesome. No tight end premium here. He says, this is an IDP league. I made playoffs but lost in semis. I had a lot of injuries this year, just trying to figure out what direction I should take my team. So you are currently ranked first on the site, and my goodness, your team looks awesome. What do you mean, where are you going to take it? Let's have a look.
Gosh. Zach, he has 5 2027 firsts.
I'm looking at this saying, like, what do you mean where you're going to take it, brother? Your team looks absolutely unreal, even if you didn't have those picks. But I'm excited to have a look at a team like this. You're just making my job a little bit easier than normal here, maybe, M. Reed. I'm flabbergasted. I'm speechless. I'm flabbergasted.
So, I don't know what to say.
You're starting Burrow and Williams or Dart. Then you're starting Bijan and Genty or Hampton. You're starting Puka and Neighbors, Tucker Kraft, or Fannin or Kittle. And how many can we start in this league? It's a start 10. And you're going to start Jefferson, Hampton, McMillan or Nico or Igbuka or Marvin. I mean, this team is just incredible. In fact, I kind of think I feel comfortable less than like 0.7 or less than like 0.7% of all playbooks ever submitted are Thanos. I wonder, I think this might be Thanos. When I look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 firsts in 2027, I would have a hard time. Look, maybe if like Kittle was the only tight end he has, yeah, he doesn't have Brock Bowers or Trey McBride, but he's got Kraft, Fannin, and Kittle, and 5 firsts in 2027. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it Thanos.
The chat's saying that this team would be a Thanos if they had Efton Chisholm.
You're one Efton Chisholm away from being a Thanos, bro. Sorry.
But no, seriously, because I think that maybe it's missing the elite tight end. But you know what you have to go get an elite tight end?
Yeah.
You got 4 quarterbacks. You got what? 8
just
top,
the amount of assets everywhere.
7 top 20 wide receivers and 5 firsts in 2027. People are talking about in the chat about the league folding. Dude, nobody wants to play with this guy. His total value, according to the Flock site, is double the number 2 team, which is kind of insane.
It is insane. By the way, your playbook is going to have a special addition to it, just so you know.
Wow.
Reed. So be on the look for that. I can already tell you that this is a Thanos team for me. I'm going to say A+. I'm going to say Thanos. Just what a ridiculous team that you've got here, man. It's funny because I always fill up like the untouchables, and I'm just like wondering how much space I even have. Bijan, Puka, Genty, Neighbors. You know, we'll stop for there.
He really said, "I don't know what to do with this team." That's like the kid in like the 5th grade who was like really good at math, who came into like the test and was like, "I'm so worried about this," and you're like, "You're gonna get it all right."
Well,
That's who this guy.
look,
That's who this is.
we got to give
Ugh.
Reed some damn respect, okay? Because we don't know
Honestly,
we don't know what the league
I'm
looks
terrified
like,
of Em
okay?
Reed.
I don't want to play in a league with the guy. T-Gotsy says, if I sign up to be a mother flocker, do I also get a team review? If you sign up to be an annual mother flocker, absolutely yes, you do.
With the code
also
LAN.
got to use code LAN. You also get access to the Land Live League, and if you're a new member, you'll get fast-tracked into the Apollo League for next week. Dude, what can I say about this team? Incredible. I mean, your bench is going to have players I would dream to start in a lot of my lineups. You know, on this team, I would hold Justin Jefferson. I would hold Travis Hunter. Your waiver wire has names like Pat Bryant that I like, Trey Harris, Malik Willis in a Superflex league, Tank Bigsby. I like these names. I don't know if you really have the room to add them, but just wanted you to, you know, kind of be aware of that. And dude, like, what an incredible team that you've built. We can go to the war room. I'm going to argue very aggressively that you probably don't need to draft any rookie this year. If anything, I would use that pick to upgrade. But I'm still going to go through the process for you. Okay, so hypothetically, if you've got the 107, let's go to your war room here. At that 107, there's a lot of names that are currently being considered. And maybe the Combine will give us even more clarity on what that
Omar Cooper
name might be. But yeah, Omar Cooper's in play. You've got names like Kenyon Sadiq probably in play, Concepcion, Boston. So I said Boston, Concepcion. I might not spell that right. But Sadiq, you know, those are the type of names that you could probably consider there. But those guys, whoever it is going straight to your bench. Okay, so I'd probably, you know, rather use this pick to tier up at any position. That's what's funny. Like, you're so stacked, but if I give you Tucker Kraft in the 107, what does that give me at tight end, right?
Exactly.
So I think that you're a team that I would rather spend more time on the chalkboard than in the war room, because I think that's where we're going to get most of the meat of this, you know, review done.
I wonder if because he says it's an IDP league. I wonder if like there's anything to. I've never played an IDP league. I have no idea what that looks like.
Yeah.
Obviously we can't. There's nothing we can really do about that, just because we don't.
Yeah.
Rank them on the site.
And maybe because the site doesn't have IDP, maybe your defensive players are dog shit or something. I don't know, but either way, I think you have more than enough. You know, picks to figure out either side of the ball. But let's just say hypothetically we did the 107 plus Tucker Kraft, which honestly I think Tucker Kraft is probably good enough to rock with anyway. I don't think you need to do this, but you also have so many assets. Like, what will it take for us to go out and get a Bowers? Who has Bowers?
It's so funny because he also has Fannin, who is awesome. And
right.
like
the Bowers team is terrible. And they also have Jaden Daniels. So what I would love to do is I want to send you the 107 plus Tucker Kraft plus Trevor Lawrence and a 27 first. And I want Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers. And I would pay more. But it's a conversation.
This team can afford it. I would add another one of my 27 firsts onto that to get done.
If I need it to get it done, sure. Or do you like Marvin Harrison?
Do you like
either way?
Emeka Egbuka?
Either way, I'm comfortable giving you one of these options. Right? I mean, that's a pretty nice haul for a team that's respectfully really, really bad.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, he's got Travis Hunter for the IDP. Let's go. This is a league where you want to roster Travis Hunter. This is good.
Okay, again, like, imagine this. We're going to give a team that looks like this, which is terrible. This team is so bad. And we're going to say, hey, we're going to take your two best players in Daniels and Brock Bowers, but we're going to give you back a haul. You're going to get the 107, a 27 first, Marvin Harrison Jr., Kraft, and Lawrence. And by the way, after you make a deal like this, your team doesn't blink. You're still completely fine. Oh, yeah, you only have 4 27 first round picks now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, you only have 6 top 20 wide receivers.
What are we talking about? Now, if it's only Bowers and he doesn't want to get rid of Daniels, we can structure that differently. I'd be comfortable with the idea of 107 Kraft and Marvin.
Lawrence. Yeah, absolutely. I'd pay that.
Something like that. If that doesn't work, I would also do the 107 Kraft and a 27 first. That's probably an overpay, but I mean, you can afford it. And honestly, in a small league, you're probably going to have to overpay.
Zach, everybody needs to donate to charity every once in a while,
Exactly. 100%. Trey McBride here is another option.
See, this team's got a shot.
This team has a shot, so it's going to be harder for them to make a move like this. Now, I would love to grab...
the good team. Like, this team has its own first, so he has the picks of all the bad teams, maybe?
He must.
Is that what's going on? This is insane.
I would love to find a way to get McBride and Gibbs here.
Oh my gosh.
So
yeah,
it would be a similar offer to our first one, but we're gonna have to pay more. I'm aware we're gonna have to pay more here. 100%. What if we added Judkins into this equation?
Does this guy need a quarterback?
Hopefully, that would be a great leverage point. No, no. Well, yeah. I mean, he's got Herbert and Jones and Ward. I would say he's not opposed to it.
Yeah, but it's probably not his top of his priority list. Maybe a wide receiver, like maybe maybe this is a deal that Marv is in.
Yeah.
Instead of the quarterback.
Do you think?
I don't know how attractive Trevor Lawrence is.
107 Kraft, Lawrence, a 27 first, and Judkins is enough to land McBride and Gibbs, or do we need to pay more?
I think
I probably would pay like a Marvin on top of this if I needed to, but given his context.
I would too. I think I would too.
I mean, let's just break this down real fast. Like McBride, let's say, is Kraft, the 107 and the 27 first. Gibbs is Marvin, Judkins, and Lawrence. That seems like the most you could pay.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's not costing any more than that.
I think that's the most you could pay, but I would be willing to do it. You can't. I don't really like. I love Loveland, but I don't think Kraft to Loveland. I'm paying some exorbitant amount to go make happen personally.
No, I'd pay the 107
and Kraft.
If I needed, and Kraft. If that's what I needed to do, I would be fine with that because the 107 is like it's not useless to you, but it's. Like we talked about it, this is a player that's going on your bench and isn't sniffing your starting lineup.
Yeah.
So I'm fine, in the context of the
league. Sure. That makes sense. Look, I don't really know how else to upgrade. I mean,
no.
The other thing that you could try is maybe you use Dart and picks, if you wanted to, and I don't even feel like you need to, but I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, the 107 and Dart, and let's just add, like, a Marvin Harrison Jr. again on top of that. Can that get you to a Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Can that get you to a Drake May? That type of range. My favorite trades for you are the ones that involve Brock Bowers and Jaden Daniels, as well as the one that involves McBride and Gibbs. Basically, that's what you're trying to do across the board. Upgrade as much as you possibly can. Okay.
Like 5. This is what we had a 6 for 2 there. That's what you want. That's what you need to be doing on this team.
Because you really, I mean, just the limits of your league and what you can actually start. You don't really need to focus too heavily.
And the thing is, this is the thing. Like a lot of people might see this, and we've all been in leagues with people that don't want to trade with certain teams or whatever. And I could see a situation where nobody wants to trade with this guy. If you give them
a deal they can't refuse,
way more than fair value, you're gonna find a partner.
Obviously, telling them I'm overpaying, but it's okay. I know I can afford to do it. Are you willing to accept it? But dude, thanks for letting me look at the squad. It's been a long time since we've had a Thanos. Congratulations on one hell of a team. You're going to get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. So definitely be on the lookout for that in the Flock Fantasy message tab. I appreciate you big time, my dude. And like I said, thanks for letting me look at the squad. That was a fun one. I don't often get Thanos's, but it's always fun to marvel at what people are capable of.
Yeah.
So thanks for letting me marvel. All right, let's jump to Mr. T. And by the way, we can officially say shout out to T Goats, who just became a member. So we're going to update that countdown 40 in a week Feb.
Heck yeah. Let's
we
do
are
it.
now at, I think, 8 on the week. So again, the goal is 40. If we reach 40, I'm going to do a hairline reveal. And that's either becoming an annual Mother Flocker member or buying an AAA team playbook. Either way, you're contributing to the 40 in a week Feb. Obviously, if you become an annual Mother Flocker member, you're going to get all the perks, the playbook, the war room, the vouchers, fast tracked into a Dynasty league with the land community. But yeah, so we are officially at 8 for the week, and the week is young. Maybe it's possible. Maybe we can do this. T Goats, by the way, just said, I can't wait to see Zach's luscious locks. I appreciate you being a part of it, my man. And
that's awesome.
Of course, 10% of your donation or your support is going to be donated to the A21 organization. Okay, let's jump to Mr. T. Mr. T, thanks for being here, my friend. This is a Start 11 Superflex. That's a big old lineup. You are probably a Start 3 receiver, Start 3 flex. Maybe it's a Start 4 flex and 2 receivers. But that's a big lineup. Depth is very important. We do have a 0.75 tight end premium on this one.
Big tight end premium
Big
as well.
premium, which is what we just had in today's draft as well. Styling and profiling, you are currently ranked 2nd. And in a big old league, Superflex Start 11, we've got Mahomes. Then really nothing outside of Mahomes. We've got Gibbs and Walker, which is a nice one too. The depth is weak. Then we've got Neighbors outside of that. Don't know how much receiver Travis Hunter is going to play. Tucker Kraft at
not an IDP league.
Tight end. And this, he didn't say anything, so I'm assuming it's not an IDP league. Let me double check on the back end in case he left any notes, but I don't think we have an IDP league.
No, there's no way.
No, we don't. So
you have to make the joke with Travis Hunter, unfortunately.
Yeah. By the way, I'm trying to figure out how this team would be ranked 2nd because
it's got to be the picks, right?
But there's only
it's
two
the picks
firsts
and it's Gibbs.
Picks and
it's
Gibbs,
the picks and Gibbs. I think it seems very balanced across the league. Like top has 24,000 value. What does the bottom team have?
Bottom team has 14,000.
So see, like it's not that
it's not
spread
crazy.
out.
Yeah,
it's probably this is like the second year of the league, and so
sure.
Second doesn't necessarily mean your team's awesome.
Well, look, I would say that I wouldn't say you're the second best team in the league. Like if I'm giving this team an overall grade, I kind of, again, considering that fact that it's a Start 11 as well. Like I don't think
you are. We are struggling for wide receiver and flex here.
Think about who you're starting. Mahomes, and we don't know who Superflex is going to be yet. Then Gibbs, Walker, Neighbors, and Hunter, I guess, Kraft. You have to start 4 more names at minimum. I don't know where those 4 names come from. Maybe Godwin stays healthy. Outside of that, I just don't know where else that comes from.
Zach, I know exactly why this team is in 2nd.
Why?
You haven't looked at the whole wide receiver room.
Efton Chisholm.
Efton Chisholm.
Efton Chisholm is actually if you roster Efton Chisholm, it's actually a secret. He's a secret agent, and he pushes you off the board. Well, that makes all the sense in the world.
There you go. Mystery solved. Who would have thought?
We finally
how
figured it out.
poetic is that? Efton Chisholm.
I do like the draft capital that he's got. Having the 102 is going to be impactful. 2 first-round picks in 2027. That's great. Overall team grade, though, look, I got to be honest. I don't think it's the best team right now. I kind of lean.
We got a ways to go.
Yeah, I don't think this team is even really ready to compete right now. And that's weird to say with some of the players that you have on your team. I would lean towards like a C-. And I think honesty is important here. I'm going to say C-. And I'm also going to say probably a 1-year punt. I don't see a scenario here where this team is ready to compete.
There's no way. No, you can't. You're punting your contending assets here.
Yeah. Untouchables would be Gibbs and Neighbors, but to be honest, I gotta be honest with you, I might consider selling Gibbs on the team like this. That's just so far down the road. And it's not to say that we don't compete for 3 years or something, because that's not the way we play Dynasty. But I just wonder if we reload all of our assets for next offseason and reassess.
In the right deal, look, you really have to consider the starting lineup here a ton.
Yeah.
Two starters is a big deal, right? Like if this is a start 9, you are basically like, you have the 102. You're basically 2 starters away from a decent lineup.
Yeah.
That's just not the case in a start 11. You are so far away, and you only have 1 pick that's going to help with that this offseason.
So far away. It's just not even best case scenario am I convinced that you win a championship. But I would say I would hold names like Jonathan Brooks, Tank Bigsby, Trey Benson, Tez Johnson. I think those guys are worth holding. And they contribute to the idea of a 1-year punt as well. If you want to drop some names, you can drop Donovan Edwards, Nick Nash, Josh Palmer, Sam Howell, obviously not Efton Chisholm. And I went through your waiver wire earlier, and there's really no one interesting on your waiver wire, if I'm going to be 100% honest and transparent with you. Let's jump into the war room. At the 102, this is a team that I think is eligible for a Mendoza, right? But because we are not dead set on competing right now, we don't really have to land a Mendoza either. And it's not like Mendoza to me isn't like a Jaden Daniels, Drake May prospect. I think he's a very good prospect, but he's not like a locked and loaded 102 for me. He's in that category, in that range. So I think between Tate, Tyson, Lemon, Mendoza, I'm fine with any of those names. From the 202 onwards, I really can't tell you exactly what that name's going to be just yet. Some names that might make sense based off of what I've seen in the industry: Katrin Allen, Bernard, Simpson, Bell, Stowers. Those are just some general names that I've kind of seen floated around. However, because my entire goal for your team would be to maximize value throughout the next 365 days, I have no problem trading back, to the 104 to the 105, which means, okay, maybe I don't get Mendoza, but I'm going to get a Lemon, Tyson, or a Tate, which I'm personally comfortable with. And I don't really see a need to do any other big trade. So why don't we look at some of those teams that have those picks? I don't know why I said 104.
Love the trade back,
but
I love the trade back here.
I think it makes all the sense in the world for what we're trying to accomplish, right?
Yeah.
So let's find out who has the 103, and let's maybe start there. You can't search for picks, can you? Okay. Let's see. 105. Okay, the 105 is Canadian something. So they might be grieving right now, and it might be a perfect opportunity.
Take advantage of the grieving Canadian. Is this Canadian Titan? Is this me? Is this Canadian Titan?
Is his name Canadian Titan? It won't.
I don't know.
Me.
It could.
It won't show me.
That could be. That seems likely. This is me.
It might. This is actually Sammy.
This is my team.
Deal done on the live stream. I don't know if you can ask for like Rashee Rice in the 105, but the only reason I'm suggesting it is because you're in a position to take on risk. And I'm comfortable to take on that type of risk.
Yeah, you'd probably have to, even if you have to send back like the 202 or 205.
Sure. It's worth taking on that risk there. I don't see I love Jaden Higgins, but I don't really think it's worth moving down to get Jaden Higgins in return. Maybe Gadsden.
Well, let's think about it. Let's think about it like this. We're looking to prove value, right? And build some depth potentially.
Yeah.
Like Jaden Higgins and like a 27 second. Is that enough?
Yeah, I'd do that. I'd also do the 110 or Gadsden. I'd do either of those. I think those all make sense for you. So that could work. Let's find the 103 and the 104 on the same team. So
okay, maybe he wants his pick at the he potentially is happy with his quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. But maybe he has a preference.
Or he wants. Yeah, I mean he's got nothing on this roster outside of JSN though.
No, but I think you do a simple like 104. You tell them you can keep the 103, give me the 104, and I'll take your 109, for example. It's not a good class, but again, the depth is so important to your league that I think it's worth taking, moving back 2 spots to try and see if the 109 is a random hit.
I also think like if he wanted to do the 111 or the 112 there, I don't see a big enough gap between Lemon Tate, Mendoza here to be a stickler about that specifically.
I agree. I'd be fine with that. Nothing else really makes sense here. Of course, you can ask for a 27 first, but it's probably not going to happen to move back 2 spots in this year's class, unfortunately. So that is your game plan for your rookie draft. And I think, again, every move that you make this offseason, you're asking the question, how can I set myself up best next offseason to be in the best place to build the best team? Like, we're not really concerned about anything that happens in 2026, which is why I might suggest we move off of Gibbs and Mahomes if the right deal is there, to just have as much flexibility next offseason. You don't even, honestly, like all 3 of these names, Mahomes, Gibbs, and Walker, you don't need to move off of any of them. But if the right deal comes, I don't think you should be aggressively saying no. I think we should start off with like a Gibbs tear down. So, for example, if, it's not really so much looking at team fit here, but rather looking at names that you would actually tear down to. So I'm not tearing down to James Cook in his situation, but a Travion Henderson and 2 firsts, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Same thing for like a Judkins in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Or Scadaboo, probably.
Even Scadaboo, yeah, I'm fine with that being, 1 year, being a second-year player.
Ideally, those firsts, you want them to be early. What about Amarion Hampton? And I would say it needs to be an early to mid future first, like 1 first. Like, I can't do it for a 28 and a 26 late first. But if it's a mid to early 27 first in Hampton, I might consider it in a league like this.
You need somebody that understands the value of Gibbs because, like just these players aren't available very often.
No.
Who has Hampton?
That's a good question. Let's see.
Should we see what? Because I really like that you're getting very much younger a player. Like Hampton could be a first round startup pick this time next year.
The guy who has Hampton has a 105.
This is the 105 team.
You could ask Hampton 105 and do like a pick swap. Throw him
back.
This.
You're like a second rounder.
So Hampton 105 plus a 27 first, and then you're going to give him back the, what did he have again? I'm trying to remember. He has the 202 and the 202 and the 205, something like that.
Yeah, I could send, or you can send if he wants a second next year to do like a round swap with the 27 first.
Yeah, I can see that working. But I like the Henderson deal as well. That's what you would need to tear off of Gibbs. I wouldn't really move Gibbs for like Marvin in a first or something. I think you need to still have a core running back available to you.
It's 3 firsts of value.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's got to be
for Mahomes. You're not tearing down to a Dak or a Baker or a Goff. That just really doesn't make sense. I would say a Knicks. A Knicks is really the only one that makes a lot of sense to me. Like Knicks, Purdy, Lawrence, maybe that's the group where you can actually get value back.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Regardless of, because even those are still like competing-ish assets. Like, yeah, if I can get a plus, then yeah, I'm happy to. Just because I'm adding value and I'm getting 4 years younger, even though it's at quarterback where it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, if you can do an additional first on any of those names, it makes sense. Otherwise, you just hold Mahomes. For Ken Walker, I don't know what his price is going to be because I don't know where he's going to go in free agency. But, if you're able to net like 2 future firsts, from Ken Walker after free agency, I think that makes a lot of sense for flexibility. But, yeah, I mean, that would be the game plan I would have for you, Mr. T. It's always good to be honest and realistic with where you are, and I don't think you're ready to compete. My goal would be looking at 2027 as your window. Appreciate you big time, my friend. Again, like I said earlier, you're going to get that playbook within the next 3 to 4 business days in the message tab on the Flock Fantasy site. Did just get T-Gotsy's review in, so we'll have a look at that. But we're going to start off with Willie Beeman. His team name is Dynasties. Am I saying that right?
D's nasty.
Yeah,
D's,
D Nasty.
The nasty belonging to D.
D's are yeah. Okay, so this is a one quarterback
His
start
profile
8.
picture.
Wait, his profile picture?
Is that Hank Schrader, or am I tripping?
You might be right, actually.
Is it?
How? No, that's definitely not Hank Schrader.
Oh no.
But
Well, that just proves I don't see color. So there you go.
yeah, right.
Guys.
No, I mean it's close. You're not far off. They're both.
He's bald.
They're both badasses.
They're both bald.
Yeah. Shout out to my bald kings. Okay. So he's saying, I'm thinking I need better receiving depth. Golden hasn't panned out. I'm in win now mode, finished 3rd last year. Should I package some of my running backs to get some younger receivers? Let's have a geese. You are in a start 8-1 quarterback, so complete opposite of the team we just talked about. Yeah, there's no super flex. There is depth is not that important, right? It's much more important to have superstars in your lineup than quality depth. You don't have really any impact picks in 2025 to work with, but I will just note down what you do have. Okay, one quarterback start 8. We've got Caleb or Trevor. I like that. That's fine. Gibbs Genty is awesome. JS London is awesome. Loveland. I mean, that starting 6 there outside the flexes is really strong.
Phenomenal.
The flex is where things get tough because you're hoping Harvey breaks out. You're hoping Warren keeps the job. If that happens, that's your 8. If one of them doesn't pan out or both of them don't, you're relying on Pittman and Golden. So there's
You still got Sutton, though.
He does have Sutton. That's fair.
He's going to be fine at least in 2026.
Sutton will be an asset that you can flex in 2026. That's
yeah,
right.
Exactly. He's not ideal for this type of lineup, though. You don't want to be relying on him.
And certainly isn't like someone that you would feel comfortable competing multi.
I really like.
With.
Yeah, I really like the depth pieces though. Tootin, Algier, and Caleb Johnson. There's upside with all 3 of those guys.
Yep.
Romeo Dobbs is a free agent. Maybe he gets a bag somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good team.
I would say there's enough there where you probably don't have to make a move, but I wouldn't be like upset about the idea of like packaging those 2 seconds we have with hypothetically a Jalen Warren and getting an RB3 that I feel more comfortable with. Like I'm thinking
I'm
Javonte
also
Williams
happy
range or something like that.
Yeah, I'm also happy moving off Harvey. I'm a little panic mode with RJ right now.
Yeah, I haven't been that thrilled kind of researching him. I've been pretty aggressively not loving the rookie year he had. But with this team, I think you are definitely trying to compete. I mean, you said that there's a window that you need to take advantage of, so I'm going to label you windows open. Overall team grade, I think it's a good team. The depth is where it struggles a little bit, but I would say like a solid B+. Feels like a solid B+ to me. And definitely a team that we're going to go out there and try and win a championship this season. Let's jump to the War Room. I don't really think the War Room for your team is going to be as impactful, but you've got the 205, 208, 310. Look, I don't really think that you should spend these picks on rookies because we're trying to win right now. And like I've said previously, I have no idea who these names are going to be from the. I don't know who the 107 is yet, so I could not tell you what the 208 is going to be. I would much rather trade for a veteran running back or receiver.
What about like a? I can give you some names here.
Or use these in packages to upgrade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like a Rico Dowdle, a Chuba Hubbard, Tony Pollard is in this mid-second range.
It's weird because none of those guys sound like guys that are going to make a difference.
No, probably not. But if you're gonna trade it straight up,
That's probably the names that
Those are the names you're looking
sense.
at. You probably want to shoot higher than that with our, packaging these picks with somebody else to get a bigger upgrade.
That almost makes me think maybe buying a veteran isn't the move. I feel like J.K. Dobbins is one that you said J.K., right?
Yeah.
Like the 208 for J.K. maybe that makes some sense with what you're trying to accomplish this year.
Yeah, it's just I'm thinking like he was averaging like 10 points per game in a start 8.
I know.
Is that
I really think the pathway is using these picks to package, yeah.
Yeah.
So
throwing them onto RJ and seeing how high up you can get.
Exactly. Or like using it with Pittman, or there's a bunch of different ways that we can really do that. So Willie, let's go to your chalkboard, because I think that's where the meat of your review really lies. So if we use Warren and the 205, what does that net us? RJ Harvey, I would first try and see if I can pivot off of him. Like right now, if I can get Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a straight pivot. Brees Hall.
I traded him straight up for ETN like a month ago in a league.
That's really interesting.
I like that too.
I'm not opposed to that, honestly. I almost wonder if you could get a second and send a third, and then you have a little bit more arsenal.
Get a little swap done. Yeah.
You might not be able to, but it's worth exploring. Again, coming back to these names for RJ Harvey trying to flop. I mean, I don't think I would do Josh Jacobs, but
on this team, I'm honestly fine with it though, because you're trying to compete, and the rest of the roster is so young.
Okay, I would do Jacobs if we get a second, third swap.
Right, like Gibbs, Genty, JSN, London, Loveland. Like those 5 being our running back, wide receiver, tight end means I'm happy getting a Jacobs to try and compete in the flex.
Yeah. One that I don't think is possible, but I just want to throw out there, is Chase Brown. Like this is one of those names where I'd be willing to send like the 208 on top if that's possible.
Oh, so easily for me. Yeah.
Try the straight swap first. But even if you were to hold Harvey, can we move Warren into some of these names? Like Warren plus it might take more, but Warren in the 205, does that land you ETN? I think that might actually be reasonable for some people. Or a Josh Jacobs, maybe that's where you go. Maybe that's how you get Josh Jacobs instead. I'm not even opposed to doing this twice, where we turn Warren and Harvey into a Javonte Jacobs or a Javonte Etienne, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I just think your flexes feel much more secure this year. And if you did a move like this, you'd have the flexibility in season to tear down from a Gibbs or a Genty or a JSN if you needed that additional depth. But I agree with Sammy, the idea of like, look, Pittman, Sutton, Jennings, they're not sexy, but they're going to have enough value to fill your flexes. And you keep your 27 first, which is a fail safe if you need.
Look, yeah, that 27 first, this is absolutely a team where in week 10, if I'm like 8-2, if I'm 7-3, I'm in the playoffs, I'm sending that pick to upgrade a flex spot.
Yeah, agreed.
Go for a championship, you know what I mean? But I don't want to do it now because
Agreed.
I don't think you have to. Like you just said, I think that those depth guys are enough to fill the lineup for the first,
What do you think Pittman in the 205 can really net us? This is my concern. Like trying to move off of Pittman. I don't even know if it's going to make an impact.
There was a Matt Harmon talked about this. There was a little bit of some rumblings that they could cut Pittman to afford Pierce.
Yeah,
bring Alec Pierce back,
which would be interesting because I feel like Pittman's given so much to that organization from like just purely his body falling apart, but.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes sense to me is like AJ Brown, buying him because a lot of people don't really like AJ Brown.
What about like a Jordan Addison?
Would that make a difference though?
Well, he's younger, And I think that if they figure out the quarterback, that's going to be good for everybody, right? I mean, this is a guy who put up 14 points per game in basically back-to-back seasons to start his career.
I think that's fair.
I don't mind.
I mean, I don't know that Addison,
like you said,
improves
I don't
your
know.
chances
I don't
to
think
win a championship,
yeah.
but I guess flexibility.
That's a good point. Yeah.
From a flexibility perspective, maybe. I don't think I'd pay the
But
205.
AJ Brown makes a lot of sense, I think.
I do think I would pay, like, what did we have? We had a third. We had the 310. I mean, that might not even really, it might not matter to this guy, but.
What about, like, Javonte? Can you get Javonte for one of these seconds?
I would do the same thing for AJ Brown for Javonte Smith.
I meant Adams. Not with Pittman, but just trading, like, the 205.
Davante Adams is a great shout.
Like the 205 and
I almost
it's like
think
the 205
you do
and
like
the
a
208
swap.
and you get like a third round pick back or something.
So like Pittman in the 208 for Davante Adams and a third.
Yeah.
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 What does the Davante Adams guy have? He has the 303 and the 307. So the 307.
And he might want to get younger in that wide receiver room too.
Yeah. I like that deal a lot, actually. That's a lot of options
improves
for
your chances this year.
For Willie, and all of those deals improve your chance this year, like Sammy said. And I appreciate you, man. Thanks for letting us look at the squad. I think you're in a really good spot. A couple small little moves might help you kind of push the boundaries for a championship this year. So I appreciate you, man, and thanks for letting us look at the squad. Okay. Again, you can get your team in tonight if you'd like to have the team looked at. If you'd like to get a review, absolutely no pressure to do so, but you can join the queue. Appreciate y'all. It's been fun having a look at your team so far. Next one is Dynasty Ty, Dynasty TY. Now, his team name is Growers, Not Showers. Do you believe,
What are you asking me?
I don't know. I mean,
Do I believe in them?
Do you believe, it's important to show strength without being strong?
I like to, it's good to keep your cards close to your chest. And I think that's what Dynasty Ty's doing here,
Yeah.
You never want to let them know your next move.
That's what we're doing here.
Exactly.
Okay. So this is, you remember how we talked about how important depth was for that team two reviews ago?
Whoa, start 12, 2 tight end. I love it.
How about a start 12? And
how about a 2 tight end league?
So it'd be 2 tight end, 4 flex is probably what we're looking at. If it's not 4 flex, it's
3
receivers, 2 tight ends, and 3 flex. Either way, crazy. Really fun to have a look at. He says, "What's up? I'm indecisive about the direction of my team. I feel like it could be a 1-year punt due to the injured guys I have, but could be a full rebuild as well. Would trading my vet guys and getting younger picks/players be the move, or just stick for the 1-year punt? Thanks again. Love the channel." Okay, well, you're currently ranked 11th. You do not have an impact pick this year. Your only picks are the 205 and the 305, which, I mean, maybe those will net you something interesting, but they're certainly not going to turn this team around. It's not going to make you, the 11th team, and then all of a sudden you're in 4th or 5th. In really any class, but definitely not in this class. It's funny, like we loved last year's class, and what were these picks? Like Jack Besh, Trey Harris, Kyle Williams sometimes. I mean,
nothing good.
It typically doesn't work out with those picks anyway, even in good classes. Okay. All right, so let's have a look at the squad. Again, in a start 12. My gosh.
Yeah, this is...
Herbert, Murray, McCarthy. You don't really have a quarterback, too. We love RJ Harvey, and then, bunch of what-ifs. CeeDee Lamb, Tet. I like the top 2 receivers there. A lot of guys I'm not obsessed with in your wide receiver room outside of that. Kittle, Arroyo, Ingram. I mean, I don't really see a scenario, and I'd love to hear you. Maybe you have a different opinion, Sammy, but I always try and lean towards a 1-year punt with people because I don't want them rebuilding for too long. But when I look at a team like this, I don't think it's going to take... I don't know, like things can go your way, but I don't see in a year from now you being ready to compete yet. I'm going to give you a D plus grade. I'm sorry. It's honest. It's transparent. I don't think the team is very good. You don't have a lot of draft capital to turn things around. You don't have a lot of depth. Your league desperately needs depth for you to compete. And I would say this is a full rebuild. And it doesn't really change the way you operate right now anyway, compared to a 1 year punt. But
No, not really.
it just sets the expectations that you're probably still rebuilding next year unless things really turn around quickly and you just kind of hit on some stuff.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I don't think that, because here's the thing. In a 1 year punt, it's one of those situations where you're probably not close enough, but you could be in a year. In this situation, even if you sell off all of the quote unquote contending assets here and only those ones, I don't necessarily know that you're getting enough back where in 2027 your roster looks like it's in any shape to compete, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, this team here, like, genuinely, Tedero McMillan might be the only player that I want to hold right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to put down CeeDee Lamb as an untouchable, but I would really suggest that we actually move him because of the context
No
of the
need
team.
to have him on this roster.
Yeah.
There's no need.
Your holds, I need you to hold on to Bashul Tootin, Jalen Noel, and Elijah Arroyo. I also need you to hold on to Rico Dowdle for now. And I say that because after free agency, then you can look at selling him either now or in the season when people need running back points. If you want to drop names, Nick Nash, Josh Dobbs, Shepard, and Kendrick Bourne are all names that are worth dropping, but I did have a look at your waiver wire earlier before the stream, and there really isn't anyone worthwhile to pick up. Let's jump into the chalkboard. The war room. Again, unfortunately, you're not going to make a big impact here, being at the 205. But you're in a position where I don't mind just taking a shot on whatever guys you like here. You know, I mean, you need depth.
You might as well.
You might as well just shoot your shot. Like, what is the name? Are you a big Antonio Williams guy? Eli Stowers or Ty Simpson falls and he went in the second round, like Tyler Shuck you're wanting to replicate, or, you know, like take your shot. Take your shot on a guy. If you're going to trade it, you know, I would say you can trade for a 27 second. Or you can trade that third for a 27 third and just kind of punt it out one more year for a class that maybe we like more. But unfortunately, because you just have such a limited amount of, you know, opportunity to improve through that avenue, I don't think it's going to be a big part of your offseason. Now, let's jump into the chalkboard. CeeDee Lamb is definitely a name I would love to look at tearing down from. I would also add... He's the only tear down, but I am not opposed to selling... It sounds weird to say Harvey, but I'm not opposed to selling Harvey.
Sell him. He's 20. What is he? 25 and a half?
I know. It's so... what a weird situation.
I'm so out. I just don't... He's 25. There's no need. He doesn't... This is an asset that I think could lose a lot of value within 2 months, and you're not trying to win.
Yeah. Look, I am not opposed to selling Harvey. It depends on the price, like we talked about earlier. What I would say is Harvey's not the one that I'm most desperate to sell. I would be more interested in selling CD if I had to sell one. But there's a lot of names on your roster that you really can't move right now. Okay? DK Metcalf comes to mind. What the hell are you going to move for him right now? DJ Moore comes to mind.
I don't know if anybody's buying him. Yeah.
You know, George Kittle. I don't think it's a good time to sell George Kittle right now.
I agree.
You know, Juwan Jennings.
Christian Watson, similar. I saw Christian Watson's going like top 30 wide receivers in underdog drafts right now.
Oh, wow. Really?
I think he could be like a guy that you sell in August.
Okay. Yeah.
When the hype kind of picks up. But yeah, you're right. Like these guys, DK, DJ, these guys are going to be a lot more valuable when they're scoring points.
100%. And right now, you know, I mean, if DK I think DK might be a buy low, which doesn't mean it's not a good time to sell him. I say that because I don't expect him to be a league winner, but it's an entirely different offense, and everybody is thinking, you know, everybody is thinking Arthur Smith in that offense, right?
And it's just not, yeah.
Yeah, it's just not that offense anymore. What's
Tyler
up,
to DK Metcalf? Gonna be awesome.
It's going to feed families. He says, how do I get my team reviewed next? So you can actually check out the link in the pinned comment. It says get team reviewed tonight. When you click on that, there's 2 ways for you to get a team playbook with myself, either by becoming a land annual Mother Flocker member. Okay. When you become an annual Mother Flocker member, it's only annual, not monthly. You get the live team playbook by default, the war room, the hotline with the trade question vouchers, the rookie report, access to live Dynasty leagues that we run each week. Alternatively, you can buy one a la carte through the Flock store if you're already a member of a different promo code. But I'll put that link again in the chat, and you let me know if you have any questions, my friend. So, okay. Is there any other name you want to throw out? Because I feel like that's real. Like, you can't sell JJ. Sorry. You can't sell Kyler. You can't sell James Conner. Sure, you want to move these guys. Joe Mixon. It makes no sense. I think actual logistic steps right now, this would be the list. And I think CeeDee Lamb is really the big one.
I think Kyler, once he's a starter, and once we know that he's starting for a team in 2026, he immediately gains value.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, you're just in a tough spot where all of these vet names are going to be more valuable not now. And so you kind of just got to wait it out, which is a little unfortunate, but, you know.
Okay, first idea. Luther Burden and 2 firsts. The top team in your league, they go from Luther Burden to CeeDee Lamb. You get 2 first-round picks.
Easy.
Luther Burden. That's awesome. I would even add like your 205, is that what you had, to get this done. Maybe that's not possible, but it has to be in the range of that value. If instead of the other first, it's Brian Thomas and Luther Burden, then fine, we're going to do it. We're not going to do it if it's Sutton or Addison instead of that first. Let's see. Some of these teams just don't have, the depth to make a move like this. Olave in a first? Chris Olave plus a 27 first? I don't think I'm too far off that.
I don't know if Chris Olave is the guy I want to buy. Because does that not put you... He's what, a year younger than CD?
Yeah, I guess it's not ideal, but...
So then this next offseason, you're in the exact same situation where you probably don't want Chris Olave.
Probably not ideal. That's fair. Man, does anybody have a good receiver room? Okay, here we go. Team 5. Marvin is probably perfect.
Yeah.
It's got to be like Marvin and 2 firsts.
Yeah. And I would be Brian Thomas Jr.
Is Brian on this team?
No, but
okay, yeah.
Just
well, that's the same team that had Burden, I think. So I would do the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
I would do the same thing. I agree with you there.
If you can get the 2 firsts with
we're on the same
BTJ
page.
instead of Burden, I do that fine. Yeah.
This team is probably the team that's most equipped to take on a deal like this. I wouldn't really want to do Zay Flowers. Would you do Rashee Rice here? Like,
with the hope that he shoots up in value and you can sell him for like top 8 wide receiver prices mid-season or something?
Yeah, it's an option that he can consider. Let's just leave it at that, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to turn my only good asset into that, though.
That's kind of...
Well, you have T-Max still, but yeah.
Do you think there's a Jefferson tier down? Like, do you think you can go CD to something really small like Jefferson in that 108? And then you can tier off of Jefferson in season, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't know if he goes for it, but you can definitely try. I know that people a lot of the times they don't want to give themselves a chore by making a trade. I'm sort of, just get the value, and so I would definitely do that even if it means. Can you go to Pickens there?
That's risky, but
I'm not sure how you feel about.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. So what, like George Pickens in a first?
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer. Okay, so that's an option.
Getting younger.
I'd probably do Ladd as well. Depends on where that first is projected. This guy who only has Roma Dunte isn't going to tier up. We have to be realistic. Ricky Pearsall is not going to work. So those are really your options.
McBride and Bowers in a 2 tight end league.
Oh my gosh. Cheat code.
That's wild.
That's why he has Wan'Dale Robinson as a wide receiver too. Egbuka's the last name, but that guy doesn't have any first, so I don't see how a deal gets done. So ideally, one of those options will work for you. RJ Harvey. See, this is interesting because on this team, I'm probably not sending Harvey for Javonte. And I probably don't want to acquire Etienne or Josh Jacobs. I'd probably have to go Harvey. I don't think we can sell him right now.
I would just try and get a pick.
Okay, well, so it's like a 27 first?
Yeah, any 27 first.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would be fine sending for RJ Harvey, or getting for RJ Harvey, because you don't need running back points on this team. You want to get all the points off of your team. You want to get the 101 in 2027 here.
Yeah. So look, the idea of talking about all these names at the bottom is going to waste all of our time, because I can't tell you in September of 2026, September 30th, 2026, I have no idea what Metcalf, Moore, Kittle, Jennings, Watson will be valued at. But ideally, these guys are performing and you sell them at their peak. Does that mean that George Kittle in your 2 tight end premium or 2 tight end start league gets you a first? Hopefully. That's what you would hope for, right? Right now, you're probably only going to get a second. So those are guys that you would wait to sell in season. My favorite ideas was the Burden move, the Marvin move, the Pickens move, and the idea of moving off of Harvey for that first. But yeah, man. Anything else, Sam, before we move on here? Anything you want to tell the guy?
Well, my favorite move is the Brian Thomas move, but that goes without saying.
Okay, yeah. Well, if Sammy had a say in his favorite moves, Brian Thomas would probably be the number 1 target in every review here.
Every team would end up with Brian Thomas.
Yeah. Okay. I got a random idea here. How about we trade for Brian Thomas?
Hey, here, guys. Okay, I want you to hear me out.
Hear me out. Okay.
I know I get crazy sometimes. What if we traded for Brian Thomas?
You like Puka Nacua? What if I told you I could turn him into Brian Thomas right now?
What if I told you that Puka Nacua was Brian Thomas?
He's actually future Brian Thomas. You just don't know it yet. Okay, let's go on to Marshawn next. Shout out to Marshawn. Appreciate you becoming a member, man. This is a unique league, by the way, Sammy, because this is technically not a full-blown dynasty. This is technically a keeper league.
18 keepers. I mean, at that point,
I was gonna say, like, you might as well.
This
can we be real for a second? You have a dynasty team, okay?
This has got to be the most boring draft of all time every year. Because it's like the 101 is Afton Chisholm, exactly.
Afton Chisholm's ready to go.
Exactly, pretty close.
This
honestly.
is basically a dynasty league. Let's be honest. He says, "What's up, Land? Love the channel, but the 40 in Feb sold me. I appreciate you, man." Again, guys, if you don't know what he's referring to, it's just the initiative that I started in February, where the goal was to get 40 annual Mother Flocker members in a single week. And even if we don't, I'm donating 10% of every membership in the month of February to the A21 organization. If you don't know about A21 just yet, I would really encourage you to go to a21.org. They're an incredible organization that's been around since 2008. They do great work around human trafficking. And, we're just doing what we can. So I appreciate you being a part of it, Marshawn. He says, home league going into our 12th season. Wow. I absolutely love that. That, like, this type of league where you're with, like, your good friends and, it's like multi-decaded, that's not even a word, but like multi-decades type of run.
People care about it. They get excited for it every year. This is the dream.
This is the dream league. Yes. Sixth, he finished 6th last year and looking to get over the hump and win his 3rd title. And he gave me his rookie picks.
25% titles. That's a pretty good rate.
That is, I rate.
That's like my cinnamon rate during the startup draft. Pretty good.
Actually, probably a higher rate there. He has 527 firsts, but again, it's a keeper league. So what is that really worth?
Wait. So there's no rookie?
I guess that is pretty much equivalent to a rookie pick. Yeah, I mean, I guess now that I'm thinking about it.
Because
you draft the rookies obviously coming in.
Yeah, so the rookies are basically all the best picks in the
keeper league is basically going to be a rookie draft. Because again, it's a 14-team, 18 keeper. 252 players are kept.
Yeah.
This is basically a dynasty league. You're just calling it keeper.
So he's getting... that's in 2027. Okay. And he has the 109 this year.
He has a 109 this year.
51-65.
Which
So Zach,
I
what's
did
really
the math,
important
by the way.
here, who are we taking at 65th overall in the 2026 draft?
Well, quick math says that's the 409 and the
So
509.
Afton Chisholm?
And you might as well trade that for Efton Chisholm straight away. Okay? Let's be honest.
Is he rostered?
252 players are kept. Let's hope that Efton Chisholm's getting some love here. I don't want people to accidentally think that like I'm an Efton Chisholm guy, but I don't know.
I think we have to be
care.
now.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the squad. It is a 1 quarterback start 8. So it is a smaller lineup, which makes sense with it being a 14-team league. That makes a lot of sense. So he's got Lamar Jackson. That's awesome. He's got Genty, Brees, Henderson. I like the running back room. Garrett, Marvin, Waddle. Not the strongest receiver room, to be honest. Then Bowers and Gadsden. I really think, the obvious eyesore on this team is at wide receiver. And that's really tough because at one point, all of these guys, these top 3 names, Wilson, Harrison, Waddle, I mean, they all at one point were ranked as locked and loaded top 7 dynasty receivers, right? And
Yeah.
it just really hasn't lived up to the expectations you probably would have had. I'm going to give you draft capital grade an A- because you have so many first in 2027. I think this team can compete. I don't see why you can't compete. So I would definitely label you a contender. And then your overall team grade as of today, the receiver room is bad, but it's not like terrible. I'd probably put like a B. This feels very much like a B flat to me. Kind of right there around like this middle of the pack
Bowers
team,
and
ready to
Lamar
compete.
are helping it a lot.
Exactly. You
But
got
no,
some
I'm there
top
with
end
you. A B.
names.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to do anything other than compete in this format with the team that you've got, right? Okay, let's...
It's a 1 quarterback start 8, right?
1 quarterback start 8. So if you think about starting lineup would be Lamar, Genty, Brees, Wilson, Harrison, Bowers. He only needs 3 more names, which would be Waddle, Henderson, and either Jennings
2
or
more, no?
Gadsden, or...
Wouldn't it only be 2 more?
Well...
If it's a start 8? Because start 9 super flex is
this
2
isn't
wide
super
receiver,
flex,
2
though.
flex. So yeah, so then if it's a start 8, it's 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, tight end,
You're
2
right.
flex.
You're right. It is only start 2.
So it's Hendo and
Flex.
Waddle.
Hendo and Waddle.
Check out.
So on your bench, you still have Jennings, Gadsden, Mason, which honestly
Jalen
isn't
McMillan.
great, but yeah, Jalen McMillan, my guy.
Your guy.
Look, untouchables: Genty, Bowers. Holds will be Henderson, Braylon, Allen, McMillan, Gadsden for now. You can drop Damian Pierce and Mac Jones. I mean, I get why you're holding Mac Jones and Anthony Richardson. Like, I understand why you're holding them, but I struggle to see a scenario in which you're like actively using them in a 1 quarterback league and it mattering, I guess is the right way to say that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure it will ever truly matter. Let's jump to the White War Room, excuse me. At the 109. I would rather trade the pick if I can.
Yeah.
But,
That's what we're going to say with anything but 106 onward.
Yeah, true. I guess that's... I'm like trying to pretend like it's a big brain move or something.
Hear me out. I know the class
me out,
sucks and everybody hates these picks. I think I'm going to trade it.
I know you've heard
think I
this
might
every
trade it.
day, but crazy idea. Okay, so if you were to hold, you're going to get someone like a Boston, Concepcion, Cooper, Price. Like, that's probably the range that you're looking at. In the 4th and 5th round, I got no idea.
But wait. So this is okay. No, it's like a normal rookie draft. I need to.
Yeah, because remember,
Nobody
252
good.
players are
Nobody
kept each year.
good is not being kept. Yeah. Okay.
You're
It's a
basically
dynasty
asking,
league.
like,
It's a dynasty league.
do I add, Damian Pierce or one of these names is how I'm perceiving this.
Yeah.
I'd rather get a veteran flex at the 109. I don't think these picks are really going to matter to you. But
Let's get some names.
yeah, so I don't mind if it's running back or receiver, honestly. I just think you need one more flex there. So yeah, what are some names that could make sense that you're not going to get a Chase Brown, you're not going to get a Henderson.
Javonte Williams?
If that's possible, that's perfect. I think that might be shooting too high, but I do like it.
I mean, the Eagles guys, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, are in
that's
that 109
that's that
range
of like, would you rather take a shot on Boston going in the first or something, or those guys? You can't get Walker. Jameson?
I mean, if you can do that, I'm sky high on the guy.
Okay, so that would definitely be something we're in sync on. But like,
yeah, we both love him.
You're not gonna go shoot for a Davante Adams at this price. You're not gonna shoot for Jordan Addison and Travis Hunter. Yeah, I guess it is limited.
The only way I'm doing like a Davante Adams, can I do? And if this is too big brain, call me out. Can I do like the 109 and Jalen Waddle for Davante and then an upgrade on Waddle?
Okay, I like that. Davante Adams.
You know what I mean?
You know what? Let's go to the chalkboard for that one because that's a good idea. This is kind of your rookie draft plan, though, my friend. Let's jump to your chalkboard because that's a good idea to flesh out. Okay, so you were saying Davante, the 109 plus Waddle, was it?
Yeah, and can I get up? Like, I don't know who the Davante team has, obviously, but can I upgrade the Waddle spot, get a little younger and better this year, maybe?
Okay, let's have a look at who has Adams here because that's a. So we got T. Higgins and George Pickens. I mean, would love either of those. I don't know how possible that is, but I would 100% agree that would be your best case option.
I think Higgins is probably more likely, obviously, but I like both of those options. I think Davante, like, is something similar possible with Terry McLaurin?
Ooh, I like that. What with like using Waddle again?
Same thing.
No,
same
he's
thing.
Got JSN and Jalen Noel. That's it. But I like that. I like the train of thought. Let me just keep looking.
Like if we're getting a vet, if we're adding a vet that's lower value than
like
the 109.
You can't do like AJ Brown, Nico. Unfortunately, that's too high. Yeah, it's hard to find a perfect fit with that goal in mind, but I like the goal. Metcalf, would you go Metcalf and like Ladd?
I think it's in the realm. I'm honestly 109 Metcalf right Waddle now. To the it's an easy guy to buy. I don't think people are, sky high on Ladd either.
Yeah. Rice is risky, but obviously like when you look at Rice, you say, okay, if he doesn't get suspended, then it's worth it. If he does, then you made a bad trade. So you're obviously assuming a lot of risk there. I don't know if I would do it for Zay.
I wouldn't. I don't see it as a big enough upgrade on Waddle.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you're getting the same thing younger, so I don't mind. Actually, then I'm paying the 109 for Metcalf. Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a lot of options beyond that. You could I'm gonna say Jameson. No, that team doesn't work out.
You're still in at market value on Garrett Wilson, eh?
I am in on the fact that he's a really good player and he's got a long-term contract. He'll get 10 targets a game, and I'm just hoping that they bring in a veteran that's actually competent this time instead of like going the bridge route and being like, oh, who knows what this player could be. So I'm also aware that he's very much on the current trajectory of DJ Moore's career.
Well, you know what's funny? I literally recorded a video today, and I looked at Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
Terry's really interesting because he was a top 10 dynasty wide receiver after year 2, where he had almost 15 points per game. And then he had 3 straight seasons where he was wide receiver 30, 20, and 33 in points per game before Jaden got there. Oh, and it's it's so unfortunate.
I feel sick thinking about that.
I know. And then Garrett Wilson's 20. He's going to be 27 before the 2027 season. Scary hours, man.
Garrett Wilson's going to be 27? No way.
In a year's time, 365 days from now, he will be turning 27 before the season starts.
I guess like I'm just thinking Chris Olave. Like okay, so swap Wilson and Chris Olave's 2025 season and tell me Garrett Wilson is in the top 10 wide receiver in Dynasty everywhere.
Absolutely he is. Absolutely
That's
he is.
what I'm saying. Like I don't want to give up too early on the talent.
It's like Jets. It's
But
like having no.
I'm not like so sold that I'm like, dude, no, like you have to keep him. I'm not upset if anyone is out, and you can make a case why you're out, and I would be like, I get it. But I still am. I think he's a way better prospect than DJ Moore was, and I fully believe that if he was in the right situation, he could have been a top 5 ranked Dynasty wide receiver at some point. That's
Dude, it sucks so much that it's like not that,
Yeah, I agree. But
and it's like, yeah, and I don't trust the Jets to do anything intelligent.
It's the unfortunate reality of the world we live in. But Marshawn, I appreciate you big time, my friend. Last thing I'll say before we log off is in season, if you wanted to use one of those 27 firsts and make an upgrade to your roster, waddle into 27 first, for example, and really go all in, then you can do that. But I think you're set up really well, my friend, and I'm excited about what you can accomplish here in 2026.
I think moving those picks makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I am gonna hit the bathroom.
Yeah.
While you start this next one, and I'll be back.
No stress at all. I did just see we got Gotsy in here, which I'll be getting to, and I think PTWN3. Is this you here, PTWN3? Let me know if it is. I've got you here as well. And that also updates our tracker, by the way. 40 in a week Feb. I mean, guys, we're doing the damn thing. We're now at 9. I don't know what's possible, but again, if you want to be a part of the last week of 40 in a week Feb, where we are donating 10% of all purchases to A21 organization, we're at 9 right now, and it's only the 23rd. We got to the 28th to try and make some movement here. But I appreciate y'all being a part of it. Okay, let's jump to Sifo here next. Sifo here is next in the building. And then after that, we've got... actually, let me double check one thing. Sorry, I want to make sure... Okay, yeah. Cool. Want to make sure there's no priority passes there that I needed to honor or not. Okay, cool. Sifo's in the building. Says the infamous. It's a 14 team. And is Sifo with us, by the way? Because I'd be so curious to see. Yeah, I'd be so curious to see. You know what? Mike asked a question. I just want to respond. He says, any way to straight donate that cause through you? Honestly, guys, the only reason we're doing this initiative is to do some good in the world. So even if you want to go straight to a21.org, I don't need it to come through me. Even if you want to go to a21.org and hit the donate button, which that you can see here at the top right, if you're passionate about it, like I'm passionate about it, whatever you think, you want to do is completely fine. All I want to do is raise awareness and, collectively do some good as well. So if I can, just by talking about it, raise awareness in our space, and if you guys feel compelled, then that's good enough for me. I was just finding a way for you to be both a part of what we're doing and get an awesome review and membership, as well as give to it naturally. But genuinely, like I mean, it makes me so happy to think. I saw a comment the other day. Someone said, "Hey, I'm already a member, but I'm going to go donate anyway," or whatever the case may be. And I just thought that's awesome that, it can go to the cause that way. All right, is Sifo here? I have a question. Because
Start 5.
It says start 5. I'm not sure I've ever seen a start 5 before.
There's no way.
And I was also trying to work it out, because if it's a start 5, then I'm guessing that means either, how would that even work? Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, and one flex. So is it 1-1-1-1-1? I'm guessing it would be.
There's no way.
Start 5, I mean, would it be start 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end, and 1 flex? That would be 5. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, though.
There's no...
Let me double check the back end here. It says start 6 on the back end. So
what is going on?
Start 6 would be, but what would that be? Would it be 1 running back, 2
flex?
receivers? Like this?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I think that's the most likely thing. They're just building. Here's what they're doing. They're building a real life NFL offense. you have 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and then you can choose what personnel you want to go into.
Well, they also have, this is supposed to be an offensive line league where it's not showing because they actually have 5 offensive linemen. Well, let me just read the content.
Are you serious?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh. Okay, because honestly,
Anthony Chisholm plays on the offensive line as well.
That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun.
Sifo says,
I want to be in a league like that.
Love the content you and the team put out. I was recently offered the 101 in Fannin for 114 in Hampton plus Vidal. I mean, that's a no for me, by the way, to that trade. I love Hampton, but that's a no. Or what? The 101 and Fannin. I mean, no.
Which side is he on?
I think I would keep 101 there. Oh, wait, you have to give the 101 and Fannin? Yeah, no chance. I'm keeping the 101 and Fannin. And if you're getting the 101 and Fannin, it's a no-brainer.
Way more valuable.
Yeah. I did pull the sleeper back end, Sean, and it said the same thing. Okay. Look, what I think is the best thing to do here for Sifo to give them the best review possible is I want them to watch this, and then I'm going to give them a voucher to resubmit because I want to know more information about your league. Please just confirm to me, is it actually a start 5? Is it a start 6? And what does that look like? Do you have any flex spots, or are there no flex spots? Is it start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers? Because how I review your team is genuinely going to change depending on what information you give me. So I'm going to give you that voucher, and you come back and just submit again, okay? Because I could go through this and give you the review for sure. It's not about like me doing the review or not. It's more like I want to give you the best review, and then we're gonna play through so many hypotheticals that it's just not.
Yeah, if it's this, we do this. If it's this, we do that. I want to alert you before you go to Tigazzi. Reedson Moreau in the chat. He had a review earlier. Potential deal on the table. Would you do Trevor Lawrence and Nico Collins for London and Achan or Brees?
Reed, you're the Thanos, right? You're the Thanos we had today.
I think he was.
Remind me if that's the case. Hey, Bode2, why don't you DM me on Discord, my friend, and I'll have a look for you. But if you've already gotten a review from Domain, which they do great work, I don't think you're going to be able to change it if they've already done that work for you. If they've already done the review for you, right? You can DM me, but I don't think I'll be able to help, but I'll see what I can do. But of course, you guys would be shocked by the amount of people who are Domain who get reviews from me, the amount of people who are Land who get reviews from Domain. That's why we have the a la carte store, right? Because everybody wants the different ways that we all review teams, and one's not better than the other. It's just a lot of different perspectives. But DM me.
His was the Thanos.
Okay, yours was the Thanos. So I'm just asking that because I'm trying to get into the right mindset. Would I trade Lawrence and Nico for London and Achan or Brees? He doesn't need Lawrence at all, if I remember. Yeah,
I would get Achan in that deal.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to take London and Achan. I would honestly do London and Brees as well.
Yeah, I think it's fine. If you have the choice, I'm taking Achan 100 times out of 100.
And I would pay more to do London and Achan than to do London and Brees. Like if he needed a late first equivalent of value to make that deal work,
he's got 5 27 firsts. Send them to get London and Achan.
Yeah. My name is here on Discord, Bo. You can copy and paste that ZAX Z. Sorry, that's an Australian thing. ZAXAVAGE.
Zed is
on
Canadian,
Discord.
actually, as
Is
well.
it Canadian
Zach,
as well?
so-
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yes,
crossover
sir.
between Canada and Australia, actually. A lot of crossover.
Good countries, I hear.
I think they're pretty good. If you combine
great.
them, maybe the hockey team. I mean, who knows? No one grows up in Australia playing ice hockey, though. They play field hockey. Okay. What's this guy's team name? Go ahead. Go ahead.
He is
Go ahead. It's fine.
he uncontrollably gets first downs. He
love
just
it.
can't. There's nothing he can do about it.
We've got T Gotsy in the chat, who, by the way, became a member on the stream. That's awesome. I
And he's
appreciate you.
Canadian.
He is Canadian as well, so I'm gonna give him, the best possible review I can, because obviously all you Canadians are grieving right now, and it's the least that I can possibly do. First off, thanks for becoming a member today, man. I appreciate you big time. Team name is First Down Syndrome. You're currently in your league. You are ranked, it looks like, second. This is a start 9-1 quarterback, so that is the middle ground. That is the middle ground there. So decent amount of depth matters in a league like this, which is good to know. The site has you ranked 6th at quarterback, 10th at running back, 4th at receiver, and 5th at tight end. Let's have a look at the team. You've got Herbert, Lawrence, Goff. That's more than okay for a one quarterback league. Even in Superflex, that would have been fine. At running back, clearly there's a hole here after Quinch and Judkins. Also, that's what she said. At receiver, you're stacked. Jefferson, Ladd. I guess you're really not stacked, but I like your receiver room is what I should have said. A little bit top heavy. Loveland at tight end is awesome. You've got 2 first in 27. You've got 4 seconds in 27. You have the 102 in this class, which will absolutely make an impact. That will definitely matter for you. So thinking through this again, in a start 9, you're starting one of them quarterbacks, then Judkins. I don't know who you're starting at RB2, honestly. That's a huge weakness, and you don't have a pick to really, naturally match that need, if that makes sense. You're then starting Jefferson, McConkey, Loveland. That is 6. You need 9. So you're flexing Ricky Pearsall, Travis Hunter, Jaden Higgins. Whatever you do at the 102, that probably also becomes a flex for you as well, I would imagine. Hard to say that you could rely on them straight away. But, let's play like the world everybody loves to play in. So Mekhi Lemon to the Chiefs. You're probably playing him straight away. We would assume that would be a really good fit. But what do assumptions do? They make an ass out of you. You for sure. Maybe me.
Definitely you. Potentially me as well.
It could be both of us. Okay. Overall team grade. I think the running back room is just so rough that it's hard to give it too high of a grade for me. I don't know. It's not a bad team, though. It's a good team. I kind of feel like this is like C plus B minus range. Do you want to be the determining factor there between a C plus and a B minus? Because I think he's on the edge of one of those.
Yeah. I like the 2 firsts next year. I like the quarterback. I'm going to go B minus because I think that there's enough good here that we can, even if it doesn't look great right now, we can turn this into a winner.
Yeah, the thing is, do we compete this year? Maybe if you had a better RB2, I could see it. If you want to compete this year, I feel like you have to turn the 102 into a running back. I don't know how else he competes this year.
Well, we have, I see some pads. If we want to compete, not looking at the 102, I could see, maybe not. You're not getting a heavy hitter, but there's a quarterback down tier that could happen here. We have 4 seconds in 2027.
There is a scenario where you could get 2 veterans with those seconds in 27. I don't know. Gotsi, where do you lean? Where do you lean here? Because I really think this is a team that could go either direction. Are you trying to compete this year? Or are you like, Zach, that's why the hell I paid for you to tell me what your opinion is?
What are you asking me for?
I'm just wondering if a lot of people have a specific direction in mind, right? Where they're like, I know exactly where I'm wanting to go with this, but help me get there. So, Godsey, I just want to hear from you for a second, because honestly, I'm probably like, if you weren't here right now on the live stream, I'd probably give you an in or out label where I could see you legitimately going in either direction. But I would like to hear from you. Like we said, B- grade. Look, from the untouchables perspective, I mean, would we still call Justin Jefferson an untouchable? I don't think so. So I don't think you have an untouchable, but I would say Jefferson's a hold. He's definitely someone I would strongly suggest to hold, along with Jonathan Brooks, along with Caleb Johnson. You got some really strong holds on this team. I would add Travis Hunter to that list at this point. Or it depends on what price you can get for Hunter. If you need to drop some names, you can drop Estime if you wanted. You could drop Dontavion Wicks if you wanted. And then, is there anyone interesting on your waiver wire? Braylon Allen, I think, should be rostered. It's a one quarterback, so I'm not that bothered about Malik. I would say Braylon Allen's definitely a name that you should be picking up over Estime, or who else is it? Isaiah Davis. If they transition tag Brees, you would regret not having him.
This is the one quarterback, right?
Yeah, one quarterback.
Okay. He also said he had a trade proposal for the 101 in his message.
Where he gets the 101? Okay, let me have a look at that.
So,
just quickly, Reed says, thank you very much. Would you down tier from Caleb to Hurts, currently negotiating for a deal 101 Hurts, Tyreek Hill for the 107 Caleb, Egbuka, and the 310? So you're asking if I would go from Caleb to Hurts to get the 101. I see. I don't think it's a down tier to go from Caleb to Hurts. I see them in the same tier. So I would look at this trade and I would say, throw out Caleb and Jalen. I don't care who you want, but you're getting the 101. Tyreek Hill doesn't matter. And to get the 101, you are paying the 107 and Egbuka. I would do that no brainer. Assuming you're getting the 101 here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 107 and Egbuka for the one. Yeah.
Yeah, no brainer.
Well, this is Thanos too, so we want as many of the studs as possible.
Okay, let's have a look. He says, let's have a look at the trade proposal that he's got. Let's see. I don't see. Oh, did I not even read this top one? Okay, I didn't read this yet. It says, my team shot the bed year one, finished last. Bad look being the commish. We've all been there. Trade away the vets for picks. Need running backs. Bad. Got offered the 101 and maybe Addison for Justin Jefferson. Tempted to do it. Great job with the content. Glad to support you and your luscious locks. Go Bills. I appreciate that, man. Okay, now he's being offered the 101 and Addison for Justin Jefferson. That, to me, triggers exactly where I want to go, which is let's 1 year punt this thing.
Because Jefferson is really the only.
But he's
the only asset.
You're not going to get like more than an asset that is worth 3 or 4 first-round picks already. You know what I mean?
No, and he is the only asset here that doesn't fit a 1 year punt.
Exactly. It's the perfect, like, we don't even have to struggle through in or out. It's the perfect way to go straight into a 1 year punt, get great value for it. Hey, if the offense in Minnesota turns around, guess what? You just made a bet on Jordan Addison. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me to pull that deal off, honestly.
If he wants a little more, because he says in maybe Addison. I would throw the 206 to get Addison included in that. Right.
Yeah, to get the 101 and Addison. I mean, I don't even mind.
The guy wants a little more.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Obviously, if you can get Addison straight up, Sammy's not saying to throw the 206 in there. He's just saying if you had to give him something in return. Yeah, I think that really easily kind of settles where I want to take it. Let's take it in a 1 year punt. And you're right, Sammy. Like, that's the only name that you would really purposely kind of want to get out of. Let's jump to the war room. You got the 102, which you can definitely make an impact with this team. Remember, it's a one quarterback. So really we're looking at Lemon, Tate, Tyson. Okay, that's it. You're not looking at anyone else. At the 206, really, it's too early to say, but go best player available, especially with us punting at these other picks. I don't see a reason to trade the 102 for a player.
No.
You know, if you want to trade the 206 for a future second in 27 or whatever, future fourths, right? You know, you want to get out of that class, I'm fine. But the only thing I would suggest trying is going from the 102 to the 103 and getting something in return.
Yeah,
or the 104.
Or the 104.
Can't go to the 105.
No, because Mendoza is not valuable here, and you have 3 quarterbacks anyways.
The 104 is team 4. So if you could hypothetically, I mean, wow, talk about no depth at all to make a deal. I mean, it would have to be like the 104. But in this league, in this draft, do you really feel comfortable moving off the 102 only to gain the 111 or the 112? I don't know. I mean, because what happens if Jordan Tyson actually does fall to the mid-20s and goes to the Steelers or some dog shit spot like that, you know? Like, I don't know that losing control of the draft is worth such a late pick in a class we're not obsessed with. But it's unreasonable to ask for a future 27 first.
Well, here, this is a trade that we would make that I'd be more inclined to make after, like, when the pick's on the clock. When the 102 is on the clock, if Jordan Tyson, we don't see Jordan Tyson as being that far below Mekhi Lemon or Carnell Tate, whoever is wide receiver 1 in value, then that's the situation where I'd be happy to take a shot on a guy in the late first.
Alternatively, I just put down there, if you can do a pick swap where you get their 27 first and you send your 206, and that's one of those ones, it's got to be on the clock. Has to be on the clock. It's not going to happen right now. No doubt about it. But yeah, again, this other world that Sammy presented where, you know, you're essentially on the clock and you don't really care. You're fine with whoever's left at the 104. Excuse me. So those could work if things pan out the right way. At the 103, you'll have less leverage because there are 2 receivers everybody loves, I feel like Tyson's the one that people are up and down about. So I don't know, like, would you move to the 103 for a 27 second? I think you're probably not going to get, you know, Marvin, for example.
Yeah, I don't even know if the 27 seconds worth it, cuz like what if it's like Tate to the Chiefs and Lemon to the Jets?
Right.
All of a sudden it's like, okay, this is not worth a second round pick.
You could try to do like a Ricky Pearsall Marvin Harrison swap. If you believe in that.
Yeah, no, I don't hate that.
Or Travis Hunter Marvin. So you're going to just move off the Travis Hunter situation hypothetically. But I think the 104 makes a lot more sense. So we'll kind of leave that as your main goal. Okay, let's jump into the chalkboard here. We already had 2 trades written down that you had mentioned were available. Honestly, if this is available right now, Godsey, and it's like in your inbox, then you go accept it, because it just so clearly removes all of the kind of unknowns with your team about where you're wanting to go, and it just so clearly defines, you know, what your next chapter for this team looks like.
And it's incredible value. Like, it's really good value.
I 100% agree. Hard part after that is, like, I mean, who do we sell really? Maybe Trevor, maybe Jared Goff. Like, is there a team?
Yeah,
that needs a backup quarterback?
I'm wondering if we get even if we can. I'd rather sell Lawrence, honestly, in a 1 quarterback. Keep Herbert.
Yeah.
Get off Lawrence on the hype, and then Goff is your backup.
Yeah, I don't know 1 quarterback leagues as well. So if there is
neither.
like,
I don't play in any.
If there is some sort of hype for him, then I would agree with that. Does anybody need quarterback though? Let's see. That might be the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nobody needs one.
Maybe Josh Allen guy who has Justin Fields as his quarterback too.
But is he really going to pay an asset to
See, I
get
don't think
Lawrence
so.
as a backup?
No, I don't really think he will. But I mean, it all depends on like what line we're willing to draw. So, two teams that could make sense. The Josh Allen guy. Okay, is he willing to give you? Man, he doesn't even have a second in the future. You're not going to sell for a third. You don't. It doesn't make sense to buy Ken Walker right now.
He's got no youth.
Yeah, this. I actually don't think this makes sense at all to trade with him. Unfortunately.
No. What about like there was the Hurts team?
The Hurts team
The Hurts
could
team
make sense.
didn't really have a backup. They might be worried about Hurts.
Here's
Golden?
a problem though. I was gonna go Golden. Do we have a tight end we love? We already do. I was gonna go Golden, but like Golden in the 209, does that feels more like Jared Goff to me than Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, I just have no idea how quarterbacks are valued in these one quarterback leagues. Like especially when this guy's trading for a backup, you know? He's trading for Hurts insurance.
Right. I do love the
Like,
idea of adding Golden.
Yeah.
Maybe you add Golden, and if it's Trevor Lawrence, you add Golden and Trey Harris to kind of like mend the gap of value.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're not in a league that probably values quarterback all that highly. And with that one move, I mean, Sammy mentioned it earlier, but with that one move, you've pretty much set this ship in a auto direction. You're on autopilot for the rest of the year, because I can't tell you to sell any of these names right now in a 1-year punt outside of Jefferson.
Yeah, perfectly set up for, you know, Jeremiah Love, Quinshawn, Ladd, and whoever that 102 is, helping you compete in 2027 alongside those rookies that you get next year.
The 27 first he has is from Njigbaz in Paris. And, I mean, that team could be good, but they have no depth at all whatsoever. You kind of have to hope an injury happens. Kind of have to play the evil behind the scenes, like hoping for an injury, as terrible as that sounds.
Yeah. Definitely don't trade him Jared Goff, because then he has Josh Allen insurance.
Yeah. Let me know if you got any final questions, Gotsy. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for becoming a member. And please DM me. Gotsy, next thing I would suggest for you to do, since you've already become a member, is you've already done step 1. Make sure you do step 2, where you sync your Discord on the Flock Fantasy site. So you go to my account on Flock Fantasy, sync Discord. Then you'll be able to see the Land Leagues tab. Fill out that form I just released today. And then DM me on Discord, man. And I'm going to fast track you into the next league. If you want to be in the next league. But again, that's in the Land Leagues tab right here. Kotzi says, if that Justin Jefferson trade doesn't go through for whatever reason, I wouldn't mind some ideas. Yeah, let's okay, if the Jefferson move doesn't go through, the more we've talked about your team, the more I still want to punt. Which means maybe it's not the 101, but let's find some other Jefferson ideas that we could tear down with. Ideally, you want to find a team that's ready to compete. So like team 1, Tua, Infinity, and beyond with Luther Burden. That is very attractive to me. Unfortunately, he's at the 106, and a one quarterback that's even worse. But like a Burden, 27 first. Do you guys have access to your 28 firsts? If you do, like that, I would do a deal like that. I just want to make sure I'm covering all my bases here. Okay, you do. That's great. T. Gotzi says, I try linking my Discord and it doesn't want to work. That's okay. Well, we've got support right here on the chat.
Gosh, Discord's the worst, man.
What should he do?
Can you here? I was gonna say DM me on Discord. That's funny. Can you tell me? Well, no, he can DM me on Discord. I'll put my user. I'll put my username in the chat.
Send Sammy a DM and he's gonna make sure you're all sorted out. Okay. He said, Sammy, please support me. Okay, let me keep looking. Egbuka would be an awesome option, like Egbuka and a 27 first in that 108. Now, that might be asking too much, but what you could do is give back the 206. Alternatively, if he's not willing to do that, can you ask for his 27 second as well? So it would be Egbuka and a first and a second. That might be a sell low, so I'd be cautious with that one. I would love London. I just don't think London's possible anymore. Like, ideally, if you could do Jefferson for London and a 27 first, and then you send that 206, that's awesome. I don't think people are willing to do that anymore with Jefferson. Let me see if there's any others that make sense. Olave, that guy doesn't have any picks. Okay, Brian Thomas. I would have been interested in this idea, but the guy has no future firsts. You're not going to do a deal where you send Jefferson away for Brian Thomas and not get a bunch of future firsts. So that wouldn't work. Obviously, you're not going to do it for A.J. Brown. Like, look, Roma, this guy could work. The Roma Dunze, Marvin Harrison guy, that could be another option for you where you're going either Marvin Harrison Jr. or Roma Dunze. And on top of it, you know, you're asking for the 103. I think that's a no-brainer. If you can't get the 103, then maybe a 27 first. Do you think you can ask for more? I don't think you can ask for more than a 27 first in these names. I don't know. You see how far you can stretch it. I don't think you can get two 27 first in these names.
No, I think you probably have to find something in between.
Yeah. The 203 or something. Well, that's a lot of ideas there, my dude. Send Sammy a DM. Make sure you're all hooked up. Let him know what's going on. And I appreciate you, man. You're gonna get that team playbook within the next 3 to 4 business days. And thanks for letting me review the squad. Thanks for becoming a member. You'll get your own customized version here in the next 3 to 4 days. Appreciate you big time, my dude.
Heck yeah.
Okay. We've got Halls and Terps. However, Terps bought the Pro Pass. So I am going to go ahead and push his through first because when you buy the Pro Pass, you get automatically the Priority Pass benefits. Okay. So if you guys don't know, on the Flock site, you've got 3 different tiers that you can choose from. One of those tiers is the Pro Pass. Okay, that's tier 3. And the Pro Pass automatically gives you the perk of tier 2 with the priority. But the big thing with the Pro Pass is it actually doubles your playbooks. So you get 2 playbooks instead of 1. Important for me to tell Terps here before I give him that voucher that you cannot then go turn this voucher into another Pro Pass. I am actually keeping track of everything on the back end. But I appreciate you big time. And we'll have a look at this squad here. Sammy, you can log off whenever you want to, by the way.
No, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I want to.
Okay, cool.
I got nowhere to be. I want to hang out.
As long as you're having fun, then stay. But if you're like, damn, okay, this is going a long time.
I couldn't be having more of a blast, honestly.
I love hanging out with you. Honestly, it's a fun time.
Oh, it's a great time.
Okay, let's jump in here. Shout out to Terps. Is Terps in the chat? Turks and
Terps. Maryland. Terrapin.
I do always
think
we're doing? Maryland when I hear that. I grew up in the DC area. DC, Virginia.
That was my favorite. Maryland was my favorite team to use on CFB 25.
Their jerseys are crazy.
I love how they had like 4. They got like a black, a white, a red, and a yellow. It was awesome. The Maryland flag is just crazy.
I agree. Okay. He says team is fresh out of a startup, which is good to know. We just finished Gotsi,
Terps is here.
Terps is here.
Terps
in the
is
building.
here.
So
Heck
Terps, I assume you heard what I said about the Pro Pass. I just gave you another voucher. Feel free to submit it whenever you want. The voucher that you were given, you can't upgrade that voucher to another Pro Pass, but you can upgrade it to a Priority Pass if you choose to. But just want to make sure we're on the same page there, my friend. Okay, here we go. It's a Superflex Start 11 with a 0.5 tight end premium. So this is a big boy league. Okay.
Rolling deep.
This is not messing around. This is rolling deep.
3 wide receiver, 3 flex, likely.
Would love your
2 wide
thoughts
receiver,
on
4
how
flex.
I did and any moves I should be looking to make. Okay, cool. So you are currently ranked 6th. So you're right there. You're the butt crack. You're right in the middle. That doesn't mean that you're bad. It's just, that's just where you're ranked. You're right in the crack. Team name is Terps. Okay, I have a question. Why is the username Terps619, but then the team name is Terps1502? What's the significance of...
Well, and Zach, Terps, the Terps 1502 has an extra S, yet on YouTube, Terps 1502 only has 1 S. So this is a man of many names.
He's just trying to get as much representation for the Terps as possible, I think.
I guess so. I guess so.
But maybe there's a method to the madness. Either way, I love it.
Is that a donkey?
Wait,
Terps,
where?
Terps is his YouTube.
You don't know what that is? Oh, I thought you were
thought it looked
talking
like
about Flock Fantasy. His
No.
I was like, that's Mike Wazowski, bro.
Is that a donkey? Brother, it's Mike Wazowski.
Is that a donkey?
His YouTube name or his YouTube profile is like, it says Terps and it's got like an AI donkey on it.
Oh wait, I forgot to update the 40 in a week Feb. Okay, so 40 in a week Feb. Did I update houses yet? I think that pushes us to 11. Let me update that. Because again, we're doing playbooks and annual Mother Flocker members. So I think that pushes us to 11 right now on the 23rd in America. If we're going to do it any week, this might be the week here. Currently at 11, ladies and gentlemen.
On day 1, that's huge.
Okay. So, I feel like we've said so much, but we've said nothing. This entire review. Okay.
We haven't even started yet, to be honest.
No, we haven't. All right, let's have a look. So, in a big old lineup, start 11, you've got Purdy, Murray, Jones. Don't love the quarterback room. There's a reason you're ranked 10th there on the Flock site. Kyler is much more of like a quarterback 3 for me than a quarterback 2 when I'm building out a super flex team. But it looks like you definitely went for some depth. You've got Bucky, Javonte, CMC, Jacobs. I think what you did is you took a lot of veteran discounts for production because you want to win now. Then at receiver, you got the premium names like your Pukas, Londons. You got Nico, you got Terry, Sutton. At tight end, you went in the bargain bin there. So you're not exactly expecting to win your league at the tight end position. And honestly, do you prefer Goddard to go back to Philly? Probably, right? If you're in this position.
You got to think so. No matter what, he's in for some crazy touchdown regression.
He probably is going to regress.
He hit like over double his career. I think his career high was 5 and he had 11 this year.
Which is absolutely insane. So, okay, so you're starting 11. Yeah. Let's think through what that starting 11 would be. Purdy, Murray, Bucky, Javonte, Puka, London, Goddard. Then you have to start 4, which would be CMC, Nico, Jacobs, Terry.
Yeah.
That's a team that can compete.
That's absolutely a team that can win a chip right there. I mean, if CMC is him, yeah, exactly. And I like Mac Jones a lot more than you do in terms of a out of a startup. I'm perfectly happy with Kyler Mack as my quarterback 2 swings if I didn't get a top guy.
Okay.
I like this team. Like in terms of trying to win this year, You kept your 27 first, which is awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I've wrapped my head around everything here. Okay, so no capital in 26. That's, that you can really like improve the team with. But I think you did a good job. Coming out of a startup, there's typically always holes on a team. Clearly, like, tight end is where you would be struggling the most. But I would put like a solid... I got to account for the quarterback depth and tight end. I think this is a solid, like, B flat. But that doesn't mean it's a bad team. B flat. But then I think you're in a windows open mindset now.
Out of a startup, B flat is...
Yeah.
Probably, if you're in the A's, it means that you got some insane values. And if you're in the C's, it means you mess some stuff up.
I would have guessed that you went into this draft with a game plan to compete this year. And let me know if that's
getting
the case.
Getting Puka, London, Nico, Bucky, Purdy feels like they should all be like top 4 round picks, and you got all 5.
I wonder what I was going to say, I wonder what he uses 26 picks on, but he didn't have any.
He wouldn't have. He just didn't draft any, probably.
Okay, so as far as holds go, look, I'm willing to hold Mac Jones. I'm not anti-Mac. I just don't think they're going to move him. But if I'm wrong, I'd love to have him held on plenty of rosters. Mayer's a sneaky hold because we all loved him as a prospect. He's just been majorly cock-blocked by a much better prospect. And then I think Von Vele is worth holding. See if they bring in someone or not. You can drop
Jack Besh?
Yeah, Jack Besh. Definitely keep Jack Besh as a hold as well. I don't know who Nathan Carter is.
Nathan Carter is he's like the #1 trending name on Sleeper right now. He's a running back for the Falcons, and I think people are projecting he's going to be the backup when Algier walks. But if you go to like any league and you go to the trend page, he's like number 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume they're going to bring in another backup, but yeah,
you can probably drop him.
If you need to drop him, not that you have to, but if you need to, you certainly can.
He's 8% rostered. You could drop him.
Your waiver wire.
I got a guy's picture on the site.
Your waiver wire has absolutely nobody, so I wouldn't really be too bothered to drop them right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is now going to be Tyler Algier. I just don't believe that as we sit here today. I think it's almost pointless to go to a war room for you, to be honest, my friend, because you only have the 410 and the 412. There's really no reason to talk about those picks because nobody's going to care about them and they're not really going to make a big impact. If anything, I can suggest to you, if in the draft someone really has their eye on a player to end the draft, we all get that itch, and you can send those picks for a 4th and 27. That's probably your best case scenario. Or they're throw-ins and deals, where you improve the team in another way. With you being kind of like in this all-in mindset, I don't feel like I would do any drastic moves before the season begins because you've still got... Didn't we have like Warren and Sutton on the bench?
We did, yes. Yeah, so those top 4 running backs and top 4 wide receivers are in our lineup.
Yeah. So I think you're pretty much set for the goal that you have this year, which is to compete. Now, I was going to say, can we use a second to improve tight end, but you don't have your 2nd and 27.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with going all in with that 27 first, Terps, but I would prefer that you don't do that right now. I just like the ability to be flexible if things go south.
Exactly.
I've been in
100%.
plenty of teams where I look at it and I say, here's a bunch of veterans. I know they're going to score points. And then Alvin Kamara turns to dust and players get injured. And then all of a sudden you thought you were starting Bucky, CMC, Jacobs, Javonte, but 3 of them are injured. Sutton doesn't score any points again this year. It's just too many things can happen. So I would prefer to keep that 27 first right now. And then in season, if things are going well and you're saying the missing piece is a quarterback too, the missing piece is a starting tight end, then you can use that 27 first and go all in, because ultimately, the goal is to win a championship. Okay, that is the ultimate goal here. So that's how I would approach it. Now, the hard part is I don't know where the flexibility is on this team. Like, I could tell you to tear down from Puka, but I think you need a Puka to compete. I could tell you to tear down from a Nico Collins, but then you're just adding depth. I don't know where the wiggle room is here.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. And those things that you're talking about, I think it makes more sense in season once we know, because the glaring issues here are tight end and quarterback. If you want to get a tight end right now, that's fine, but is anybody going to be selling it right after the startup?
No.
I don't know. The other thing would be a potential quarterback 2 need.
Yeah.
If Kyler and Mac, neither of those guys are viable. And again, you just don't know that yet.
Yeah.
So I think that... Yeah.
I mean, I could come up with an idea about how we pivot off CMC so you can extend your window. But then if we're pivoting off of CMC, you have to know you're not going to have a player with the same upside. Like, if you're trying to pivot off CMC right now, Ken Walker, but we don't know where Ken Walker is going to land. We don't think, if both of them stay healthy, that CMC is going to be outscored by Ken Walker. That's just not going to happen. So, like, you can do things to make your team younger and kind of stay in a window, but it doesn't mean you're going to win a championship by doing that. Chase Brown comes to mind. I would actually be really fine doing Chase Brown, Breece Hall, and maybe even Saquon, with him having a couple of years on CMC. And look, I could do the same thing for Nico Collins, right? I can come here and say...
Terps in the chat said that Tucker Kraft and Colston Loveland have both been put on the trade block. So
well, let me just look at Kraft. I don't think you're going to be able to afford Loveland with what you have.
No. You'd have to...
But if you went the Kraft route, what do you think, Sammy, about like the idea of going and selling Nico? It would be like Nico Goddard for Kraft and what's that receiver? Rice, maybe.
Rice or Javonte?
Right. That could actually work really well.
Or JMO. Like, maybe this isn't a big JMO fan, and we obviously love JMO.
Yeah, I think Jameson Williams, Rashee Rice. I mean, I would probably do Devonta Smith as well. That's the lowest I would go there. You said JMO, I put Rice. Yeah, those are the 3. That deal actually does make sense, to be fair.
I think it does, because I think Nico, he is about to turn 27.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting 2 years of youth with JMO. You're getting youth with Rice. Devonta Smith, I don't love as much but you're netting Kraft, right? So
yeah, the Loveland deal will not work, I promise you, because this guy's clearly built for the future, and he has this idea that 2027 is going to save him. Which, I mean, maybe it does. I'm not saying it won't, but he's just not going to play ball. But those are all ideas that I actually really like. I didn't think we'd find good ideas because you're so set in a direction, and it's almost harmful for me to come on a review and then say, make all these trades and switch it up, because you've already really clearly established where you want to go. But Terps, let me know if you got any final questions there. Sammy,
are there
anything you wanted to say?
I'm thinking, like, because we're not really excited about Goddard. Is there a, like, very low valued contending tight end that he could look at? Like, how did this league value Kittle in the startup?
Yeah, right. Goddard in a third.
Or like David Njoku in a new spot. Can we try to acquire him? Or Mark Andrews with Isaiah Likely gone? I don't know. Like, just taking, like, if I can't get a Tucker Kraft, then I want to be taking, like, because who else does he have besides Goddard? It's nothing really, right?
No, nothing.
Hunter Henry. Yeah.
I would send that 27th third for Njoku. I would take that bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if I want like, if this is my tight end room and I want to compete, I want 3 names that I'm streaming, basically.
I think
that's kind of what I want to be doing, Like, I don't want to be betting on Dallas Goedert to score 10 touchdowns again.
Or even Juwan Johnson for a third.
Sure. Yeah. Just adding a name.
Yeah. somebody that is not going to kill you, but gives you an option. Kelsey, I don't think I do Kelsey, but anyway.
Yeah. Do you think he retires?
I just don't understand why he would keep playing. I don't know. I mean, he looked like by far the worst version of himself ever.
Yeah.
He's got an awesome life outside of it. I don't know. Maybe he keeps going because he's just a football guy, but he's not playing. It's like after Michael Jordan had a season, and I'm not saying Kelsey's Michael Jordan, but after Michael Jordan played on the Wizards, did we all think he would keep playing? Like, I mean, hey, man, probably time to hang it up.
Mahomes maybe not back to start the year, too.
Exactly. Exactly. But Terps, thanks for letting us review the squad, man, and let me know if you have any final questions there. I'd love to. Anytime I do a team playbook for y'all, anytime I do a review, I always want to make sure that, when we're done, you feel great about the support that you got there. I'm just opening my app to see more people upset about the Rashee Rice video.
Farm that engagement. Keep it going.
Let y'all keep going off. No worries, Terps. I appreciate you. Okay. I think this is maybe the last review of the day. Completely, if you're watching this and you want a review, I still got time. Sammy, of course, you don't have to keep staying on. But as we already mentioned, we're having a lot of fun.
Well, you know what? Who's chirping me in the chat? Mike says he's on Canadian silver medal time. It's still early. Whatever that means.
Yeah, well,
get your jabs in. Kick me while I'm down, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, let's show Sammy some love now, okay? He needs it. It's a vulnerable time for him and his family. But yes, I do still have time for today to get you into the queue. If you guys are wanting a review, you can check out the link in the pinned comment. Anyway, let's jump to House. Is House in the chat? I am worried because House's team name is AOC to Minshew. And
he's ranked number 1 in the league, so...
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be concerned. I just saw that name and I thought, this can't be good. It's a Superflex start 11, so another... I mean, we got some big boy teams here today. Shout out to House. Okay. Sweet. So start 11. There is a tight end premium.
It's a best ball.
And best ball. I love it. Okay, let's talk best ball. Best ball league, I was considering moving off of Puka to try and get JJ plus a quarterback. I was also debating waiting for the 27 draft as I have 2 firsts.
He is in the chat, by the way. PTWN03.
Why don't you read off this team, and I'm just going to mark some stuff on the back end, and we'll start to talk about it.
So it's a start. So basically, in an ideal world, it is a best ball, but we're starting Herbert, Kyler, Joe Milton, also at quarterback. We are starting Hampton and Judkins with Trey Benson, Bashal Tootin as some upside shots, Puka, Amon-Ra, and then Bowers, and then 4 more. So Burden, Zay Flowers, Gadsden, and then, it's probably one of Benson, Tootin.
Yeah.
We have the 202 and the 212. 2 firsts in 2027, and he also has 2 2028 firsts, he said in the chat. So some decent draft capital over the next
I know
few
it's
years.
best ball, but I don't love the depth we currently have, even in a best ball league. I mean, a lot of things can happen randomly, but
I would argue you want it more in a best ball league.
Mm-hmm.
The depth does matter more because
I agree.
The technical bench points are going to mean more. Yeah, exactly.
So like right now, if it wasn't a best ball, you'd be starting Herbert, Murray, Hampton, Judkins, Puka, Amon-Ra, Bowers, and then you would need to start 3 more names. And those 3 names right now are probably Burden, Flowers, Gadsden, Coker. But again, then you look at your bench and you say, who is the guy that randomly scores 30 points or puts up 20, has a long touchdown? I don't know who that is. Like DK is probably actually, if he continues his trajectory, not a bad
special
name.
teams points?
Right, special teams points could make a difference.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think Hawkinson might be a buy low because of all the reports coming out about how they had to completely get rid of the middle of the field for JJ McCarthy. Mm-hmm. But I mean, honestly, it's weird because I know that I'm like kind of contradicting myself. Then I look at his running back room and I think to myself, man, one of those three guys could be a league winner between Benson, Tootin, and Bigsby. If Benson somehow wins the job and they don't go running back, which doesn't seem likely right now, but if Tootin is a starter because there's no Etienne, if Saquon goes down, Bigsby, like if you had told me Zach, it's week 1 of the NFL season, Saquon Barkley just tore his ACL, Bigsby's a top 15 running back rest of the season in my rankings for redraft. So there's still plenty of potential there. And he also has 228 firsts, by the way, which is good to know. Overall team grade as of today, it's a little top heavy for a best ball. Not that it's a bad team by any means. I kind of lean like another B flat here.
That's what I was thinking. B flat or B plus, because you do have so many studs. Like,
yeah. What would you
Hampton,
be opposed
Puka,
to
Monra, Bowers
with this type of team? I wonder where that 27 first is projected, but I wouldn't be opposed to going all in and adding like 2 really good pieces, like keeping Puka, keeping Amon-Ra, but then using a 27 first and maybe a 27 second to add a running back and a receiver to improve that depth. Or the quarterback spot might be a little tricky here. I don't know.
And I'm more inclined to trade it straight up for depth because, like we said, it's a best ball.
Yeah.
He said he was considering down tiering from Puka to try and get Jefferson and a quarterback in the main message.
We could try that. And that would save a lot of your capital.
Yeah. I don't know if Puka's just...
Yeah, in a best
Puka
ball
in a best
league,
ball.
I mean, every week he's pretending it's best ball in the best way possible.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I don't see how I look at all these assets and tell you, hey man, I don't think you can compete. You know, I know you said
try. You like Amon-Ra, Herbert, Murray. You got to try.
There would just have to be such a drastic change to this roster if you weren't trying to compete. I know you said you were debating on whether waiting for the 27 draft, but I mean, if this team isn't competing, how do you not compete with Hampton, Bowers, Puka, Amon-Ra? I just don't know how you don't compete with that.
Like, if I'm not competing for the 101 next year, then I don't want to wait for the draft.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, if this team is not like, could this team miss the playoffs? Like, without a ton of injuries, I don't think so.
I don't see how it happens exactly unless there's like a ton of injuries that you weren't really expecting to happen. Is there anything interesting on his waiver wire real fast? Devon Vele. Ooh. Okay, look. In a best ball format, I think Devon Vele should definitely be rostered. And there's plenty of guys you can drop to make that happen. I don't even like Calvin Ridley, but I think he should be rostered in best ball. And then
Jordan James,
running back Jordan James, I was right there with you.
Absolutely.
Brian
Robinson's a free agent.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson's a free agent.
So those names are worth looking at. And by the way, Xavier Hutchinson, Josh Palmer, these guys can go Mitchell Evans can go if you need to clear space. For sure. PTW says, that's fair. I missed the playoffs last year. I ended up with a 102 that I traded for Amon-Ra. Wow, you traded the 102 for Amon-Ra? Well, without Amon-Ra last year, I could see how you might have failed because Bowers got injured.
Burden wasn't doing anything.
Burden wasn't doing anything. Flowers
Judkins
did shit all until the playoffs. Kyler didn't even play. I could see how that would have happened, but assuming health,
no, absolutely.
I could see this team definitely making it into the playoffs. 202 and 212. I mean, maybe that 202 is right on that range where we can look at a veteran. I hate DeAndre Swift, but like his name kind of came to mind. I don't hate the guy, but I mean,
Where are you at on buying Derrick Henry for like a pick like that?
Love that for this team.
Yeah.
Okay, look, if you're going to stick and pick, that 202 You're going to be in this range where, honestly, there might be a running back there. There might not be. I don't 100% know. Like, I don't know where Emmett Johnson's going to go, for example, in the draft, or Price. Katron Allen, maybe. It's really hard to say exactly what that pick is going to be. However, if you can turn that 202 into a Derrick Henry, you know, we just talked about that. DeAndre Swift, I don't love the Swift one as much. Blake Corum, I think, is like an awesome, actually maybe my favorite one for a best ball league. You know, you don't really have to worry about when he does get his turn, because the best ball format will sort it out for you. Are there other names there in that range that we can think of?
I like Kyle Monungai in the same vein as Blake Corum.
Okay, I'm not opposed to it in this format.
But yeah, that's probably the end of the list.
At that 212, you know, Monty, Stevenson, Dobbins, Pollard. I don't love buying right now before free agency, though. That group in particular. But I mean, if you added a Blake Corum or a Monangai or Henry Swift, like, these would all, in my opinion, be really ideal ads for the current situation that you're in. Okay, let's jump to your chalkboard here and come up with some more ideas to kind of put you in that contending mindset. Right now, I gave you the sleeper tag because I think a couple moves, and then you can kind of get into there. You know, it's certainly not a situation where you're a favorite by any means, but a couple moves and you can get into there. What's up, Zach? He says, we're just trying to get a team review. Lowest package was $70. So if you're not a land member, then $79 for a team review is like the baseline for a live team playbook. But I would 100,000% tell anyone who's going to purposely want a team playbook that the best bang for your buck by far is by becoming a annual Mother Flocker member with the promo code LAND. That is, I believe, $97 for an entire year. And with your membership, you get unlimited access to the Flock site for the entire year. So to all of the rankings, all the premium tools that we have on there, the draft guides, etc. You get the playbook as well. You get the war room. You get 6 trade question vouchers in your membership that you can come on the live stream and come back. So after you get a team review, you got any questions, you can come back. I'll help you out. You also get $10 FastDraft credit, so you can go over there and get some free drafts going. And what we just had today as well, with the Poseidon League, we have brand new land leagues happening every single week. And if you're a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, then you automatically get access to get into these leagues. If you become a brand new member, you can DM me. I'll fast track you into a brand new league. So I would always tell you, by far, anyone who's going to get a playbook, the best way, the best bang for your buck by far is going to be becoming an annual member. Now, when you're an annual member as well, as many of our people watching will know, you get 30% off all a la carte options. So if you ever wanted to get a team review in the future, it's 30% off of all of those prices as a thank you. All right. Shall we get to the chalkboard here?
Yeah, he also said that he was considering seeing if he could get Stafford for the 202 as well.
I don't hate it, but I think it's a little pricey for me with Stafford.
It is a little bit pricey. I think
there are other options that you could go for, because in a best ball league, you don't need consistency.
It's true. Yeah.
Like, I would rather go for Daniel Jones there. I doubt you can get Shuck, but even like a Bryce Young, a Sam Darnold. Again, like, we don't need consistency, and that's why I don't want to buy someone who's, too old to the point where maybe he has 1 year left. We don't know how long it's going to be.
It's year to year with him for sure.
Exactly. Like, we weren't even sure after he won the MVP if he was going to come back. It's like, yeah, I think he's coming back. Maybe. I prefer not to kind of be in that limbo if I'm going to invest Look, I don't like Darnold that much at all, but again, Darnold's a guy that you would probably never start on purpose, but in best ball, it takes care of itself. So that could definitely make sense. Now, let's explore the idea that he mentioned of tearing down from Puka Nacua.
Yes. What does that Justin Jefferson guy have?
That's
he mentioned a quarterback.
Yeah, let's have a geese. Jefferson, they've got Dart, Nix, Dak, Stroud.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, Dart and Jefferson's a no-brainer. I don't know if that's possible. I
honestly think, like, because you're dropping down what? You're dropping down like a full round of startup value from Puka to Jefferson. Dak and who is it? Nix? Dak and Nix, they're not far off, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially it is a 2 quarterback, right? Like it is
Super
Herbert
flex.
and Kyler, and that's it right now.
So would you hypothetically do like a Nix and Jefferson for a Puka? I don't dislike
Maybe I want
this.
a tiny bit more.
Yeah, it
Maybe
just
I want
doesn't
a tiny bit
feel
more.
perfect.
Puka's just that he is that just elite asset. I would want a little bit more.
Yeah. And the little more could be
It's nothing exciting.
I mean, you could throw in Rashad White. I don't know. That's not
Why is
really
this guy
exciting.
trying to turn Jefferson into Puka? Is this?
I don't understand it either, but
Yeah, like I don't know if this is an offer he was sent or what.
yeah, I mean, look, like Pittman on top, maybe in a best ball league, that solves pretty much every concern you had, you know. And
Puka
then
plus the 202 or Jefferson
the only
plus
thing you would
Stroud
have to
and
do-
Dak.
Puka 202 or Jefferson, Stroud, and Dak.
I don't think you need both.
Well, it sounds like he can get both though.
Yeah, but yeah, he's sending the 202. I guess I don't. Stroud and Dak. Yeah,
Appreciate you, Joel. Thanks for being in here, brother.
it completely solves your quarterback problem.
Joel, by the way, are you guys done with the draft yet?
I know that I saw last week they put the no, they finished it. Last week they went to an 8-hour clock in like the 20th round.
Oh, so they made it a slow draft. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Dak and CJ, like, this is technically more value than what we were asking for with Pittman. Dak and Stroud.
Yeah.
And then
And he's sending the 202 as well.
And then because it's best ball, you can actually move Dak if you wanted. Because I know that sounds weird, but Justin Herbert, Kyler, and Stroud is probably enough. And then if you can flip Dak into a really good running back, you know, like you have flexibility is what I'm trying to say. I don't love it. I mean, I'd rather do a deal where we're getting like Rashee Rice here and we send the 202. You know, it's like Puka, the 202 for Jefferson, Dak, and Rice. That makes me a lot more comfortable, but I'm also not opposed to the idea either. But again, I don't really understand why that owner would do it. I guess we don't have to ask that question if they're willing to do it. Let's see. Just trying to see if there's any other receivers that would make sense in a tier down. I wouldn't mind like a CD. No. I want to say like CD Kyron, but I don't really like that very much. No, that won't work. Olave could be interesting. Would you go like Olave, James Cook? I think that would be really intriguing to me. And maybe we find a way to add Shuck onto this or Baker. Okay.
Yeah, can we get that if we send the 202 back?
Yeah, exactly. Right where my brain was going. If you can net like a Baker, that would pretty much solve everything. Because you're hitting all three spots that you want right in a row. Nico Chase Brown is also pretty intriguing.
Daniel Jones there as well.
I kind of hate it because you're moving off such a solid asset for three that you like, but you're not in love with them the way you are with Puka.
Yeah.
But I wonder if you could find your way into the 105 here.
We also
You
still
said
have the
Puka and
27
202.
firsts to
Yeah.
potentially play around with, right?
Yep.
Because, yeah, like you said, like I think that Puka's an obvious spot, but are you going to get what he's truly worth?
It's
You
hard
know?
to in a league.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably where your options are going to stop. But I would say, ideally, I'd like to keep Puka if you can. If you can get a quarterback for a second or a running back for a second, and then, in season, if Kyler isn't a starter, can you use one of those firsts?
Yeah.
I really think adding one running back here, I might try and just push it towards the season, unless you get one of these Puka deals that we said that we liked. I really like the Dak and Rice one, but that one would be potentially hard to net. But yeah. Any questions here, PTW? Any final questions here? Thanks for letting us review the squad. Appreciate you big time for showing some love to the channel. And let me see if that's it for today. I think we might have had... Okay, M. Reed just pushed one through as well, so we'll have a look at his. Okay, dokie.
He said that he is, PT said he's all good.
Okay, awesome, man. Appreciate you big time.
Heck yeah, PT.
Thanks for showing some love, my dude. Okay, I think is M. Reed here? Let me know if M. Reed is here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you bought the Priority Pass a la carte, and then are you using this as your annual Mother Flocker membership to go to a Pro Pass? Is that right? I just want to make sure I read this correctly. And are you still here? Are you still on the stream? Just want to see.
Reed is in the chat, yes.
Yes, because he actually renewed on the 22nd. Yeah, so literally like a day ago or so. T-Gotsy says, Zach, can I DM you on Discord about joining one of the LAN leagues if my issues don't get fixed? Yeah, for sure. Don't worry, you're locked into the next league, brother. Anybody who becomes a brand new member gets locked into a new league. Always want to make sure everyone has a chance to be a part of that, All right. Well, I think Reed is here. Let me know if you are or are not here, brother. But that would actually push us, going back to the 40 in a week Feb, to 12.
Ooh.
12. How many days do we have, like, mathematically to, like, what are the actual numbers that we have to do? So what do
you mean?
Because today is 23rd. So we have,
okay.
Tomorrow's the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. So we have 5 days, and we've done 12 now. What's the math on that? So 5 days to get...
You got 28 left. 5 a day, so it'd be what, 6?
5 or 6 a day. I mean, that's going to be pretty
between
hard to do,
5
honestly.
and 6.
But we'll see. Anything's possible. All right, M. Reed, let's get straight into it, brother. Congratulations on the Pro Pass. I'm going to give you that voucher. Keep in mind, you cannot upgrade that voucher to another Pro Pass, just so we're on the same page. Anybody who becomes an annual member can get that Pro Pass option, but you can't then upgrade it to another Pro Pass, right? So you can upgrade that to a Priority Pass. You can keep it as a regular live team playbook, but I am tracking those on the back end here. And it's just, we want to stop that from being like this, kind of cheat code, unlimited loop type of thing. Okay, so it's a super flex 2 tight end. I didn't even know we had the option to show that on the site yet.
Start 12.
And it's a start 12.
Yeah. So this is the huge.
This entire stream is like full
deep.
of big boy teams, isn't it?
Yeah. People love the extra flex spots. I think it's fun because you get so many more relevant players involved, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like everybody matters, even Jack Besh, for example.
Exactly.
One of my favorites who did nothing. I'll never forgive Pete Carroll. I'll never forgive him.
You shouldn't, honestly.
Tyler Lockett, Are we really?
Dude,
30-year-old
Jack Best
Tyler
has
Lockett.
nothing on Tyler Lockett.
Are we serious? Yeah, I'm not going to get over it. Okay.
Tennessee Titans legend, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. He says, trying to see what direction to take this team. I think I'm missing a few pieces to truly compete. I had tried moving the 106 and 107 with no luck so far. So you're currently ranked first. Remember, the first team we saw from M. Reed here was a Thanos. You know, we hadn't seen a Thanos in a long time.
Is this him? Is this him?
Yeah, I believe it came back.
Him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, on the Flock site, they've got your quarterbacks ranked second, running backs third, wide receivers first, and tight ends fourth. And this looks like another dominant team here from you. I mean, if M. Reed sends you an invite to a Dynasty League, you should probably
think twice.
You should probably reconsider. Okay.
Think twice about it.
Okay. We've got Drake May, Caleb Williams. That's a great 1-2. Ward is a perfect quarterback 3 right now. At running back, Scattaboo Henderson, which I like. Neighbors, London at receiver, Warren. Then you need to flex. Oh, sorry, it's 2 tight ends. So you're starting Warren and Mark. And that is 8. And now we need to flex 4 more names. Those 4 names would be Olave, McMillan, Burden, and Judkins. Brother, what are you talking about? You think you're missing some pieces to compete? I mean,
He's probably just worried about the running backs.
In a start 12, you've already got Marks on the bench, Monongai on the bench, Golden, Downs, and whatever you can do with the 106 and the 107. I don't know where you stand, but I am 100% thinking that this is a contender. I mean,
this is absolutely a contender. The running backs is the only worry because you have 2 guys coming off brutal knee and leg injuries, and then you have Travion. But from a lineup standpoint, from a best case scenario standpoint, this team is absolutely a contender.
Yeah, I would give you an A overall, and I would say we're contending for sure. Can't give you an A plus. Can't make you a Thanos. It's not the same quality that previous team had. But this is one solid ass team, man. Untouchables, Drake May in a super flex. Malik Neighbors will be your main guys there. Holds, I would say Cam Ward is worth holding right now. I think. Kyle Monongai, depending on the price.
I need a win, so he is worth holding.
Yeah, exactly. It's official. He's worth holding, guys. Ferguson, you can drop Cameron Johnson. You can drop. I think you can drop Taj Brooks, but I haven't looked at your waiver wire yet, so it might not be worth. Oh boy, Malik Willis, definitely worth dropping.
Oh, in a super flex.
And Tank Bigsby's out there, and Devon Bailey's out there.
Can't forget about Treylon Burks.
And Treylon Burks. I mean, Ray Davis is worth.
Najee Harris apparently was running on a treadmill today. I saw that on Twitter.
I mean, that's awesome because he couldn't do that before his injury. So it's awesome to see him kind of
stuck on the walking speed. That was the problem.
Okay. So, yeah, look, I think you're definitely competing. Sean says a lot of these guys' values in their age, not in their production, which is fair. Like, I guess I understand where you guys are coming from there.
Yeah.
But we are expecting guys with their sort of draft capital. Historically, it's very rare that they don't come out and, produce. I guess you can have a different opinion on like a Burden or whatever.
Well,
but
look, like he has his 2027 first. It's not like we're gonna punt this team because we're worried about the running backs being good. You go into the season, if they're all terrible, then you figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you've got more than enough. And by the way, we haven't even considered that you're gonna add players with your draft picks. You've got 2 firsts.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not where we want them to be. Like, we all understand that.
Just missed it. Just barely missed it.
I know. You just barely got outside of that range that we really like. But that doesn't mean that they won't be impactful picks. He mentioned that he tried to sell those firsts and had kind of no luck. We will explore what's possible for you. I do feel like this is a team that I would, just to say it before we jump into the war room, I would be comfortable trading both of those picks entirely to find veterans that we can compete with right now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to stay young, but also, with that 106 and that 107, you've got 2 picks there. It's very much in that range of Denzel Boston, Concepcion, Sadiq. It's like these guys where if you're worried about young players that you can't bet on producing right now, they're probably not going to help, that concern that you have, if that makes sense. So that's going to be the range there. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you exactly what the best players available will be. Now, if you're going to trade the 106 and the 107, I'd be curious for you. Can you throw some names in the chat that you've tried to acquire? Because ideally you trade it for a running back and a tight end. And then Andrews becomes...
Tight end 2 is definitely
depth.
What we're looking for.
So let me throw out some names that I think would be reasonable at running back. He just signed a contract. Javonte Williams, I think, is reasonable at that price. Bucky Irving, I have no problem buying it at these prices. I'm not suggesting that everybody's going to sell him for those prices.
He tried to go after Devon Achane.
Oh, well, that's
exactly what that looked like.
That's not going to happen then.
Maybe it was both picks.
The Devon Achane owner was never going to give you Devon Achane for that price, though. We got to be realistic too.
Maybe it was both picks.
Okay, still.
Yeah.
It would have been that would have been a big ask to get those 2 names.
Definitely.
I would buy Breece Hall in this range. I would buy Ken Walker in this range.
Chase Brown?
I would buy Chase Brown in this range. I don't know about Saquon. Saquon and CMC are like the guys where you're like, I'm going all in. Scatterboo.
Yeah, that feels more like a
He already has Cam Scatterboo. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. How about tight end at that range? For me, it's a very small group, but it's a 2 tight end league.
So it's probably boosted a little bit, right? Like they're more valuable.
So Fannin and Kraft are no brainers, I think. But
exactly, I think I completely agree with these picks. Fannin and Kraft would be complete no brainers, but in this type of league, is there anyone that gets done?
Would you do Laporta for the 107?
I'd rather take Sadiq.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? That's fair. So maybe it is a very, very small list. But I don't know that. You know what? We need to think about the 106 a little bit differently in this league. Because if we think
Sadiq is more valuable,
tight ends going in the first round, that 106 is in a tier that it's not in a regular 1 tight end league.
I completely agree. Yeah, so we probably want to be moving the 107.
Yeah, you don't want to move the 106. You want to move that 107.
Unless you can get Fannin or Kraft.
Unless you can pitch it. I agree.
You can pitch it as they're adding a first-round tight end.
Exactly. So that will be the game plan we would rock with. And you definitely, when you're watching Dynasty content, need to think about it differently because Sadiq would be thrown into that Mendoza, Tate, Tyson, Lemon range. In that tier, it would extend to the 106 because you're in a start 2 tight end league. It's the same idea I had last year when we were talking about Warrens and Lovelands of the world. And
with a premium as well.
With a premium.
It's a start 2 tight end with a premium.
So Sadiq might not even be available at the 106 in the league like this.
Yeah, I mean, and in that case, you're getting a really good player. He also said he tried to go after Garrett Wilson with a trade involving Burden. He offered Burden the 107 and Josh Downs for Marvin Harrison Jr., Garrett Wilson, and Caleb Johnson.
Well,
that's a chalkboard type of deal.
Yeah, you said Garrett Wilson, Luther Burden, and Caleb Johnson.
No, Marv with Wilson and Johnson, and he is sending. Yeah, you got it. Marv instead of Burden.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the feedback was he was just not interested. I mean, I guess I understand why, because he's essentially accepting the 107 from Marv.
It's a fine first offer, though.
Yeah. I mean, was he interested at all, or was he just like, nah, not gonna happen, man? I mean, I'm a big Burden guy. I prefer to hold him.
Me too. Yeah, I would rather
can.
hold him.
But with that being said, I honestly don't think we need to. Like, I'm curious, like what we can
It's
move
really
the
just the
206
draft
for, but I think
it's really just maneuvering the draft capital, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure there's any sells on this rot. Like, maybe Travion, like, if you're worried about...
Right. If you want to compete
you could
right now.
move to a... Like, you could down tier to one of the names that we talked about the 107 for.
Right.
Net some sort of plus.
Hypothetically, you could do something like that. I mean, yeah, I don't really want to move any of these names. You got such a young, fun roster. I kind of want to keep, kind of keep it where it is. But let's have a look. So if you were to move off of Henderson, and this would really be because like you're focused on competing this year, then the names that I would say make sense would be Bucky Irving. I don't even know if I would want to do Breece Hall, but Chase Brown plus, Ken Walker plus. We can see what that plus would be. But again, like your team is so flexible right now. I don't
think there's a need to do this right now. I don't think there's a need to do this right now.
What if you tried to tier up to James Cook? Would you do like a Henderson plus the 206, 211?
Yeah, or even like plus Henderson. They maybe go for that. If not, is there an angle of Henderson plus the 107 for James Cook and something?
Yeah, I think there is an angle there we could look at. James Cook, let's see. James Cook, so
wow.
So
Wow.
probably not. I mean, could you get maybe you could get CMC there. Like that kind of puts CMC around.
And this guy should be trying to rebuild.
He should be. So this is actually
Try
really
and get Kittle
good
too.
idea for him.
Try and get Kittle too. Why not?
Yeah.
You could use a tight end.
I think this is reasonable. If you want to get Kittle, add the 206.
This is a perfect trade partner for him.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. But yeah, there's not a... Let's look at the Chase Brown and Ken Walker owners real fast here before we log off. Ken Walker... okay, so Henderson for Ken Walker and Michael Wilson as a fun throw-in.
I'm fine with that. Is that Walker or Chase Brown?
That is Chase. That's Walker. Oops, that's Walker. Yeah. Chase Brown, and then I would probably sell Michael Wilson personally, but I don't think Chase Brown's gonna work. But
I had a. We tend to have dreams about the things that we want, right, Zach? I had a dream that Chase Brown signed an enormous extension.
The day he does, he's top 12.
I woke up with a big smile on my face.
He is instant top 12. Reed, let me know if you got any questions, man. It's a good team. You just keep building bangers, and I'm like, how do we even help these teams?
Reed doesn't have a job. Okay, Reed has quit his job because he is just rolling in the cash.
So much money.
He's just like
from winning Dynasty leagues.
His league safe account is maxed out right now.
Absolute flush full of cash. I appreciate you, Reed, big time. And we'll answer this trade question here in today's stream. This is a super flex start 9. They would send away Lamb, McMillan, and Marvin, and they would get back Genty, JSN.
Yes. Start 9?
Yeah.
This is 2 wide receiver, 2 flex, and I'm paying Marv to upgrade.
Yeah, I would do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Every day of the
Marvin,
week.
and of course, there's always a chance that he reaches his potential, but I'd rather just take the 2 guarantees in a smaller league and have the best possible starting lineup I can have. So that's how I would approach it. Guys, that is it for today.
Woo.
I appreciate y'all big time. Thanks for showing some love. We're already at 12 on the 40 in a week Feb tracker. If you're watching this later on, you're watching it now, it's a great time to submit a review. Next time I go live, you'll be first on the queue. But I'm not a rapper. But that is it for today. It's a long ass stream. Thanks for hanging out, Sammy. Anything you want to say as we log off? Obviously, if you guys don't know, Sammy is creating content as well. So make sure that you, if you haven't yet, I'm sure most of you have, make sure you go and subscribe to his channel here. I'll put it in the chat.
You know what, Zach? Not a ton of buzz on the first round, the 2020 or the 2026 draft video.
I am not surprised at all about that because it's too early. People don't care yet.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I post my first redraft content in May, and I'm worried about how much people will care. So
yeah,
in February,
exactly.
you're only going to be getting best ball people.
Yeah, because to me, it's like I thought it was interesting as like a look ahead in terms of 2026 is going to matter a lot for Dynasty.
Yeah.
And so looking at it, what does the first 2 rounds like? That's interesting to me, but then I guess appealing as a video to a Dynasty player doesn't necessarily feel the same way. Yeah.
No, I can see where you're coming from there. I can see both angles.
But yeah, no, ton of fun. Had a great time. Cheeky little, almost 5 hours. Look at us.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Can I call myself a streamer now? Is that how this works?
I think so. I think you can officially call yourself a streamer.
Am I Mason Dodd yet?
No, you don't want to be Mason Dodd. You don't want to be Mason Dodd. Trust me. Anyway, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Mike, I'm going to jump into Origins here offline. If anybody who's watching wants to get into an Origins, we can all draft together on the FastDraft app. But that's it for today. I appreciate all of y'all big time. DM me if you guys got any questions about anything, and I'll see you guys very soon. Nothing but love.